Spiritual Perspectives. Maharaj Charan Singh Answers Questions, 1960 to 1990, Volume 2, Walking the Path, Chapters 10 and 11. Chapter 10, Effort and Grace. Regularity and Punctuality. Question 370. In the books, we often see that we should attend to our meditation regularly and punctually. Could you speak about the benefits of regularity and punctuality? Answer. When lunchtime comes, whether we are hungry or not, we quietly go to the dining table because we have formed a habit of eating at that particular time. In the same way, we have to form a habit of meditation. If I say that I will meditate when I feel the urge, I will perhaps never meditate. If you think, I will meditate when I feel the right atmosphere, I'll sit in the morning, I'll sit at noon, I'll sit in the evening, you will always go on giving excuses to yourself and you will never attend to meditation. But just as you have made a habit to go to the office at a particular time, to go for a walk at a particular time, to go to the dining table at a particular time, similarly, you should make a habit to go at a particular time for meditation. Then slowly and slowly your mind will become disciplined to attend to that meditation. That is why so much emphasis is laid on regularity and punctuality. If you say, today I don't feel like doing any meditation, I'll sit tomorrow, then tomorrow you'll have some other excuse, and the day after tomorrow, again you will have some other excuse. So there will be gaps and gaps and gaps, and you'll realize that you have absolutely forgotten to sit in meditation for months and months. But if you force your mind to think, even if I can't give proper time, let me give at least half the time, even though I am so busy, then you'll get regularity. Punctuality is also associated with the timing. Say you have selected a particular time, for example, 3 a.m., 3:30, 4:30. If we know that we have to be punctual in the morning, I have to get up at 3:30, then you will also be punctual going to sleep in the evening. You will adjust your time in such a way that you can get 6 or 7 hours of sleep before you get up in the morning. Otherwise, you know that you will miss your morning meditation. So punctuality is essential. It should become a habit with us. Unless we discipline our mind, it will always find excuses not to sit in meditation. We have been regular in our other daily activities. I have a time to go to the office. I have a time to go to lunch. I have a time to have a cup of coffee. I have a time to walk in the evening. I have a time to sleep. Then why not also have a time for meditation? That should become part of our life, part of our daily routine. If we discipline our mind, then every day we won't miss meditation. And if you do skip your meditation, you will feel miserable that day and feel that something is missing. So you will try to find some other time to make up for the morning time. So regularity and punctuality are both very essential. Question. So regularity and punctuality and everything else that we do will be helpful for a satsangi in leading a Sant Mat way of life? Answer. Naturally. You see, we all try to be regular or punctual in our other daily activities. If you make an appointment with somebody and you are late, you feel guilty. You apologize for being late when you feel that you have not been able to honor the commitment you have made. So we should honor the commitment we have made to the Father, to put aside a certain time to attend to the meditation. We have to sit whether our mind is still or not. Whether we have to fight with the mind, that's a different problem. But we have a certain commitment to the Father, and we should try to honor it by giving our time at that particular time to the Father. Just as we are sorry if we are even 5 minutes late for our worldly commitments, we feel guilty within ourselves, we should also carry that feeling of guilt if we don't attend to meditation. Then, if you are late today, maybe next time you won't be late. If you don't feel sorry about being late, then you will get into a habit of coming late all the time. The mind always wants an excuse to run away from meditation, so we have to fight not to give it any excuses. That is why regularity and punctuality always reward us. Question 371. If I sit for meditation without being able to concentrate at all, do I gain anything? Even if we don't see the light in meditation, should we try to do it anyway? Answer. Sister, whether you concentrate or not is immaterial, but you definitely should sit in meditation because we have to pass through so many phases before we are able to concentrate and enjoy that pull within, its bliss and peace within. You can't straight away concentrate by simran, but if we won't start, then how will we ever concentrate? You see, we are all born as children, and how many phases do we have to go through before we are able to stand on our own legs, think independently, and act independently? We have gone through so many phases right from birth, and you can't eliminate those phases during which we have developed our capacity to think and act independently. Similarly, in meditation, we have to pass through so many phases, and every phase is important for our spiritual development. So we have to continue. It is immaterial whether we are able to concentrate or whether we are able to hear the sound or see the light. Our efforts should continue. We should sit in meditation as a matter of duty, even if we don't enjoy that peace and bliss within. Slowly and slowly we do enjoy, and we do make progress. Question 372. Master, in one of the books, there's a mention of 3 o'clock in the morning as being the time of elixir. Also, you've said that any time, really, that we can put to meditation is okay. Is that right? Answer. Well, sister, the thing is, any time is good for meditation. Whatever time we give to meditation stands to our credit. There's no wrong time for meditation. Every time is good when we attend to meditation. The morning has certain advantages over other timings, so we try to make use of those advantages. When you get up in the morning, you're absolutely fresh. You are not tired anymore, and you have forgotten all the episodes, the ups and downs of the day before. And your mind is not scattered much. The children are sleeping, there is no hustle and bustle in the streets in the morning hours, and you don't expect any knock on the door or the telephone to ring. Moreover, when you're going to start a day, why not start in the name of the Father? The atmosphere we build by attending to meditation should help us to go through the ups and downs of the whole day. That is the only advantage of the morning time. But if for some reason somebody cannot give time in the morning, he shouldn't think that his whole day is lost. He can attend any time. Any time is good. Question 373. Master, you said that we have to attach ourselves to Shabbat and Nam, but if our meditation is very dry, how can we depend on the Shabbat and Nam? Answer. You see, you have to make it tasty. First, you have to fight with your mind to attend to your meditation. But the time comes when it becomes very tasty. When a child is sent to school, he weeps and cries and clings to his mother, crying, "I don't want to go to school." But when he's forced to go to the school, he starts reading and writing, and after a while, you can hardly pull him away from his books. Mother is shouting for him to come to dinner or meals, and he says, "Just wait, just wait, just wait." He's the same child. So make your meditation tasty. Question 374. A friend says she is so ashamed to have failed to obey the Master's advice, but now she has been given firm resolve to again attend to meditation. She asks, should one meditate again and again during the day until 2.5 hours are done, even if this means sacrificing all else for that day? And can she be reassured of the Master's understanding and forgiveness of her failures? Answer. Sister, I often advise that the planning of our day is up to each of us individually. We know our obligations, our responsibilities, our commitments of the day, commitments of life. So we have to schedule our time. We have to give time to meditation, and we have to look to our other responsibilities and obligations also. Only we can decide when to give time to meditation, how much time to give to meditation, and whether to split it in 2 sittings or whether we have sufficient time for 1 sitting. Everyone has to decide individually. As for our committing mistakes, well, humans are made like that. We falter, we fall. But if we continue doing meditation, His grace is always there. Meditation is the only way to seek forgiveness for our follies, for our sins, for our mistakes. Meditation is the cure for all such things. Question 375. Master, I've heard so much about determination on this path, and giving your priorities to the meditation and all of the things that are conducive to meditation, and there doesn't seem to be enough time in the day to really focus on. Answer. No. For example, how much time does family take each day? You see, there's 24 hours in a day, and you have to give only 2.5 hours to meditation. And then the whole day is before you. You can plan it. You have to go to a job, you have to do your housework, and you have to adjust your activities accordingly. You can't say that I will do everything and also attend to meditation. You have to adjust your schedule. Question 376. Mothers know that with newborn babies, they don't find time to meditate. My question is it all right to ignore the baby crying and do the meditation, or should I take care of the baby? Answer. Sister, mothers don't get time to meditate due to their children, but they get time to go to the office, they get time to go to the cinema, they get time to watch TV, they get time to gossip and to have social get-togethers, but they have no time for their children. Children are not always awake or always needing your attention. They also sleep, and you can give your time to meditation if you want to, but not at the cost of the child. You have taken on a certain responsibility and obligation. You have to discharge them. You have to do your duty and also find time for meditation. You have to adjust your schedule. You can do your meditation at the cost of gossip and other social activities. One has to make these adjustments for oneself. Question 377. Master, will forced meditation bring about good meditation? Answer. Yes, naturally. When you are not in the habit of sitting at all, the first step is to force yourself at least to sit. To sit still is a great credit. When you learn to sit still, then you also have to learn to still your mind. The first problem is to still the body, as the body is always running out and doesn't want to sit in one place for even 20 minutes. So first you get in the habit of stilling the body, and then you get into the habit of stilling the mind. This comes from meditation. Question 378. As an initiate, when we miss our meditation at times, is there a way to make up for it? Answer. Well, sister, the only way to make up the deficiency is to give more time to meditation another day. You see, even if we miss some time, we shouldn't feel too miserable. On another day, we can devote more time to meditation. But we should try to give time to meditation every day. Even if we give only a little time on some days, it is all right. Another day, we can give more time. But we should form the habit of giving time to meditation. Question 379. What are the penalties when one misses a day of meditation? Answer. The penalty is that you have missed the opportunity. There are no penalties in Sant Mat. There are no penalties in devotion. There are no penalties in the way of love. We have missed the opportunity. What greater penalty can there be? When a lover misses the beloved, that in itself is a penalty. And to a real lover, it is the greatest penalty not to be able to be with the beloved. We should all attempt to sit in meditation every day, regularly and punctually, because this human form is given to us for that very purpose. So if we do not make use of this opportunity, we are losing something that we should not lose, because we may not get this opportunity so easily again. It is not that if we miss 1 or 2 meditation periods, we will be penalized or go backwards. That is an absolutely wrong notion. We should try sincerely to give proper time every day, punctually and regularly. If you miss it someday due to some unavoidable circumstances, or for any reason, try to make up this deficiency at some other time. The object is that we should get into the habit of doing meditation every day. The question of penalty does not arise on this path. Question 380. I was informed that if we miss one day's meditation, we are taken back 24 or 30 days. So if we miss, say, 5 days, that would be equal to not doing any meditation for a whole year. Answer. Well, you are living at least thousands of miles away from me. Many things can reach you in a different way by the time they reach you here in America. Such wrong statements are usually traced to what I call guest house gossip at the Dera, where the guests get together and express their opinions and ideas, and then one of them comes back here and says that is what he or she heard at the Dera. You see, if you try to do a certain thing every day, you get into the habit of doing it. If you neglect it and leave it for some other time, if you postpone it, you get out of the habit of meditation. If you lose this habit, you again have to work hard to get back into it. So that is your own loss. Unless we get into the habit of meditation, we will not achieve any results. When we lose time from daily meditation, we are missing something that we should not miss. But there are no personal penalties. Question 381. We are asked to put in 2½ hours of meditation daily. If in our trials we are not able to do so, I understand we do not fulfill our mission. Is that right? Answer. You see, we have 24 hours in a day, so at least we should try to devote 1/10 of our time to the Lord's devotion. We should not feel guilty if we cannot devote the full 2½ hours. In the beginning, it is very difficult to sit in meditation for even 1 hour at a stretch. We should start slowly and gradually and try to increase the time to this extent. And if we miss sometimes, we should not feel guilty about it. The object is that we should try to be regular and punctual. We should try to devote at least that much time to meditation. But then it depends upon the circumstances of the individuals. That is our endeavor. That is what we should try to do. We should keep that aim in our view. Try for it. If we cannot do it in 1 sitting, we can divide it into 2 sittings or 3 sittings. But slowly and slowly we should try to bring it to only 1 sitting. However, that needs practice, and the time is increased by and by. Question 382. Master, when attempting meditation, the mind continually runs out and runs after trifles. Would you please explain that matter so we can make corrections? Answer. Brother, it is a constant struggle with the mind. It is not so easy to control our mind when we have given it such a free rein. It has been spreading into the whole world all of our life, not only in this life, but also in previous lives. It has got into the habit of running out and not staying at all in its own place. So naturally, it takes time to curb it, to bring it back, to withdraw the consciousness to the eye center. It takes time. We want to achieve this in a day or two, but we have to make a regular habit of doing it. When we form a habit of something, automatically we succeed. For example, a child starts learning to climb the stairs. He struggles very hard. Sometimes he falls, and he may scrape his head, hands, body, or feet. He again tries, and again falls. But he does not stop trying. You see, we have all come from the same staircase. We have come down so many steps that we do not feel that we have come from that staircase. In trying to go back up, in the beginning, the very first step seemed like the Himalayas for us. But now we do not feel those steps at all. But how? By regular practice. We have made a habit of climbing, and now we climb without even being conscious of it. So we have to make a regular habit of concentrating our mind. That is why saints suggest punctuality and regularity in meditation. Question. There is no special technique? Answer. Brother, there is no American shortcut. You see, Americans are always worrying about how to save time and how to save dollars and get the maximum. There is no such way in Sant Mat. There is no such way in the devotion of the Lord. Question. It is slow and steady that wins the race. Is that it? Answer. Surely, but we have to be regular and punctual and live in it. We also have to form a habit of meditation, and then slowly and slowly the mind comes back. If every day you do the same thing, ultimately the mind comes back to its own point. It is a constant struggle with the mind, and you cannot fix any time limit or any shortcuts on this path. Question. And it is all up, of course, to 99% of one's friends and associations? Answer. Brother, being with them, we are not to be affected by them. We have to detach ourselves by this constant practice. We will be with them, we will move with them, we will work with them, yet we will not be affected by them. They are, of course, pulling strings, trying to pull us outward, but there is much more forceful pulling inside that just withdraws us. When you water a tree and a storm comes with great speed, it uproots it from the ground. So all these group meetings, this hour of discussion, the company of the saints and Satsang, this atmosphere of love and devotion, all this is like watering the tree. And when that storm, that severe storm that is Shabbat or Naam comes, our roots are loosened and we are off, detached while living our life in this world. Question. Well, will it not take about 1,000,000 years? Answer. We are assured that it will take not more than 4 lives at the most. Question 383. If I may ask, 2½ hours of meditation a day. I keep harping on this because I feel it sort of catches me forcibly. But if, for discussion's sake, say in one day I had 2 hours and not 2½ can I in the next 24 hours make it 3? Answer. We should go on putting our reserve in the bank. We should not feel guilty if we are not able to give 2½ hours. The main thing is that we should try to be punctual and regular in our meditation. Whether it is 1, 1.5, 2, or 2.5 hours doesn't make much difference in the beginning, provided we are regular, we are punctual, every day. Sometimes, naturally, we give more time, and sometimes our worldly necessities force us to give less time. The 2.5 hours of meditation daily is just general advice. One shouldn't take it blindly that I have got to give 2 hours and 1/2, and then not sit for meditation at all if the full time is not available. We should try to put in 2.5 hours, and if it is 10 minutes more or less, that makes no difference. Question: by regular and punctual, do you mean the same time every day? Answer: habits are easily formed and soon become a part of our daily routine. And then if we neglect them, we start missing those things. Similarly, by giving the same time every day, this meditation should become a part of our daily routine. For instance, whether we are hungry or not, at 1 o'clock we are at the dining table. Or the moment it is 11 o'clock, you rush for your coffee break. It becomes a habit and a routine of life. So meditation should also become a habit and a daily routine. And if you give it secondary importance, I'll attend to it whenever I feel like it, I'll do it whenever I get time, then you'll never attend to it at all. So you should make it compulsory. We develop associations with the time, the place, and with the atmosphere. They all help us in building our meditation. For instance, the moment you are in bed, you have an association with sleep. That is why we recommend that you do not try to sit on the bed for meditation, because then you are easily lured to sleep. The moment you are at your desk in the office, you feel like doing your office work. Similarly, we should make meditation a habit and a daily routine. And that can only be if we are punctual and regular in our meditation. Question: so we have to train ourselves to get up early in the morning? Because sometimes initially we can get up and be very tired and be half concentrating and half falling asleep. But if we keep on at that time, eventually we will wake up? Answer: that's right. If you fix a particular time and place for your meditation, whether half the time you are doing your meditation and the other half you fall asleep, slowly and gradually you will get into the habit of sitting at that time, and you will not get sleepy. When you are so used to getting up at 3:30 or 4 in the morning, then however sleepy you may be, you will at once get up and won't sleep, because you have formed a habit of getting up at that particular time. So we should form a habit to sit in meditation, and then there is no problem. Question 384. Why does our ability to do our bhajan and to follow the principles of Sant Mat vary so much? Sometimes one goes from one feeling, like one is very capable of doing meditation, and then, for some unexplainable reason, one just cannot do it. Answer: ups and downs do come everywhere. Question: shall we suffer through it, or shall we feel guilty, or... Answer: we should never feel guilty at all. We simply should try to put more time in meditation and get through those ugly days. Question 385. Master, I cannot do it, but there are people who can. They are constantly in meditation for a fortnight, day and night, day and night. Would that be good? Answer: we should develop a pattern of life in our meditation. We should not try to close ourselves in a room for meditation for a couple of weeks and then forget about the Lord. The teachings have to be lived. It is a way of life. A pattern of life has to be developed. We should not try to meditate day and night for a couple of weeks and then forget about it for a time. We should devote some time every day to meditation and also carry on our duties at other hours of the day. Our time should be properly distributed, and our whole life should be lived like that. Question 386. Would there be, at any time, a valid excuse for missing one's meditation? Answer. If we start justifying our missing the daily meditation period, then there will be no end to it. So I do not want you to find any justification for missing it. We have to put forth all our efforts to give our time every day. But if somehow we miss it, we just miss. But we have missed something that is too valuable to miss. That is all. Question 387. Master, who is responsible for our meditation, the disciple or the master? Answer. Master has to attend to his own meditation, and the disciple has to attend to his own meditation. You see, Master has his own load that he has taken on himself, and the disciple has his own load. When Master initiates us, puts us on the path, he tells us to devote time to meditation. If we really love him, we will obey him. We cannot say we love him and at the same time not obey his instructions, not live the life he tells us to live. That is not love for the Master. If we really have faith in him, if we really love him, we will want to do what he wants us to do, and he wants us to meditate. Therefore, we should also try to meditate. Question 388. Even if we meditate for a short time, are we achieving anything? Also, are we making progress even though we cannot see or hear anything? Answer. Every minute, every second that we devote to meditation is to our credit. We will definitely gain something. We must do our duty because we are all struggling souls. Only the Lord knows how long we have been separated from the Creator, and for how much we have to repent, and how many thick walls or layers of karma are between us and the Father. Every minute that we attend to meditation is an achievement, is to our credit. Whether or not we hear or see anything, we must give time every day to meditation. Gradually, we will be able to pierce through these layers of karmas, and eventually we will be one with the spirit or light within. So we must give time to meditation. Question 389. When we are just beginners on this path, doing our simran, and we know that our concentration is very poor, and we are not really making very much progress, are we burning away any of our karmas? Or does that only happen when we have gone a certain way inside? Answer. Whatever little time we devote to meditation, that is to our credit. Whatever time we devote to meditation, we are eliminating certain karmas. We are eliminating a certain darkness from our way. So whatever time you devote to meditation, that is always to your credit. Whether it is repetition of the 5 holy names, or whether it is listening to the sound. Every minute that we devote in his love, in his devotion, that is always credited to our account, and we definitely get the advantage of that in one way or another. Question 390. I would like to know, when one is meditating and the mind seems to keep wandering off without one's even realizing it, until finally one catches it, and no matter how hard one tries and keeps telling oneself that it must concentrate, it seems that it just does not want to do so. Answer. Well, the mind is doing its own work, and you have to do your own work. How loyal it is to its superior, Kal, the negative power, when it does not let you concentrate. You have to be as loyal to your own master by trying to concentrate. It is a constant struggle with the mind. You see, by doing a thing every day, punctually and regularly, we get into the habit of doing that. Take smoking, for instance. You just start with 1 or 2 cigarettes, perhaps out of curiosity. Then you find some pleasure in it, and when you continue daily, it becomes a habit. Then you become such a slave to that habit that you cannot leave it. By doing it again and again, you have become a slave to it, and that becomes part and parcel of your daily life. You find it difficult even to try to leave it. Similarly, we have to get ourselves into that habit of meditation, of concentration. Daily, regularly, and punctually, we have to go on doing it, and ultimately we succeed. Then we would not like to live with ourselves. We would not feel happy. We would not feel that the day has been rightly spent if we have not given time to meditation. We are creatures of habit. And when once we get into the habit of trying to meditate, then that very habit will help us in concentrating. But in order to achieve this, we must struggle with the mind. It is a constant struggle for light. It is not so easy. From age to age, from year to year, our mind got into the habit of scattering out into this world. Everything is drawing us out, pulling us out. So naturally, it takes time to withdraw the attention back up to the eye center and to concentrate. We cannot achieve these results with American speed, I would say. Controlling the mind. Question 391. When I start on my simran, I hold it for a while and my mind wanders out, and there is nothing I seem to be able to do about it. It is concerned mostly with the work I do. My mind keeps going back to it. It is not anything I am attached to exactly. I am interested in it, but I just... Answer. It is a constant struggle with the mind. The mind has gotten into the habit of wandering about. So through constant struggle, we have to bring it back to this point. When you do that thing daily, by practice, practice, and practice, you will find that the attention also will begin to stay here at this point. Question 392. Maharaji, the other evening someone asked you about having mental conversations with the Master, and you said it is just the mind talking to the mind. But just now you mentioned that the Father will put you in an environment which makes you think of him. Answer. Without the help of our mind, we can never go back to the Father. You see, as I have explained so many times, the seat of the soul and the mind is here at the eye center, and our mind is pulled downward by the senses. As long as the tendency of the mind is towards the senses, it is our enemy. When we are able to withdraw our consciousness, the mind, to the eye center, and its tendency turns upward, it becomes our best friend. You can never have a better friend than the mind, and you can never have a worse enemy than the mind. So we have to win over this enemy and turn it into a friend by withdrawing it back to the eye center and attaching it to that melody and divine light within. We are winning its friendship, and only with the help of that friendship with the mind can the soul go back to the Father. Unless the mind comes to its own source, Brahm, Trikwati, the soul can never get release from the mind. So the soul is grateful to the mind when the mind is attached to the Shabbat and starts going to its own source. The mind is our enemy as long as it's pulling us toward the senses, and then it becomes our friend. Guru Nanak gives a very beautiful example. He says, when the iron touches the philosopher's stone, it becomes gold. He says that iron is within you, and the philosopher's stone is within you. But with the help and grace of the Father or the Master, the iron touches the philosopher's stone and becomes gold. The mind is the iron, and Nam is the philosopher's stone. When the mind touches the Shabbat and Nam within, it becomes gold. It becomes our best friend. So we have to turn it into gold. Now it is iron, as long as it's a victim of the senses. So we are talking to the mind, to the higher mind, to a better mind. But doing Simran is better than talking to your higher mind, because by talking to the Master within, you are filling yourself with love and devotion. And the purpose of love and devotion is to attend to your meditation. And if you are attending to your meditation, you are going a step forward. So it is better to attend to simran or to hear the sound rather than just talk to your own mind within. Question. So in the first instance, is it when you sort of finally agree that the path is for you? Is that purely mind, purely intellect, or is there a little bit of... Answer. Higher mind, better mind. Question. But no spirit, no soul? Answer. You see, the higher the mind rises, the purer it becomes, and then the soul starts shining and shining, shining and shining. Let us say that a bulb has the light of 100 candles. If you put 5, 6, or 7 black wrappings around it, you won't see any light at all, even though the light is there. But when you start removing the wrappings, the light starts penetrating. Only when all the wrappings are removed do you see the full refulgence of that light. Similarly, when the mind is attached to the Shabbat and starts going upward, the soul also starts shining. The soul is becoming more and more active now. But the soul can only be absolutely active or free when it leaves the mind. Only when all the wrappings are removed can you see the full light of the soul. But even before that, you see the light as the wrappings are becoming less and less. Question. So this is when the master is pulling the strings? Answer. You see, that is a different thing. That soul is becoming better and better. That is, the soul is becoming more and more active. The soul is always immortal and pure, but it is becoming more active because light has started penetrating the mind. But actually, the soul is still associated with the mind. So you can call it a higher mind or a better mind. The iron is becoming gold. Question. And that is when the mind is becoming more friendly towards you? Answer. Yes. Your mind is your best friend when it is attached to the Shabbat and Nam within and starts pulling you upward. Only then can the soul get released from the mind. Question 393. In Philosophy of the Masters, it's very emphatic that the only remedy for controlling the mind is to listen to the sound current. No second way exists. So how can we control the mind if we don't have the sound current? Because we can't do simran unless the mind is controlled. Answer. Then try to reach to that level to be with the sound current. Question. But that has a lot to do with grace, doesn't it, if we're making the effort? Answer. Well, the grace of the Lord is that we're on the path. Now we have to make our best efforts to be steadfast and try to achieve. Definitely, unless the mind gets something better than the sensual pleasures, it's very hard for the mind to leave the sensual pleasures. And that's something better the Lord has kept within every one of us. That is right at the eye center, the sound. So we have to try our best to be there in order to be in touch with that sound, so that we may taste that nectar, that living water within, and then our mind won't run to the senses. Great Master says that you cannot control your mind by austerities, by reading books, by running away from situations, by strong willpower. You can only subdue your mind with the help of the sound. Otherwise, it is just putting a snake in a basket. As long as the snake is there in the basket, we are saved from its poison, from its sting. But how long will we be able to keep that snake in the basket? The moment it comes out, it's going to do mischief again. But if we remove its sting, its poison, it becomes harmless. That is why mystics say, don't think that you'll be able to control your mind by running away from situations or by austerities and rituals and ceremonies. That is just putting the snake in a basket. give the mind a better taste than the sensual pleasures. Then it automatically will leave the senses. Question. Try, just try? Answer. Sister, it's a constant struggle with the mind. It's not a question of 1 year or 2. It's a constant struggle with the mind. Unfortunately, we are not aware of how many ages the mind has been running out, and how much effort and time it will take to withdraw from all that and come to the eye center. But it is worth the game. Question 394. I find that the more that I try to discipline my mind, the more that it rebels, and I end up getting angry at my mind, and that doesn't do me any good. Answer. It's natural, sister. The more we suppress, the more it reacts. That is the habit of the mind. Don't become angry with yourself. Just continue with your meditation. The mind doesn't want to be tamed. When you try to attach a tanga, cart, to a horse, the horse resists. It doesn't want to lose its freedom. But you must train the horse, and then it becomes all right. Similarly, the mind always rebels and creates all sorts of problems in meditation. It doesn't want to be tamed. It doesn't want to be controlled. So we have to face the situation, but we have to continue in meditation. Question 395. Master, we want to hear you say that it's good if we're relaxed, but it seems like it's such a struggle with the mind sometimes that we get very tense, and there's such a resistance that it's very difficult to relax. Answer. Attend to your meditation. It will relax you. The more you are concentrated at the eye center and your attention is upward, the more relaxed you will feel. The more you are downward, the more tense you will be. You can never be happy as long as the tendency of the mind is always downward and running out. And if you are happy, it will be very short-lived, a very momentary time. The more you are concentrated, the more the mind is turned upward, the more you'll feel relaxed and happy, peaceful and blissful within yourself. It's a lifelong struggle. Not just a little struggle, but a great struggle. Question 396. Even if the mind is strong and meditation is a struggle, one is seeking the help that one needs in order to... Answer. Well, sister, if the mind is strong, then it's good to put it in meditation. If it is strong, then naturally it will be able to help you to attend to meditation. Only the weak mind runs to the senses. I mean strong from the Lord's point of view, not strong from the senses' point of view. These are our own concepts, our own comparative words, strong and weak. So a strong mind means that it's strong enough to pull itself from the senses and attend to meditation. If that strength in the mind is there, then make best use of it by attending to meditation. Question 397. Maharaji, when we are with our master and we look at him while we are with his physical form, we feel such love for him. But then at 4 o'clock in the morning, when it's really time for us to love the master where it counts, all of a sudden the mind says you are so tired. And then you realize that you have no love at all. When we look at you, we know we love you. But then when it really comes to serving you in our meditation, all of a sudden that faith and love just evaporate. Answer. The mind plays its own tricks, but we have to do our duty. If you can't get up at 4 o'clock, get up at 5 o'clock, get up at 6 o'clock. Questioner. It seems as if the mind is the direct enemy of the inner master within us. It's continually struggling back and forth. Once you said that we fall only to rise again. Answer. That is why Christ has referred to the mind as a strong man, meaning something within us which is very powerful. And he also has told us how to hold that strong man. He says that if you want to relinquish your house to someone, you have to bind the strong man. Then you are the master of that house. You can take anything from that house. That house is the body, and that strong man is within this body. So if we want to get the treasure of Nam, the treasure of the Lord, from the body, we have to bind the strong man. And you can bind the strong man only by meditation. Unless the strong man is bound, we cannot get the treasure that the Lord has kept within this body. It is not a very ordinary thing. Question 398. Maharaji, sometimes in meditation ideas come, and I leave meditation to write them down. Is that wrong? That seems to be the most wonderful time for inspiration. Answer. Well, either you can attend to meditation, or you can attend to your problems and inspiration. You can't have both. It's because at the time of meditation the mind is a little concentrated, so we can get a lot of inspiration, and we can think very clearly. The more the mind is concentrated, the more clearly you can think and solve a problem or analyze that issue. Questioner. I'm always afraid that if I go back to meditation and push out the thoughts, I'll forget. Answer. At the time of meditation, we should not allow anything to interfere. At the time of meditation, we should just attend to meditation. When you get into the habit of meditation, you won't let your thoughts scatter too much in this world. But inspirations will come to you even then. This is a trick of the mind to lead us astray, away from meditation. Things which we have forgotten or have never even been conscious of at once project before us at the time of meditation. During the day, we never even think about them, but at the time of meditation, all these thoughts project before us. We have to eliminate all that and just attend to meditation. Question 399. Maharaji, sometimes in meditation, questions come up that demand a lot of attention, and often we offer those questions up to the Master inside. Will the Master answer those for us, in the sense that during the next day the answer might become clear, or someone speaks to you and all of a sudden your answer presents itself? Answer. You see, actually we waste too much of our time thinking about all these things at the time of meditation. We should attend to meditation. Meditation is nothing but seeking the solution to all these problems which are tying us down to this creation. Meditation helps us to detach from all the problems of this creation. That is a positive approach, rather than trying to find every little answer to every little problem. If you sit for a couple of hours, and for 1.5 hours you are just talking to yourself, then the mind won't become still. It rushes out with all the questions, all the worries, all the problems. Leave those to the Lord to deal with. Just attend to meditation. Because your thinking is not going to solve any problem at all. It will rather complicate it. If you brush the problems aside and attend to meditation, solutions automatically will be there. Question 400. When we're doing meditation and our mind wants to run out, should we reprimand it as we would a naughty child, or should we feel like we're in battle? Answer. Just try to bring it back to the eye center. What is the sense of reprimanding it? Your mind will run out again. You will accuse the mind will accuse you. Either way, you are projecting. Then you start talking to yourself. The mind projects in so many ways. It becomes the accused. It becomes the complainant. So bring it back into the simran. Bring it back. Bring it back. Question 401. If during meditation a negative thought keeps coming up, should we use energy to suppress it? Or should we let it run through and just try to get back to the meditation? Answer: no, suppressing it is not the way to keep it out. It will just come back more vigorously. Keep out the thought by putting your mind in a positive direction. Keep your mind in simran. There is only one mind. If it is busy in simran, if it is absolutely absorbed in simran, other thoughts automatically will go. They'll vanish. They'll fade out. If, without doing simran, you try to eliminate them by thinking, I'm not going to think, I'm not going to think, you can never succeed. Put your mind in a positive direction. Think about something positive. That is simran. When your mind is absorbed in that, other thoughts will automatically vanish. There's no other way to keep them out. Question 402. Master, when we have a strong thought about a situation, is there any way to eradicate that or to lessen its effect? Answer: I can tell you a positive thing. Instead of worrying about eliminating that thought, attach yourself to the sound within, and you will automatically rise above the thought. It's very difficult to eliminate thoughts one by one. It's impossible. But when we attach ourselves to the Shabad and Nam within, all these thoughts are automatically eliminated. Instead of cursing the darkness, we should light a candle. Question 403. Master, how do we keep impressions from coming into our mind so that we don't have to keep thinking about them during meditation? Answer: you see, if you try to eliminate the pressure of the world by negative means, you will never succeed. But when you try to create a better impression in your mind, other impressions automatically will go. The mind must form impressions. The mind must think about something. The mind must project in 1,001 ways. It can never remain still. But you take a positive step. If you create the impression of light and sound within, in the mind, the other impressions automatically fade out. But if you fight with your mind to eliminate outside impressions, you will never succeed. Your object should be to create in the mind the positive impressions of Shabad and light within. Then the other impressions will automatically fade out, if your attention is to that side. Christ said, you can have only one master, either Mammon or God. Below the eye center, Mammon is our master. Beyond the eye center, God is our master. We can only worship one. We can't worship both. Either we are below the eye center or we are above the eye center. So if you go above the eye center, those impressions automatically wipe out all the lower impressions. And if you remain below the eye center, these lower impressions will not help you at all to form the right impressions on the mind. Question 404. Master, during the day, negative thoughts come into your mind, and you bring it back to Simran, and that keeps happening. At what point are those thoughts creating karma? When you attach to a thought as soon as you are thinking it? Answer: no, thinking is not a karma, but constant thinking definitely makes a groove on our mind, and that makes a very strong desire, and that desire may pull us back to the creation. Question: so as long as you just pull it back and don't think about it too much, thinking won't make a groove? Answer: instead of planning that way, if you take a positive step to think something positive, to keep your mind in Simran, automatically that thought will be driven away. The mind is the same. So think something positive with the mind. Instead of eliminating the bad thoughts, fighting to eliminate the bad thoughts, think something positive. In that way, bad thoughts will automatically be eliminated. Question 405. I was told that just by thinking a particular thought, you are taking on more karma. I find myself sometimes thinking that thought, but at the same time, my mind is apologizing for doing that. Am I still taking on karma for thinking and then apologizing? Answer. I think instead of analyzing all these things, it is better to devote time to meditation. That will also help you to eliminate such thoughts from the mind. If the mind is absolutely concentrated in meditation, such thoughts should not come at all. In meditation, nothing should stand between you and the Lord. Nothing should exist. You should not be conscious of anything else in the world. You exist, and He exists. That is meditation. If something still exists between us, then meditation is not complete. It's not one-pointed. Question 406. Are we permitted any latitude insofar as trying various methods of repetition and other things? Answer. There is only one method of controlling the mind, which is explained to us at the time of initiation. We have to practice it, whether we are an old satsangi or a new satsangi. It makes no difference. There is only one method to control the mind. There are not two methods. The mind is fond of pleasures, and unless it is attached to something better than the sensual pleasures, it does not detach itself from the senses. So we have to attach it to something better. Only then will it be detached from these worldly things. Practical questions. Question 407. I have two related questions about simran. How does mechanical simran get turned into simran with love and devotion? And does it help to try to repeat the words with love and devotion if you're not feeling it? Answer. Brother, first we have to start mechanically. Attending to simran with love and devotion means love and devotion for the Master, and his instruction is to attend to your simran. We try to do what pleases our beloved, and we try to abstain from what doesn't please our beloved. Wherever there is love, there's also a fear of offending. It's not fear, it's a fear of offending. That's a part of love. We love them so much that we can't afford to offend them. That is also an expression of love. So if you love the Master, you want to please him, and you would not do anything which displeases him. He's pleased with our meditation. So we attend to our meditation with love. We don't abstain from our meditation. We don't turn our back to meditation because that may displease him. And we can't afford to displease him because we love him. So this meditation creates love. It strengthens love. Love grows by meditation and grows to the extent that we become one with the Father. Question 408. Master, what can we do to overcome the disappointment at unfulfilled expectations in meditation? Answer. Brother, we should never sit in meditation with any excitement, with any expectation. We should just sit in meditation with love and devotion. Whatever has to come will automatically come. If every day you sit with certain expectations, I am going to see this and I'm going to see that, naturally you will be disappointed and you will not be able to concentrate at all. So we just forget about any excitement, just rise above any type of excitement, and sit in meditation just as a matter of duty. Try to concentrate as much as you can, and when it comes, it just comes. Question 409. Master, is it necessary to be completely relaxed during meditation? How can we guard against trying to force it? Answer. The results that we will get will be much greater if we attend to our meditation with an absolutely relaxed mind. We should never sit in meditation with excitement, that I am going to see something. Something is just going to happen. Something is just about to come. Then your mind is always in that excitement of expectation. You should just attend to your meditation with an absolutely relaxed mind. Whatever is to come will come automatically. It comes when you least expect it. And when you are anticipating, or when you are excited about it, it does not come at all, because then the mind is not actually concentrated, but is scattered in excitement. So we have to attend to meditation in a completely relaxed manner. That is why it is generally advised to sit for meditation in the morning. Usually by morning, we forget all that happened to us in the past day, and our body is also relaxed physically. Besides, there is more quietness and calmness in the atmosphere. So if we try to meditate in that relaxed atmosphere, it is always better. Question 410. Like many satsangis, I have some difficulties in meditation and doing simran. Invariably, I fall asleep and start snoring. Somehow, these holy names blend into one another and form a certain kind of pattern that is conducive to sleep. What advice would you give us to keep awake, as we all seem to have the same trouble? Answer. Yes, I have understood your question, brother. When we are asleep, we are generally at the throat center. When we meditate, we try to concentrate at the eye center. There is very little difference between the method of going to sleep and that of trying to concentrate. So generally, our attention at the time of simran slips down from the eye center to the throat center, and we go to sleep. The reasons can be many, but mostly we have too many activities of mind and body that prevent us from getting the required amount of sleep. I do not know why, but in this modern society, we have so many types of engagements. We do not try to compromise with them, but we do compromise with our sleep and our health in order to fulfill those engagements. We would like to work all day and enjoy sleep all night, and from the sleep time we take our meditation time, disregarding what the body needs. After proper sleep, leave your bed, move about in your room, wash your face with cold water, and sit for bhajan. Then there will be no question of sleep overtaking you. We also have to adjust the intake of our food accordingly. We have to go to bed with a light stomach. I am glad to find that in your country you generally take your supper very early, and so go to bed with a light stomach. The main thing is that the body must get proper sleep. Otherwise, we are likely to go to sleep at the time of meditation. If you work all day and rush about at night, when you sit in bhajan early in the morning, naturally the body wants to go back to sleep. If you give proper rest to the body, there is no reason why you should fall asleep during meditation. Generally, it is better if you can leave your bed for meditation because we associate sleep with our bed. So again, our mind wants to go to sleep. You should leave your bed, walk about, feel quite alert and yet calm and relaxed before sitting for the meditation. And sit on a separate chair or whatever you have allotted for that purpose. Then there are less chances of going to sleep. Question 411. Master, the same question asked many times. The problem of sleep in meditation. Answer. There are so many reasons for it. Either we are overworking the whole day and are too tired, or we try to sit in meditation at the cost of sleep and rest, and we don't want to cut out other daily activities. We only want to cut time from our sleep and rest, or we overeat, or our diet is not balanced. Perhaps we are not careful about our diet and there is insufficient protein in our food, which also makes one very sleepy. Or it can be that we are trying to sit in meditation on our bed. We associate bed with sleep. So that association of the mind again puts us to sleep. Or it can be due to not trying to be alert after leaving the bed. If we sit when we are still half dozing, then sleep overpowers us when we try to meditate. So if you wash your face with cool water, stretch yourself a little, or move about in the room and thus refresh yourself, you may be able to avoid that sleepiness. There may be many reasons. Moreover, there is very little difference between concentration at the eye center and concentration at the throat center. Whenever we sleep, our attention is at the throat center. It drops down to the throat center. But whenever we try to meditate, we try to hold our attention here at the eye center. So when we try to concentrate and are a little inattentive, the attention at once drops down to the throat center and we are asleep. That is also one of the reasons. Questioner: Master, sometimes one's face falls forward. You are not wanting it to fall forward, but it gets very tired of being in one position, and then you seem to drop asleep straight away. Answer: That is right. Whenever we become a little drowsy, the head naturally will fall forward. So if you are wide awake, this will not happen. You can support yourself against some firm surface at the back. You need not sit without a support. You may lean against some support, and if you are alert, then you won't go to sleep. Question 412. Maharaji, there's a tendency to fall asleep sometimes during the meetings or satsang. I've heard sometimes. Is there a special karma that's being worked off, or some kind of transmission going on between the master and disciple? Answer: Sister, in the meetings people sleep because sometimes the meetings are very dull. And in meditation, definitely sleep overpowers us. That is the great fight with the mind, not to sleep at that time. There are many reasons for it. One reason is that we try to sit in meditation at the cost of our sleep. The body needs a certain amount of time for rest at night. It varies with individuals, how many hours they need to sleep. But we try to cut that sleeping time and then try to attend to meditation. So naturally, sleep overpowers us. Then it can also be caused by our food, our eating habits. We eat very heavy things and a lot of fat, and so many other things which make us sluggish and make us sleep. And then sometimes we do so much physical work that we get too tired, and so we go to sleep. And moreover, you see, at the time of concentration doing simran, we sleep when our attention slips to the throat center. We try to concentrate at the eye center, and our attention just slips down to the throat center, and we go to sleep. So we should try to take all available precautions to stay awake. We can get up and wash our face. We can have a cup of tea, anything that suits you to warm up and move about for a few minutes, and be a little active, and then sit in meditation. We should trim our diet also, cut out fats, whatever our doctor suggests. And also physical exertion should not be too much because our body can't take it. We can adjust so many things, but sleep in meditation is a very big fight. Question 413. Master, our real work, our real effort is to be able to concentrate. So when we start to concentrate and to collect the energy back to the eye focus, in passing through the body and recollecting this energy, how can we avoid, I don't know how to call it, you can start to tremble, your heart beats hard and you start to swallow, and then later on you reach the peace. But when you reach the peace, you're really tired. How can we avoid those things? Answer: You see, that is why this process is slow. Withdrawing by the process of simran is very slow, slowly and slowly. The point is just to avoid all these things that you are trying to describe. They do happen, especially at the throat center. It becomes very dry, as if you're tired of speaking, as your throat has become hoarse. Or there is a deep strain, sort of sensation in the throat, which you cannot explain because there's no sickness at all. That is why we are told at the time of initiation that we can drink a little honey liquid or just rub our throat with our hand, and it will be all right. There is no illness at all. When we withdraw to the eye center, we experience many different sensations like these in our body. Sometimes functions in the body become active. So that is why we are withdrawing very slowly and slowly. It's a very slow process. Questioner: and I have very great heat. I even start to sweat. Answer: that's right. Sometimes that happens. That is why we sit all alone in a room. Sometimes it's better to lean against something solid so that we don't jerk about and fall. Everybody doesn't feel these things. Some people feel pain. Others don't feel it at all. Question 414. Would you advise us on whether or not it is good to go to sleep after meditation in the morning? Answer: you must have read about this in Science of the Soul. Whatever atmosphere of happiness and peace we have built within ourselves during meditation, why lose it by sleep? Why not live in that atmosphere the whole day and cheerfully face the ups and downs of the day? We definitely gain something of happiness by meditation, and we should want to enjoy that peace and bliss the whole day. That is the only idea. Not that we lose the effect of meditation if we go back to sleep. Question 415. I have another question, Master, about meditation, which is that I find very often when I'm sitting that I will go to sleep without realizing that I'm going to sleep. I think that I'm sitting there doing the simran, and then later on I wake up and find that I've been asleep, but I didn't feel it start to happen. If I feel that it's starting to happen, then I can do something. Do you have any helpful suggestions? Answer: when you realize you are sleeping and you have awakened, then again you can sit in meditation. Sleep is a great problem, because when we have a little concentration, then sleep overpowers us. At the time of sleep, we are generally at our throat center. At our throat center, we go to sleep. We are trying to hold the attention at the eye center. There's not much difference, but generally our attention slips down and we go to sleep. So everybody has to fight his own battle. We should give proper time to sleep. We should sleep with a light stomach. And when we get up in the morning, we can wash our face or move about to be a little active. Everybody has to adopt his own ways and means to keep awake. Some people take a hot cup of coffee in the morning. Some take tea. Whatever suits you. Question 416. Because of a disability that I have, I can't sit cross-legged for a long time. I wrote you because of a lot of pain that I was having, and you told me to do the best I could in meditation, and that was sitting in a chair. That was the best I could do. I've given up completely in my meditation, sitting cross-legged for the 2.5 hours, because I have to move around all the time. My question is, will it slow my progress down any if I'm sitting in a chair? Answer: well, brother, you may sit in any posture. It is not important at all for meditation or spiritual progress. It is the concentration which matters. Sit in any comfortable posture. Advice about posture given to you at the time of initiation is more from the health point of view than from the spiritual progress point of view. So if you are unable to sit in that particular posture, and many of us cannot, you can sit in any comfortable chair, any comfortable posture. The main thing is that ultimately we have to forget what position our body is sitting in. The main thing is the concentration at the eye center. It is not the posture which matters, and that is absolutely no hindrance to spiritual progress. Question 417. Maharaji, another question, please. As we get older, is withdrawal more difficult? Answer: it depends on how much we have spread our thoughts into this creation. If we have allowed ourselves to just spread out into this creation, naturally it will take more time to pull our mind back from everything. If we have not let our mind run wild in this creation, it becomes easier to pull it back. When you put a muslin cloth on a thorny bush, if it is entangled with just a few thorns, it will be easier to pull it off the thorns one by one. But if thousands and thousands of thorns are there holding the cloth, it will take time to pull it from all that. So it depends upon how many thorns we are entangled with. Question: But Maharaji, is it easier when we are young? Answer: Well, when we are young, we have so many other problems too, those of our youth. But we can do much more meditation when we are young and healthy, rather than when we are old and wearing out and tiring out. That is natural. Then again, the struggle is harder at a young age than an old age. So youth has both advantages and disadvantages. Question 418. For the hearing and for the respiration, what must we think of people who are left-handed and right-handed? There are people who are right-handed who do everything from the right. So it is with their right ear. But what about people who are left-handed? Answer: I'll explain. Our hands and our ears have nothing to do with the sound. The sound is here at the eye center. Since we are used to hearing with the help of our ears, in the beginning we think the sound comes from the ears. But even without the help of our ears, if we concentrate here at the eye center, we will one day hear the sound. It hardly makes any difference whether you are left-handed or right-handed. In fact, it makes no difference at all. The main thing is that your attention has to be here at the eye center. Your mind has to be stilled here. Then automatically you will be in touch with the sound. Question 419. When doing simran, is it possible that when one shuts one's eyes, one's attention can be outside instead of inside? The literature speaks of the eyes focusing. You talked about it the other day, about causing problems with the muscles of the eyes. If one sees something from a distance with the eyes shut, like a form, is it possible that this form is on the outside instead of inside, and that the focus could be in the wrong place? Answer: At the time of meditation, we are just to close our eyes. It is our attention that is to focus. The physical eyes are not involved at all. If our attention is outside, we feel that we are outside. We are contemplating outside. If we forget about the outside world, if we just close our eyes and hold our attention mentally in the darkness, we see behind the eyes. My meaning of behind the eyes is that whenever you close your eyes, you are automatically in that darkness. Whenever you close your eyes, if you do not let your thoughts run out, scatter out, you are naturally in this darkness. You are naturally behind the eyes. At that place, your attention has to contemplate on the form of the Master. You are not physically to try to invert your eyes, nor to try to find any particular point in the darkness. If you do that, you will damage your physical eyes. You are just to forget absolutely about your eyes. Mentally, if you will forget about your eyes, and forget about yourself, and forget about the outside surroundings, you will be somewhere, and that will be within yourself. That will be in the darkness. As you repeat these 5 holy names while contemplating on the form of the Master, you are going within, and you are not going out. Do not try to visualize someone moving about or running about. If you do, then your attention is scattered outside, and slowly you will run outside. That is, your attention runs out. Try to eliminate and completely ignore everything that you see going on outside, and try to contemplate on the form of the Master inside, in the darkness. Whether it appears or not, do not let your thoughts run out, but keep your mind in the repetition of the 5 holy names. You do not have to think that now you are within or that now you are without. When your attention is in this darkness, you automatically will be within. Another thing I may add about your question. At the time of simran, we are not to pay any attention to breathing. Some people who have been doing hatha yoga or breathing exercises or different types of yoga sometimes try to mix the simran with breathing. That is wrong. There are many schools which try to teach that principle, but satsangis should never bother with the breathing at all at the time of meditation. I am talking to you, you are listening to me. Neither are you conscious of your breathing, nor am I conscious of my breathing. Breathing is a normal function of the body. At the time of meditation, we are just to forget about our breathing, forget about our eyes, forget even about ourselves. Keeping your attention mentally in the darkness, you will automatically be in the center behind the eyes. You are not to try to locate any particular spot behind the eyes. If you can eliminate thoughts of the outside world, if you can stop letting your mind run out, you will automatically be within yourself, in that darkness. And there you have to contemplate on the form of the Master and do the simran and bhajan. Question 420. Master, sometimes when I sit in meditation, I might be sore or stiff or have a muscle pain, and I move. When that happens, do I lose whatever concentration I had? Answer. No, you never lose the concentration. Concentration is an attitude of the mind towards the divine melody within. Concentration is not temporary. Every day that we are trying to concentrate, we're creating a habit of concentration. Moving our limbs or getting up and moving for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, then sitting in meditation again, doesn't make any difference at all. By doing simran and concentrating every day, we're creating a habit of concentration. This will also remain with us in our daily activities, throughout our whole day. That concentration is not only for a particular time. It becomes a habit to concentrate in everything, in every little detail in your life. We are creating a habit of concentration. So it doesn't make any difference if your hands move, or sometimes you have to change your posture, or you're interrupted a little, and then again you sit. It doesn't make any difference. Question 421. My legs will not permit me to sit in the regular posture. Is there any other way that we can sit, or is there any other proper means? Answer. Posture has absolutely no relationship with our meditation. This is just for health purposes. We in India are used to sitting without the support of any chairs or cushion, so we can just squat as I am doing now. And if you will squat like this and keep your hands here and straighten your arms, your backbone will naturally be straight. It is always essential to keep the backbone straight in meditation. Then you will not get sleepy, you will feel no discomfort, and there will be no physical trouble in the body, as in an incorrect posture. The squatting referred to here means to sit cross-legged on the floor. But if you cannot sit like this, you can make your own comfortable posture for meditation. We should not wrestle with the body. We should sit in a relaxed manner, a relaxed way. Any posture which suits your requirements and your physical fitness is all right. If you can sit like this, it is all right. But posture will not help you in your meditation in any way. It can only help your body so that you can forget about it, and do not have to be conscious of it in any way during meditation. Mentally, when you are meditating, you should forget the way you are sitting. You are to become absolutely unconscious of the way you are sitting. The posture does not make any difference, whether you sit on a chair, or on the floor, or lie on your back. But if you lie on your back, naturally that posture has an association with sleep, so you are likely to fall asleep. And if you do not sit comfortably or in a way which is good for your health, that is not advisable as far as the body is concerned. But in a person's spiritual development, posture does not make any difference at all. We are just to keep our attention here, between the eyebrows, inside, and by repetition and concentration, we have to forget about the posture. Question 422. Must you have a healthy spine in order to bring in the spiritual energies and to be connected to the sound current? Answer. Our physical body has nothing to do with our spiritual progress. I generally advise people when they sit in meditation to try to keep their spine straight, because generally it is healthier. We don't fall asleep as easily, nor do we feel lazy if our spine is straight. So it is always better to keep the spine straight. But even if you can't keep it straight, you'll make the same spiritual progress. The posture of your spine or any part of your body won't improve your spiritual progress. Eventually, you will have to become unconscious of your body when you sit in meditation. There should be nothing between you and the Father. When you become unconscious of your body, it doesn't make any difference whether the spine is straight or crooked. Question 423. When practicing simran, if a satsangi gets tuned into the sound current, is it necessary to change positions for bhajan? Answer. Posture is not very important from a spiritual practice point of view. Generally, it is important mainly from the point of view of health, so that we do not easily fall asleep during that time. You may adopt any posture that conveniently suits you. In India, we are quite in the habit of squatting or sitting in that bhajan posture, so it is more practical for us. I don't insist that you in the West should try to adopt the same posture. Whatever posture you can conveniently find, try to make use of that. We should never fight with the body. We should never struggle with the body. If we are always fighting with the body, it becomes difficult to concentrate and be one with the holy word within. So whatever posture suits you, try to make use of that posture. Question 424. Maharaji, when the sound within pulls one up, does the body have to have any support? Or does it just fall, just collapse? Answer. No, the body does not collapse. It will stay as it is now, but you may not be conscious of the body. Normal functions of the body will remain the same, but you will not be conscious of the normal functions of the body. Question. But if one is sitting in the posture and then it comes, and one just does not move the parts, but just stays? Answer. Sometimes people cannot stand it and they do fall. They just lie down, or they begin shivering sometimes. It may happen to certain individuals, but generally one remains in the same posture and just becomes unconcerned or unconscious of the body. But sometimes, when you finish your meditation, you find that you are lying down, whereas when you started, you were sitting. Sometimes the body does fall, but you are not conscious when you are falling. There is nothing to fear about that. Question 425. Master, pertaining to the question of posture, what about Hatha Yoga? The positions that they advocate, would they be beneficial health-wise? Answer. Hatha Yoga is for health purposes. It has nothing to do with meditation. Hatha Yoga, in other words, is a set of physical exercises just to keep the body fit for meditation, but it is not meditation in itself. Question. Yes, I realize that, but would it be advisable in certain cases? Answer. There is no harm in doing Hatha Yoga to keep the body fit. For example, I do some of the Hatha Yoga exercises because I do not get time to walk or go out. So for 10 or 15 minutes every day, I do some breathing exercises or Hatha Yoga exercises just to keep the body fit. Question 426. Breathing should be relaxed before starting Simran. For example, yogic breathing. Is this advisable? Answer. No. Those are physical exercises to keep the body and mind alert, and that is good, but has nothing to do with meditation. Any physical exercise to keep the body healthy is good. These exercises were adopted by the yogis because generally they were confined to their own small cottages or caves, where they used to give their time to meditation. They would hardly go out, so they developed certain exercises by which, for half an hour or an hour a day, even while staying in their cottage, they could keep their body healthy and strong. They developed all these 84 types of postures and so many breathing exercises to keep healthy. Sometimes I do these myself for 10 or 15 minutes a day if I get time, but they have nothing to do with spirituality. Question 427. Maharaji, is there ever a time during meditation when one stops breathing? Would it be dangerous? Answer. We should not think of breathing at the time of meditation. Those people who have been doing pranayama, breathing exercises, are generally told at the time of initiation that they should not interfere with breathing at the time of simran. Otherwise, they are likely to be victims of some breathing difficulty, asthma, or something like that. You are talking to me, I am talking to you. Neither you are conscious of your breathing, nor am I conscious of my breathing. This is a normal function of the body. Let it go on. We have to concentrate mentally here at the eye center. We are not to interfere with the breathing at all, and then there is no danger whatsoever. Some people advise doing simran in rhythm with each breath inhaled and exhaled. That is not right. We should pay no attention whatsoever to breathing while doing simran. In fact, not during the entire meditation period. Question 428. Is it not best to do the meditation at the end of the day when the work is finished, before going to sleep? Answer. Any time is good for meditation. Every time devoted to meditation is to your credit, and you should make the best use of that time. But early morning hours have certain advantages for this purpose, which other times do not have. In such a big city, at least in the early morning, there is quiet and calmness in the streets. Your body is fresh, and you have forgotten all that passed in the previous day. There is no disturbance in the house, and you do not have a knock on your door from any guest or relative. You can very easily and quietly give that time in the morning to your meditation. In the first place, if you try to devote that time in the evening, you are tired after the whole day's work and are likely to go to sleep during meditation. Also, at that time, all that has happened with you throughout the whole day will come before you like on a cinema screen. If you could attain concentration in the morning within 1 hour, perhaps in the evening you will need 4 hours to do it, because during the whole day your mind has been spinning around. But when we get up in the morning, we are refreshed, have forgotten the incidents of the past, and naturally have a tendency to concentrate. So we find concentration much easier in the morning. But if one cannot find time in the morning, one may give time in the evening. Whatever time we can find for meditation is a good time. Question. The time is best if the mind does not wander. Answer. Naturally, the object of meditation is to concentrate the mind. So if we start in the morning, it is easier to concentrate than in the evening. Only from that point of view are the morning hours preferable. Otherwise, you can select according to your convenience. Question 429. Is there something we can do or should do when we go to bed and meditate? Answer. You mean to keep awake during meditation? Question. I am talking about going to bed to go to sleep. Should we repeat the names, or should we concentrate the attention here? Answer. I follow your point. While going to bed, if we keep our attention here at the eye center and do the simran, the first thing is there will be no insomnia. You will go to sleep at once. Second, you will have good dreams. And the third advantage is that when you get up in the morning for meditation, your thoughts will not be scattered. It will be easier to concentrate and to be in touch with the sound. So it is always best to do simran while going to sleep. Question 430. One of the brothers asked if you would recommend taking certain drugs to keep awake during meditation. Answer. I am glad he has only asked to take drugs to keep awake. I am glad he did not ask to take drugs to concentrate. People take drugs to keep awake and then take drugs to go to sleep again. You see the folly of it? Question. You do not recommend them? Answer. For certain diseases or bodily ailments, drugs are essential. To take them for keeping awake is not right. Question 431. Do the saints give any credence to the use of color meditation as a tuning fork? Light is color, as I understand it. The different rays or colors are emanations of God, the same as your sound current. Answer. Sister, it is not the outside colors we have to contemplate on. Those colors are inside. They are a reflection of the 5 elements. You will understand inside when you will see those colors. Question 432. Master, does it matter whether one repeats the name slowly or... Answer. Just as you feel like. Do not think that you will get better results by repeating fast or slow. Simply repeat in a relaxed manner, just as you normally speak, but mentally, without the use of the tongue. It is the mind that is to do the repeating. Question. Master, that brings up the question about the pronunciation. How important is that? Answer. It is of no importance at all. It is the attention that matters. Question 433. When I was sick, I could not remember the 5 words, and I was so frustrated. All I wanted to remember was the 5 words. What does one do in case one cannot remember? Answer. You cannot help it. You can only do something about it when you are conscious. Question 434. Maharaji, it's very difficult when you say that we should not wish for anything, because the mind starts to get carried away and it thinks, oh, I'd like this, or I'd like that. Answer. At the time of initiation, we are advised not to use meditation to fulfill our worldly desires. Only use the meditation to reach back to the Father. If we meditate and try to fulfill our worldly desires, or use meditation to fulfill our omissions in life, then we may have to take a birth to satisfy all those desires. Not that you're going to get them fulfilled just now. You will get only what is in your destiny. You're not going to get what you are trying to pray for. But those prayers may bring you back to this world to satisfy all those desires. Overcoming obstacles. Question 435. Maharaji, in my meditation, I strive to have the experience of dying while living, and yet I know that I have a very deep fear of dying. This fear seems to prevent me from giving myself completely to the meditation, and I wonder if you would please help me understand and overcome this fear. Answer. Well, brother, there's always fear of the unknown in our mind. Something which is unknown to us, we are always frightened of. If you go to a different country and you don't know anybody at all, there's some sort of fear in you about how you will face things there, how you will conduct yourself in that foreign country. That fear is always there. But when we know we're going to our own destination, we are going back to our own house, there should be no fear at all. There need not be any fear because we are going to meet our own master there. And we are not going alone at all. We are going along with him. That is why we need the master, to not feel frightened of anything unknown to us. He is known to us, and we're happy to be with him. So the question of fear doesn't arise at all. It is only our mind which tries to frighten us. There's nothing to feel frightened about. We are to be met by somebody who knows us, whom we know. Christ said, "My sheep recognize my whistle. When I whistle, they all flock to me, run to me, because they know me. They know my whistle. They're not frightened of me." That is the object of knowing the shepherd, of recognizing the whistle. It means I will not feel frightened. Question 436. Master, someone asked a question about prayer a few minutes ago. Christ said, "Fear not, I am with you always, even unto the end." Sometimes I become frightened. I know you're my master, yet I still want to cry out for more courage. Answer. Sister, as I have just said to another sister, we should never feel frightened within ourselves. We are never alone. We always have somebody with us, watching us and guiding us and helping us. You mustn't get depressed. You just continue with your meditation. Let anybody appear. Don't bother about anybody. You continue with your meditation, and nobody can do you any harm at all. Question 437. Maharaji, I would like to thank you for initiation. The experience I have had after initiation has been very difficult. As I go inside my body, in my meditation, not very far, I get very scared because of the pain that I have in my body from the karmas, from the separation I have from you. My response to that fear is to become lazy, to try to leave the vows. I continue, but I become very scared. I'm wondering how you might recommend that I continue in the fear of the darkness, in the fear of the pain. Answer. Well, brother, I understand. It's very easy to understand Sant Mat, but I know how difficult it is to follow. There is nothing which can harm us inside. It is our own mind which frightens us. You should love the darkness. You should appreciate the darkness. Be in the darkness, do your meditation, and try to eliminate the darkness. Don't feel frightened of that darkness. Help automatically will come from within. Just continue. Question 438. In London, I asked you about fear of the darkness, and you said that I should learn to love the darkness. My fear of the darkness has left me. I'm no longer afraid. Thank you. But I am having some difficulty learning how to love the darkness. The darkness seems to have no substance, so I don't know what to love. Answer. You see, when we are sitting in meditation, we should think that we have no connection with anybody else in the world except this darkness in the forehead. We should cut off from everything in the world and just be in that darkness. This is what I mean by being in love with the darkness. To concentrate here, at the eye center, in the darkness. Have no other thoughts of the world. Automatically, this darkness will change into light. Question 439. Master, can you shed some light on the fact that as we meditate, sometimes we go through periods of great loneliness? Not during meditation, but during the day. It may go on for, well, years. I just wondered, how long can it go on? Answer. Sister, if I rightly follow your question, I have discussed so many times in the meetings that when we try to live the way of Sant Mat and attend to our meditation, follow the path, we lose all our interest in worldly affairs, in worldly people. They do not attract us anymore at all. They don't charm us anymore. So when we get up in the morning, we don't look forward to what used to catch our attention. And within, we have not yet been able to make enough progress to hold our attention. So we start feeling the vacuum and loneliness within ourselves. We have to pass through that stage sooner or later because nothing in the world attracts us anymore, and we find nothing else within to hold our attention. So we start feeling very lonely, and we feel a void in our life. There is nothing to feel frightened about. Actually, everybody is lonely in this life. It's a self-deception to think that somebody belongs to you or you belong to somebody. Sooner or later, everybody realizes that one is alone in life. To think otherwise is just a self-deception. I think it's a God-given gift when that feeling comes in us. Then we turn to the Father to hold on to something which belongs to us, to which we can belong. And that gives us a sense of peace and bliss and happiness within. Otherwise, on the outside, when we try to belong to somebody or try to possess somebody, nothing but frustration comes, unhappiness comes. So it is the Lord's way of pulling us towards Him. If we didn't feel that feeling of loneliness within ourselves, then perhaps nobody would think about the Father. If these outside faces and objects could hold our attention and make us happy permanently, forever, nobody would think about the Father. We react back, we rebound back from all this, and then we turn to the Father to seek that bliss and peace and happiness within. Question 440. If we are being responsive to the pull and are drawn to put in more than the allotted time of meditation daily, is there a way that we can avoid the depression that tends to come into the mind? Answer. Well, brother, depression does come sometimes. I don't deny it. Definitely it comes in meditation sometimes. But we have to pass through that phase also. If we just continue, then we get over it. We rise above it. Then it converts into bliss and peace and happiness. The lover has to pass through so many phases in his love. He doesn't get cake on his plate. So many sacrifices he has to make. So many nights he has to keep awake. And so much depression he has to go through. But he doesn't leave loving. Ultimately, his love is pure and he succeeds. So similarly, we have to pass through so many phases in love, in his devotion. But we should continue. Question 441. Master, one of the most difficult things I find, living in the world, is the periods when I feel nothing for the path, no love, no devotion. I know you've spoken of them as dry spells, but I find it almost unbearable sometimes, and I was wondering if you could speak about it. Answer. You mean sometimes you feel devotion and love, and sometimes you feel dry and void? You don't see the sun every day, sister. There are clouds sometimes, and sometimes they are very thick clouds. But that sun is always there. We have to pass through so many phases of our karmas. Sometimes favorable karmas come and we feel full of emotion and devotion for the Father. Sometimes an unfavorable layer of karmas comes and we feel absolutely void and dry. We pass through so many phases of karma. That's all the more reason why we should attend to our meditation, to get through that dryness. Sometimes also in meditation, a stage comes when we feel a great void in our life, because the effect of meditation is that we get detached from all the worldly pleasures, worldly faces. They don't interest us anymore, and nothing holds us inside to catch our attention or our thoughts. So then we feel a void. The world doesn't please us, and we have nothing else to please us within. But we pass through that dry spell. Everybody has to pass through that, so to say. One shouldn't feel discouraged. As long as we were attached to the world, we always had something to look forward to. When we got up in the morning, we'd say, I'll go to a movie, I'll go to the theater, I'll go to that party, and I have so many dates, and this and that. So you feel attached, and you plan your day, and you feel interested in how you will spend the whole day. But when those things don't interest you anymore at all, when you are not being pulled by them in any direction at all, and you are not getting any attachment within, or any enjoyment of meditation or blissful feeling within, then you feel that dryness and void in your life. Practically every seeker has to pass through that period. That's even more reason why we should attend to, cling to meditation. Question 442. Master, how can we be happy in this world and keep our balance when meditation is dry sometimes, and also our mind is not getting what it wants in the world anymore? Answer. Sister, actually we can only be happy when our soul is in love or in devotion with the Father, because the inclination of the soul is always towards its own origin, towards its own source. The more we keep the soul away from its source, from its destination, from the Lord, the more unhappy it remains. The more we are nearer on the path towards our home, the more joy and bliss we feel within. There is no pleasure or happiness in the outside worldly objects or worldly achievements. They are all short-lived, temporary, transitory, because there is always danger of losing those things. If you have money which gives you pleasure, there is always a danger in your mind of losing that money. If you have a lovely wife or a lovely husband, there's always the fear of losing him or her. When that fear is in our mind, there is always pain and misery, even at the base of these so-called pleasures. So that is no pleasure at all. Real happiness and pleasure is only to be in love and devotion for the Father, to develop that. The more you build that within yourself, the more happy you will become. Meditation no doubt is dry to begin with, because for ages our mind has been in the habit of running outside towards the senses, towards the worldly objects, towards the worldly achievements. And we are so interlinked with each other, so much attached to each other, that naturally it is not so easy to withdraw the mind from all that and attach it to the Shabad and Nam within. Naturally, it requires a great effort to do it, and meditation to begin with is definitely dry, but it is worth achieving. Question 443. Maharaji, when I give in to feelings of emptiness and hopelessness, does the Master still help me at those times? Answer. Well, brother, in the morning when the sun rises, it is there for the whole day. But sometimes thick clouds come and we cannot make use of the light of that sun. It does not mean that the sun is not there. It is just behind the clouds. So we should not despair. The Lord's grace is within every one of us. But due to our karmas, sometimes thick clouds come within us and we feel that emptiness, that void within ourselves. Not finding anything within and not being attached to anything outside, we feel that void. But that should not cause us to despair at all. That is for our own good, our own advantage. We know the reality of this world. We know our real self, so we try to find the reality. This should help us to attend more to meditation, to overcome that void and emptiness. The sun is always there. His grace is always there. There is no question of emptiness. Our cup is upside down. His grace is always flowing. So we should try to turn our cup into a position to receive His grace. Our mind is scattered outside. It runs to the senses. It runs to the whole universe through the 9 apertures. We should try to withdraw the mind and hold it at the eye center and make our cup receptive to His grace, to receive that nectar within, and to overcome that void and emptiness. Question 444. Master, I feel sometimes, especially since I've been at Dara, every now and again I get an overwhelming feeling of everything being a play and unreal. But I feel very uncomfortable saying things like that because it makes me feel empty of something that I have been accustomed to grasping in life. Answer. Sister, it is very natural when you know that the surroundings you have to deal with, the environment in which you have to live, are nothing but a play, and you are only a spectator. You're not attached to anybody, and when you're not attached to anybody, you feel a vacuum within yourself. Then where do you belong? It's natural to feel empty. Otherwise, we would always deceive ourselves. But still, we always look to someone or something to hold on to. Children, wife, relations, country, wealth, house, and so many things. So many ways we spend our time. When we get real conviction and realize that nothing belongs to us, that it is all a play and we are just spectators, then naturally you are not attached to anybody. So then you start feeling that vacuum within yourself. That detachment creates a vacuum within you. In a way, that is the Lord preparing us for something to hold on to. Unless we hold on to the Shabbat and Nam within, it's difficult to remove this vacuum, to remove this feeling of not belonging to anybody and of nothing and no one belonging to you. When you hold on to the Shabbat, then you get that bliss that you belong now, that your own reality and your real self belong to you, and you are part and parcel of that. Then that feeling of loneliness, or of that vacuum which often frustrates us, dejects us, vanishes. You see, this has to be. You can't help it. So then we try to find out, if this is all a play, then what is the reality? What is my role in that reality? It is actually the Lord preparing us from within to hold on to something that is real. He is preparing us after making us realize the unworthiness of all this, our surroundings, our environment. It is the Lord preparing us to be one with the reality. Then this vacuum automatically goes. Then that bliss and peace and happiness fill us. Then we, without any rhyme or reason, remain happy. We then have a sense of belonging to someone, and someone belonging to us. And then automatically we become happy. Question. Maharaji, do we have to experience the vacuum before we can feel that sense of security of which you speak? Answer. Sister, it varies with the individual. Definitely, sooner or later, we do have that feeling. Nothing in the world means anything to us anymore, and you've nothing to hold on to. So feeling a vacuum is natural. Sometimes frustration is natural. Dejection is natural. But we pass through this phase also. Question 445. Why is it that sometimes when I want to sit in meditation, the mind will try to bring doubts about the teachings? Answer. The mind is very faithful because it is the duty of the mind to keep us away from the path and not let us sit in meditation, and to keep us attached to this creation. That is the duty of the mind. So the mind is always faithful to its own master. We should also try to be faithful to our master and sit in meditation in spite of the obstacles created by the mind. We must devote our time to meditation. Question 446. Professor talks about having intense longing. When I was a seeker, I felt that intense longing. And now that I have been on the path for a while, I feel like the meditation is part of a daily routine, and I'm wondering if feeling content with that is a hindrance to the progress. Answer. No, it doesn't become any hindrance. You see, after initiation, we start analyzing ourselves too much, whether we have been able to detach from this object, that face, or not. We analyze too much with ourselves. Before that, we were not conscious of all those things at all. We were rather proud of those attachments. So we don't go backward at all when we are attending to our daily routine, daily meditation. If you are sitting in a dark room, you don't know what is moving about in the room. If a little ray of sun comes in that room through the ventilator, then you realize how many insects are moving about, how many germs are moving about in the room. That little ray of light has been able to expose all that knowledge to you. Before that, you were unconscious of them. You never knew about them. So similarly, after initiation, after we begin attending to meditation, we start analyzing ourselves too much. How much progress we have made, how much we have been able to detach. This calculation doesn't lead us anywhere. We should just continue with our meditation, and detachment is automatically the effect of meditation. Question 447. Master, I have trouble sometimes reconciling myself. One moment I feel a lot of love and devotion for the Master, and the next moment I am off doing something that is just totally lacking in love and devotion. I am just very grateful for all the love that the Master has given to me. Answer. Sister, our problem is that we analyze ourselves too much. Now I am in love, now I have no love, now I am dry. We analyze ourselves too much, which leads us nowhere. The Lord has sown the seed of love. He is nursing that seed of love within us, and it is always developing. The fruit definitely will grow on the tree, but sometimes there is a wind which takes away the fruit. Even the flowers fall, but the tree bears fruit again. So we shouldn't try to analyze too much. We should just attend to our meditation and do our duty. If every day you start thinking, how much love do I have today? It will lead you nowhere and just confuse you, nothing else. Question 448. Maharaji, a central theme of your message seems to be, don't analyze things so much and don't worry. Just do your meditation and the Father will do the rest. Does that mean that we should just sit in meditation and not be concerned whether you appear to us in the radiant form, so long as we continue to do the meditation and follow the rules of Sant Mat? Answer. You see, we start analyzing ourselves too much. How much love do I have? Now I have no more faith. Yesterday I had too much faith. Every day we judge ourselves. We are the judge, and we are the accused before the judge. The mind is just always running in a circle like this. This self-analysis doesn't lead us anywhere at all. Self-pity, it depresses us sometimes. Let the Lord judge. Let Him know what we need. Our work is to do our duty. Our duty is to knock. It's for Him to open the door. We can't take on our shoulders His responsibility also. It is for Him to open the door. We have to beg. It is for the householder to give. Question 449. We are very impatient in this country, USA. Everything is hard for us. We try to be kind. In business, people complain because they have no apprentices these days. They will not serve 2 weeks. They want to be journeymen, so it is very hard to concentrate. Answer. It is a lifelong struggle. Question. Is it harder for us here, do you think, than it would be in India? Answer. No, I do not think so. I think, practically, human beings are the same everywhere. They have their own problems. You have your own problems. Probably you are tired because you have too much. They are tired because they have too little. The problem is the same. Effort and grace. Question 450. Most of the events of our lives are predestined, but is the event of reaching home the only event that is not predestined? That is, can we reach this home whenever we put the proper effort into it? Answer. Brother, from that point of view, everything is destined, in the sense that when the Lord wants us to go back to Him, He creates those circumstances, that atmosphere which makes us think about Him, about the path, the way leading back to Him. Without His grace, we will never come on the path or on the way of devotion. Or, in other words, we will never come in contact with the saints at all without His grace. When He wants us to come back and merge into Him, only then will all these processes start. Only then will we come in contact with the saints. Only then will we start meditating. But we ourselves have to work. We have to make ourselves receptive to His grace. He will create the circumstances. He will create the atmosphere for us in which we can work our way back up to our home. So when He wants us to do so, only then do we work. But unless we make the effort and work, we cannot reach our destination. Question. In other words, no matter how much effort we put into it, or how hard we try, if the time is not right, we will never get home? Answer. Brother, it is just like this. A beggar comes to your door to ask you for alms, but first he wants to be assured that he is going to get something from the house before knocking at the door. Otherwise, he is not going to beg. This is a wrong attitude. We are all beggars at the Lord's door. We have to beg. We have to ask. But He always gives. We should not say that when He wants us to meditate, we will meditate. Otherwise, why bother about it? That is a wrong approach, and definitely a wrong attitude. We are all beggars at His door, so we should all do our best and leave everything to Him. Of course, we will only get when and what He wants us to get. But we must make the effort by doing the spiritual practice. And I assure you, if we really beg from our heart, He is always ready to give. If we come one step, He comes 10 steps to receive us. But our devotion must be pure. Our longing, our desire to merge back into Him must be absolutely one-pointed. We have to love Him for His sake. We should not worship Him for our children's sake or for the sake of business, money, or worldly achievements. That is surely a wrong way to approach Him. That is a wrong attitude or motive for meditating on Him. We want Him. We worship Him. We love Him because we want to go back and merge into Him. In India, some people worship snakes, not because they love them, but because they fear their bite. We should not worship the Lord out of fear that if we do not worship Him, some calamity will befall us, or that He will punish us in some way. We should worship Him out of love. The basis of religion is not fear. It is absolutely pure love. So we have to base all our worship and meditation on the foundation of love. Only then will we get the best results. Question 451. When you know this, and know you must develop love, you really do, but there are times of distress when things get away from you. How can you develop this love? Answer. Brother, practically, it comes when it comes. You do not have the power to develop it. When His grace is there, it just comes. But the practical step that we can take to develop our devotion to the Lord is to meditate, to build that atmosphere around us of devotion for the Lord by reading books, by satsang, by discussion, and by having harmonious meetings. By helping each other, we build that atmosphere around us in which then we start giving. And we find that the more we give our devotion to the Lord, the more it grows every day. The more love we have, the more it grows. But the only practical step that we can take is to be honest in our meditation. For then devotion and love come automatically. Question 452. Are there other ways besides meditation for us to beg for the grace of having more longing for the Master? Or is meditation the only way to beg? Answer. Well, brother, other ways are means, not an end. The reality you get only by meditation. The soul is always in love with its Lord. The soul is full of devotion for the Father. But it is helpless due to the weight of the mind. And the mind has become a slave of the senses. So, being mixed up with the mind, rather dominated by the mind, we do not feel that love for the Father. Love is there in every soul. Potentially every soul is God. So the more weight we remove from the soul, the more love and devotion we feel for the Father. There's no other way. You see, you have to remove the weight. The needle is always attracted by the magnet, but if there's a weight over the needle, it becomes helpless. It's not that the needle is not being attracted by the magnet. The attraction is the same as it was before the weight, but it just has become helpless. So all we have to do is remove the weight from the needle. Then automatically it goes to the magnet. Similarly, the soul is always in love with the Father, full of love and devotion for the Lord, for its Creator. But it has become helpless due to the weight of the mind, and the mind has become helpless due to being a slave of the senses. So we have to adopt that means and that method by which we can remove the weight of the mind from the soul. Satsang, discussions, meetings, good company, good literature, they are ways to create longing in us for meditation, for the Father. But achievement can only be done through the meditation. The means create longing in us, strengthen our faith in meditation. But the real achievement we will only accomplish by meditation. So there's no shortcut to meditation. That is why Christ said, "Sin against the Holy Ghost can never be forgiven." There's no other way to seek the forgiveness of the Father but to attend to the Holy Ghost. The devotion is already there. Love is there. We are not creating love in the soul. We are only removing the weight of the mind. And then we realize the love from within. It doesn't come from anywhere else. The soul is already anxious to go back to the Father. It's miserable being in separation. So the question of a shortcut doesn't arise. The teachings of the mystics should not remain confined to literature, to discussion, to tapes. They have to be imprinted on our heart. They have to be lived. They have to be followed. The other activities are just means. The main thing is to live in the teachings, in that way of life. Question 453. Something has been bothering me. Master, you made the statement that the mind must be made to sit in meditation either by force or love. Now, I have tried to sit in meditation for 3.5 years, maybe not too faithfully, but mostly it appears that I have to be forced. Sometimes I enjoy the meditation, but frankly, not too often. The question in my mind is, why doesn't the Master give his American disciples more glimpses of inner life, so the mind can learn to love meditation and sit for at least the allotted time? Answer. There are only 2 ways of attending to meditation. Either you have intense love and desire for meditation, or you make it a habit in your life. You tell yourself, this particular time has to be given to meditation, come what may. Only then does it become a habit. Call it force, call it habit, call it a matter of duty. Ultimately, it comes to the same thing. The other way is intense longing, intense desire and devotion, which forces you to attend to the meditation. That is always best. But if you are not fortunate to have that approach, then naturally we cannot relax in our meditation. We have got to make it a point that certain times in a day have to be devoted to meditation. As far as glimpses are concerned, when we are honest, when we are doing our duty, we certainly get glimpses here and there. Almost every satsangi gets some glimpses here and there, just to keep us on the path, so that we may continue in that faith, continue on that path. But we have to earn those experiences by our regular meditation, by our devotion, by our faith. You have to start with the ABCs. You have to work your way up in meditation. But we definitely get glimpses if we are really honest about our meditation. Question 454. Could you explain what it means for us to be honest in our meditation? Answer. We have to be sincere with ourselves. We must live with ourselves rather than living for others. We have to put in honest and sincere efforts, then leave the result to the Lord. Question 455. Maharaji, is there a difficult way, not a shortcut, besides meditation to achieve our goal? Answer. I don't think there is anything more difficult than meditation. Meditation is the most difficult. It looks so simple, and yet it is so difficult to attend to it. Sant Mat is very simple, but difficult to practice. It's easy to understand, very simple to understand, because the whole philosophy is very simple. But when we put it into practice, many obstacles come in the way. To live that way is a great problem. It's a constant struggle to live the teachings. Question 456. Maharaji, it has been said that a great deal of our time doing meditation is only practicing meditation. At what point can we feel that our efforts are really meditation? Answer. You see, sister, whether you are giving a very soft knock at the door, or whether you are giving a very hard knock at the door, whether you are frightened to knock and only shouting, you are at the door, and you want the door to be opened to you. Even when we are too nervous to knock, our intention is that the door should be opened and we should get admission. So our effort is there. Everybody has a different approach. Everybody who is on the path wants the door to be opened. Effort is when we are sitting in meditation, whether we are too nervous to knock or whether we are knocking. But when the owner of the house sees that you are not interested to get in, he will close the door again. Question 457. Professor said yesterday that sometimes we have so many problems in life, so many duties and responsibilities, that the master withholds the Shabbat. So why work so hard? Why not just do a little meditation at a time and just wait until we have fewer duties and responsibilities? Answer. Because it makes you restless if you don't attend to your meditation. You feel guilty. You feel a great weight on your mind if you don't attend to your meditation daily. So you attend to it. You want to enjoy that bliss and peace and happiness of meditation, of that atmosphere. There is no question of why, then. You see, Master never said that you should not attend to meditation. It is up to the Master. He deals with every soul individually. If it is in the interest of a certain soul to discharge certain obligations in this world, everything he has earned from attending to meditation is kept for him and will be given at the proper time. Master knows the tendency of that soul, so there is no question of our thinking that we should not do it. We have to attend to meditation. Then it is for the Master, how he manipulates and how he helps us to get rid of our karmas. We shouldn't try to take responsibility for his duties. We must attend to our own duties. Question 458. At the time of initiation, when you take on a large part of our karmas, does this change our future from what it would have been? Answer. You have to clear your own karma. When one goes to a forest, if he has a gun or a sword in his hand, he becomes fearless to meet any wild animal. But that doesn't mean that the person who gave him the gun or sword has to come and help him get rid of the wild animals. You have been given a technique of meditation. You have to help yourself. You have to make your own willpower strong to go through all your fate karma. Master also helps you to some extent, but you have to mainly help yourself by meditation. Sometimes when one is feeble, one can lean against somebody, but ultimately he has to walk on his own legs. He can't walk on another person's legs, in another person's shoes. He has to walk in his own shoes. Meditation helps us to clear all those karmas, gives us strength and willpower to go through our present karma, fate karma, and not to be tempted to sow new seeds. So meditation helps in every way. We have to do our duty. That is the main thing. Question 459. Simran becomes dry. Is there a way to make it sweeter? Answer. I can't say whether you can make it sweeter, but you can definitely attend to it with a little strong willpower. Every day you don't see the sun, but the sun rises every day. Sometimes thick clouds are there. Sometimes even in the daytime it becomes dark. That doesn't mean the sun hasn't risen today. The sun is always there. His grace is always there. His pull is always there. But thick layers of karmas just sweep us away, and we become absolutely helpless. So we should just continue with our meditation with a little strong willpower, and they will pass, and you will again enjoy that sunshine. Question. So then you will be given the strength to come back? Answer. Yes, we have to do our best, then leave it to him. We shouldn't try to deceive ourselves. That is the main thing. We must do our best and then leave it to him and not worry much. Question 460. Master, could you comment on the concept that there's no failure in Sant Mat? I've read it many times, but I'd just like to hear it from you again. Answer. Failure means that I have done my best to attend to meditation, but I couldn't succeed. Failure doesn't mean that I never attended to meditation. That is not failure. That is not even attempting. Failure means I have done my best. I have given my time. I have lived the way of life while I have been trying to build my treasure. From every point of view, I have been keeping myself clean, but I have not achieved anything within myself. So this is my failure. That effort will not be lost. That is what is meant by failure. Failure only comes when we are attempting to achieve something, and we have not been able to achieve it. When we never attempt to achieve it, then where is the failure? If the child doesn't even try to learn to walk, he will never learn to walk. If the child is trying to learn to walk, he's bound to fall here and there and get bruises. But he's attempting to learn to walk. So our attempt is there, our efforts are there, but the result is not in our hands. From that point of view, we can say that we have failed, but that is no failure. Question 461. Master, if we try to meditate and our thoughts are still outside all the time, are we really getting anywhere? Answer. Sister, any time we devote to meditation, howsoever imperfect that meditation may be, is to our credit. It helps. It helps us to grow towards the path. So we should not think that our meditation is not very qualitative. We should think that it should at least be quantitative. Automatically, quality comes with quantity. If we don't start, we will never learn to walk. If we start, then naturally we fall also. We get bruises also. But as long as we get up again and start walking again, we will ultimately learn. So every effort made on the path is to our credit. A child, when he grows, has to pass through so many phases. He doesn't just start running after birth. He has to pass through so many phases, and every phase is a step forward. He doesn't even know how to lie down. He doesn't know how to keep his head straight, how to sit, how to stand. He has to pass through so many phases before he learns to stand and run. We have forgotten all those problems now that we are grown, but if we look at childhood, we have so many problems in the beginning. Question 462. Master, you said the Father gives the pull from within. He gives you the love and devotion. Why is it that sometimes we don't feel love for the Father, and other times we do? Why do we have certain moods when we don't feel love, we don't feel devotion? Answer. Well, brother, at certain times a layer of karma comes. A cloud of karma comes. When a cloud comes, there is no light from the sun. When the clouds lift, you see the light of the sun. Our Father is always filling us with love and devotion. But when a layer of karma comes, sometimes we don't feel that love and devotion at all. In order to remove that layer of clouds, that layer of karma, we have to attend to our meditation. Question 463. But is it also correct to say that our initial attempts to meditate are really only by the grace of the Master? Answer. Everything is done by the grace of the Father in this world. A seeker can achieve nothing without his grace. Without his grace, a seeker would not even know about the Father. What to say of reaching the Father? What to say of trying to achieve the destination? He would not even know about the Father. Without his grace, we would never be able to take birth in a family in which we could know about the Father. If we take a birth in a certain family, we get that atmosphere of love and devotion for the Father. Then we have the company of certain friends who influence us towards our destination. All this you get by grace. And by his grace, we have that longing and desire in us to go back to the Father. We search. We read books. We find the path. We try to tread the path, try to achieve that object. Everything happens by grace. Without his grace, nothing can happen. Unless he wishes, nobody can reach him. We are all blind, groping in the dark. He is the only one who can show us the light out of this darkness. And he has his own ways and means to show that light to us. Nobody can achieve anything without his grace at all. We think that we worship him, that we love him, but he is the one who is pulling us from within, who creates that desire in us to worship him, and creates that longing for him. He is the one who is pulling from the back. We are only an instrument, so to say. Question 464. Master, is the Lord's grace in a person's destiny or karma? Or is that just a gift of the Lord beyond his karma or destiny? Answer. You see, it's very difficult to put any limitation or condition on the grace of the Lord. We can't say that by doing this he must give us grace. He must shower grace on us. He is all-powerful. He may shower his grace whenever he wants to, wherever he wants to. There are no conditions to invoke his grace. But normally what a human being can do is to be good, to be kind, to be nice, to attend to meditation. We are doing all these things to invoke His grace. Meditation is nothing but knocking at His door for His grace, for His blessings, for His mercy, for His forgiveness. That is the purpose of meditation. And if we are sincere, if we are successful in knocking, He doesn't withhold His grace, because He is the one who has prompted us to knock at His door. He's pulling us towards Him. That is why we are knocking at His door. If He initiates that longing and is provoking us to knock at His door, He won't withhold His grace to open the door and make us one with Him, because He has started all this within us. So naturally, He is also anxious that we should be receptive to His grace and that we should receive His grace. Question 465. The masters say that there's absolutely no effort without grace. So I don't understand how. The way I see it is that it's all the grace of the master. As you said before about the food and the plate, if we want to think we are moving our arm back and forth in order to eat, okay, go ahead. But really, the way I see it, it says in the books that there's only grace and no effort at all. It's all impossible without the master. Answer. It depends on from where you look at things, whether you look from the higher angle or the lower angle. It depends on from what stage you are looking. If you look from a very, very high angle, nothing moves without the Father's grace. Without His grace, we would not have gotten human birth. Without His grace, we would not have gotten the environment or atmosphere which pulled us to the path. Without His grace, we would not have developed that love and longing of separation to become one with Him. Without His grace, we could not get that environment and the facilities with which to sit in meditation, to put in that effort. So from the higher angle, nothing happens without His grace. He's the one who marks us, and He makes us worthy of His marking. He makes us worthy of His test, and He's the one who tests us. He is within us. He worships Himself through us. In other words, from that higher angle. From our level, we have to put in effort, and then depend upon His grace. Guru Nanak says, if you look to our karmas, there will be no end to it. If you go on washing the earth with your hand, how do you expect you'll ever be able to reach the water below? The water is 200 or 300 feet down. But how can we reach there? The earth between us and the water is the layers of our karma. And this is the way you have made us. So Guru Nanak is telling us that we all depend on His grace. Nothing but His grace. Question 466. Master, we know that our ultimate goal is God realization, and we know that realized souls have put in tremendous effort to achieve such a task, while we are living nowadays with family and business duties and just a few hours of meditation. I mean to say, the achievement is so high and our effort is very, very low. Answer. Even if we won't put in low effort, as you call it, then what will we achieve? Let us at least put in low effort. Then automatically it will become high effort. With our sincerity, with our honesty in meditation, our quality of meditation increases. It's not the quantity which matters so much. It is the quality of meditation. So our quality will become purer and purer, better and better, with the effort which we try to make, however little it may be. We are trying to improve the quality of our meditation. And then the Lord's grace is always there to pull us. If we think that with our effort we'll be able to achieve anything, it is impossible. When we improve the quality of our sincerity, our honesty, then we invoke His grace to come to our help, which is never lacking. If sincerity is there, honesty is there, which bring longing in us and create real devotion in us, all these factors provoke His grace to help us eliminate all that stands between us and the Father. Just by meditation, by effort, I don't think anybody can ever reach back to Him. We're trying to make ourselves receptive by meditation, and then He has to fill us. His grace is there. Question 467. Master, you said something about when we were brought down to this creation and we didn't have a choice, and I wondered if that is the reason why we love it so much. Answer. Sister, as Guru Nanak says, if you go on washing the earth, there will be no end to it. You will never be able to reach the bottom. What to say of clearing our karmas, our sins? We are humans. We can't help it. We can escape from this realm only with the Lord's grace. If you say we can escape by our effort, by our intellect, it's impossible. We can do it only by His grace. We are all condemned to this creation, and we can't help it. We have been made like that. It's not even our fault. We were made like that. Guru Nanak says that we humans will always act like this. If we want to account for our karmas, there will be no limit to it. We will never be able to escape. What we need is His grace. When His grace is there, circumstances combine in such a way that we want to get out of the creation. We come to the path. We get the opportunity to meditate. We get the facilities, the atmosphere. We feel His love, His devotion. And we turn our back to the world and look to Him. All these things come just by His grace. It's not that we have done something to deserve all that. We have done nothing. A man can never do anything to deserve all this. We can never do anything to deserve His love. He just gives it and gives it. We are too small fry to even invoke His grace because we are so helpless as humans in this creation. It's all His grace. If the Master won't come with His grace, then who will? It is nothing but His grace that we get so much pull and love for the Lord from within. Unless He pulls from within, nobody can even think about the Father. Actually, He worships Himself through us. When He wants to pull us to His own level, He worships Himself through us. We are just helpless. Question 468. Master, one evening you said that love is a gift of the Lord. Can you tell us how we can become worthy of this gift? Answer. Well, if we look within ourselves and think we have become worthy, we never become worthy. We have been here in this creation for generations and generations, and we have been collecting so many karmas every time we have been here. If we must account for all those karmas, it will be impossible to become worthy of the Lord. There would be no end to them. So what we need is the Lord's grace, His forgiveness, nothing else. We can do our best in meditation, pray to Him, be sincere with Him, be honest with Him. But grace depends entirely upon Him. We can't say that now, since we have prayed so long, since we have been good for so many years, now we deserve His grace, now we have become worthy of His grace. In no way can we ever become worthy of His grace. He just showers grace. He knows best on whom and when. Question 469. How does one develop true spiritual love for the Master and Satsangis when one has grown rather hard in the business world and has almost forgotten brotherly love? Answer. Well, when love comes, it just comes. You do not have to build it. You do not have to grow it. It comes. When it is the Lord's grace, it just comes. For putting forth the effort, so to say, we should attend to meditation daily, read literature on Sant Mat, hear Satsang, and try to be in association with the saints. All these things help us to develop that love. But then, all these things can be done only when His grace is there. So actually it comes back to the same thing, that when He wants us to have it, only then it comes. Question 470. Since masters or saints always give their grace, where does the value of effort come on the path? Answer. The grace forces you to put in effort, unless you want to resist the grace. You see, you will feel the pull from within to sit in meditation, to achieve something within. That is the grace. Now grace is pushing you to make the effort, making you sit in meditation, making you awake early in the morning, and making you feel guilty the whole day if you don't attend to your meditation. That is all grace. That is forcing you to put in effort. So saints have their own way of giving grace. Question 471. Maharaji, yesterday in Satsang you said that the worship of the Spirit is worship of the Father, and that is the true worship that pleases the Father. And you've also told us in a meeting, and told me before, that our true surrender won't come until we own that which we can surrender to you. So my question is, how do we become more receptive to the ever-flowing grace of the Master? And mainly, how do we become good beggars in order to get to that point of surrender? Answer. The more grace He gives us, the more we try to reach Him, the more pangs of love we feel within ourselves. Without His grace, nothing can be achieved at all. We are so much involved in this Maya, in this illusion, that we hardly know what reality is. Things which are not real, we want them. That which is real, we don't know what is real. We love those who have no reality, and He who has reality, the Lord, we are not even conscious of Him. Only He's eternal. Only He exists. Nothing else exists in this creation, but we are not conscious of Him. We are conscious of this creation, which has to perish. It is just by His grace that we realize this hard fact and are able to withdraw our mind from this creation and put our attention toward the worship of the Father. Without His grace, we can achieve nothing. Question 472. When we meditate, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning, is this grace, free will, or destiny, or all three? Answer. It is not just by coincidence that we meet a master or are on the path. If the marking is done by the Father, that marking is a part of destiny. So marking is grace, and our destiny is also grace. If we are destined to follow a path, it is His grace, because He has marked us, allotted us to a certain mystic who will put us on the path. He has given us into the charge of a certain mystic. As Christ says, I of my own will do nothing. I do what my Father wants me to do. So mystics don't pick up souls and initiate them by their own free will. They only pick up those who are marked by the Father. The marked ones will automatically be drawn to that mystic. So nothing happens without His grace. He is the one who sends the Master. He is the one who marks us. And then we are pulled by the Master. Everything starts with His grace. And then He also puts in us the urge to make effort. And then we become happy to devote our time to meditation. Everything starts with His grace. But we should also be receptive to the grace and do our best, whatever we can do. Question 473. What difference does it make whether I meditate or not, or for how long, since the answer is always, please attend to your meditation? Answer. You see, it's a constant struggle with the mind. Your hunger will increase. Your hunger will come when you give your time to meditation. Without hunger, you won't sit in meditation at all. And without meditation, you won't be able to increase your hunger. Hunger is there. That is why we sit in meditation. Whether we are able to concentrate or not, that's a different thing. But hunger is there. Need is there. That is why we are devoting our time to meditation. There will be more hunger, a greater intensity of hunger, when you give more time to meditation. Hunger automatically will increase. Question 474. Is it true to say that progress is in direct proportion to the amount of effort? Answer. The amount of effort, the amount of His grace, the amount of karma which we have to destroy, so many things affect our progress. If there is only a very little heap of rubbish, it takes only a little time to burn that rubbish. If the heap is big, it will be burned in due course, but it will take more time. It won't be so quick. So you can't say that if two people are giving the same time to meditation, they will be able to get the same result at the same time. You can't say that at all. Everybody has an individual load of karmas, an individual heap of rubbish to burn. And you also can't know whether this is your first birth on the path, or second birth on the path, or third birth on the path. You may have burned a lot of rubbish in the last life, so you have very little to burn in this life. That is why Christ said, the first may be the last, and the last may be the first. There's no seniority, you see, for spiritual progress on the path. That since I have devoted more time and I started meditation earlier, I should have better results than the other person who has come at a later stage on the path and so has devoted less time to meditation. You can't compare like that because you don't know his background. Your background is different than his background. Your load of karmas is different than his load of karmas. So you can't compare that with anyone at all. We should try to do our duty, and then it depends on how much load we have to carry or we have to burn. His grace is there. Our effort should be there. His grace is never lacking if our effort is sincere and honest. His grace is never lacking because once He marks us, once He brings us in touch with a mystic, once we come in touch with the sound or that sweet melody within, then He doesn't withhold His grace. But for that grace, we wouldn't be in touch with that voice of God within at all. We wouldn't be given this human life. We wouldn't be on the path at all. We wouldn't meet a mystic at all, but for His grace. So when He has marked us to be part of a certain fold, of a certain master, He doesn't withhold His grace after that. He's more anxious than we are. So His grace is always there. But we have to do our duty. We just can't look to the grace without even doing our duty. We should do our best. Then His grace is always there. Question 475. It is mentioned in our talks among satsangis sometimes that we do the work and the grace comes. Sometimes there seems to be confusion between the grace and the effort. Is it not that we should always make the effort? If I put in the effort, I will get the grace. The more effort, the more grace? Answer. That is right. The more the effort, the more grace we receive. But only through the Lord's grace will we be able to put forth the effort. Without His grace, we will never even think about the Lord. Without His grace, we will never find ourselves on the path. Without His grace, we will never contact a master. Without His grace, we will never be able to devote time to meditation. Everything comes through His grace. But we should not think that only when His grace comes will we give time to meditation. Our duty is to be sincere in our efforts to meditate. When He wants to give His grace to us, He will definitely do so. For instance, if we have a maidservant working in our house, and she works honestly and sincerely, we are so pleased that we want to give her a bonus. So when we are working in the name of the Lord, out of devotion to Him, He is not unmindful of what we are doing. He will definitely reward us for what we are doing. But supposing a beggar comes to your door and asks you to first assure him that you are going to give him alms before he asks for them. Nobody will bother about him. It is his duty to knock at the door, to beg, to ask. It is for the owner of the house to give or not to give. But when he really asks, he really gets. We cannot put the cart before the horse. So we have to beg. We have to put in the effort. Then the Lord will shower His grace. Question 476. How much do our daily activities affect how close we can feel towards the Master? Is our life so bounded by destiny that what we do on a day-to-day basis doesn't affect that so much? Answer. If the seed of love is not planted in us, what can we do? If you don't have that atmosphere and environment, those facilities and opportunities in which you can develop love for the Lord, what can you do? And that is not in our hands. That is in His hands. So He plants the seed of love, and He also helps it to grow to the extent that we become one with Him. That is also His grace, because He provides that opportunity, that facility, the environment, the atmosphere, which are very essential for that love to grow so that we can become Him. And that is entirely in His hands. So this feeling which we have within us, that our love should grow, that is also planted by Him. That is also a part of destiny. That is also part of His grace. You would like the love to grow only when you want it to grow. This wanting it to grow is not in your hands. That is in His hands. That He's pulling you and you feel that your love should grow more and more. That is in His hands. Question 477. Isn't it true that we can do nothing on our own, that we are entirely dependent on grace? Answer. That is true. We will get His grace only when He wants us to get it. It is always there, but we are not always receptive to it. And it is He who makes us receptive. By His grace we can have His love. We have to make the effort, do our spiritual practice, and it is for Him to give us grace. He does not withhold His grace when we are sincere and honest in our love and devotion. And all this meditation, all these spiritual practices, are simply to make us receptive to His grace. But only with His grace will we get such an atmosphere, such circumstances that we can devote time to meditation, and that we will long to meet Him. He is within us, every one of us. Being within us, He gives us His own love. We think we love Him, but actually He loves us. It is He who creates that love in us. We are just responding to His love. The more we respond to His love, the more we feel His love in us. In fact, it is the giver who is giving this love. We are not doing anything. We are just responding to what he gives us. The more receptive we become, the more love and devotion we feel within ourselves for the Lord. Question: but the progress is in the hands of the Master, is it not? Answer: as we have just discussed, it is a matter of grace. We have to put in our efforts. The Master helps us, the Lord helps us, but we must make the effort. Progress we do get accordingly. As we make more effort, we get more grace to make more progress. Question 478. Master, how can we possibly clear all our karmas? Answer: by meditation. That is the only way. You see, brother, the Lord's grace is not lacking. Our efforts are lacking. Our sincerity is lacking. Our faith is lacking. The Lord's grace is not lacking. He is more anxious to pull us than we are anxious to go back to him. But for that, we would not be on the path at all today. It is because of his pull that we find ourselves on the path. Question 479. We have been told that the Lord helps those who help themselves. Suppose a person becomes helpless and cannot help himself. Answer: we are helping ourselves when we are in meditation day and night. His grace will also be there. If we refuse to meditate and are always expecting his grace, we do not deserve it. If a beggar is not going to knock at the door, how is the owner of the house going to give anything to him? If a child does not weep, the mother also does not pay much attention. For example, in our country, generally we have maidservants, and one takes the child out to play so that the mother can do her work. If the child weeps and cries for the mother, the maidservant tries to humor him. She tells him fairy stories, or she may give him toys to play with, or she may give him some sweets. She tries to engage his attention. But if the child refuses everything and just weeps for the mother and wants only the mother and nothing else, the mother cannot resist it. She runs from the house and embraces him. Similarly, we are all children playing in this world with the material or worldly faces and all that. We are so attached to them and absorbed in playing with them that we do not even think about the Lord. We are away from him. But when we have real longing and devotion for him alone and want only him, we withdraw our attention from everything else. Then he cannot bear it, comes to meet us with open arms and embraces us as he receives us. Mostly we do not try to meditate for his sake. We meditate for worldly possessions. Even if we meditate, we do not pray to him for his grace, but we pray for worldly things to satisfy our worldly desires and cravings. We want him to fulfill our desires and nothing else. We do not want him for his sake. In Sant Mat, we are just to pray to him for him, to merge back into him. When we do our duty with love and devotion, he will also help us. When we are helping ourselves, we will get his help too. Question 480. Sometimes a glimpse is seen during bhajan which does not recur for a month or so. What could be the reason? Answer: sometimes, with the grace of the Lord, we get a glimpse of the Master, or we have some inner experiences, just to keep us straight on the path. Then again, sometimes we become shaky and do not try to give our time to meditation. We do find such experiences within ourselves. This is actually just a reminder, a push given to us to keep us steady on the path. But we still have to practice and earn all those experiences, because we have not earned these experiences yet. It is only with the grace of the Lord or the Father that we get these experiences so that we may continue on the path. Question 481. How does the idea of grace fit into this business of karma? Answer. Sister, without grace, nothing can happen. Grace means the grace of the Lord. Only by His grace will we come into a certain atmosphere where we can work our way up. Without His grace, we can never even think about Him, and we would never know that the Lord exists. But He does not come into this world directly. He sends His grace through some means, through some instruments, through the masters. As you have often read in the Bible, Christ said, "I have been sent by my Father. I have been sent for those marked souls, those particular souls who are ready to go back to Him." That is His grace. When the Lord wants those sheep, those particular souls to be collected to come back to Him, His grace is there, and the Master is sent to collect them. Without His grace, the saints or masters would not come into this world. Without His grace, we would not even think of the Lord, much less try to meditate. His grace is the first step in meditation. Without His grace, nothing can happen. But when we are sincere, when we want to work our way up, His grace also comes. If we go one step, He comes 10 steps to meet us. But we have got to be sincere in our efforts. He always receives us with open arms, provided we want Him, we long for Him. Mostly we do not try to seek Him. Mostly we do not try to have real devotion for Him. Even if we turn to Him, it is not for meeting Him, but to achieve some worldly aims, desires, and possessions. We want Him to fulfill all that our mind wants. We do not want Him for Himself. Very few people want Him for His sake. Most people have ulterior motives. They want Him because He can be a good instrument for fulfilling their desires. That is not wanting Him. That is not invoking His grace. We should worship Him because we want Him. We love Him. The basis of religion is not fear, but love. We do not want to worship Him to escape from the woes of the world. We worship Him because we are in love with Him. And when you are in love with anybody, you just want to be with Him for the sake of love, and not for the fulfillment of any desires or worldly things. So unless that real longing, that real yearning comes within us, and that real devotion takes place in our heart, we cannot achieve our destination. People hardly pray to Him for His grace, for His blessings, for helping them to merge back into Him. They usually pray to Him for their sons, their litigations, their wealth, their health, and for so many other worldly desires to be fulfilled. They never pray to Him for His sake, for Him. They only want to make Him their means, an instrument to satisfy their desires. And who creates the desires? The mind creates the desires. And to whom are we praying to fulfill them? We are asking the Lord to fulfill our desires. We are not explaining to our mind to abide by the will of the Lord. We are trying to explain to the Lord to abide by the will of the mind. We then serve the mind, not the Lord. Unless we completely surrender ourselves to Him, driving all these desires out of our mind, we cannot achieve our destination, because He will always give us what we want. We will have to surrender to Him. When we just want Him from Him, only then can we merge back into Him. So we have to create within ourselves that real longing and desire for Him, devotion to Him. Question 482. Has the Master the power to help the disciple open the inner eye while the disciple is meditating? Or is it just that we have to be purified so much until it automatically opens of its own accord, and then the Master helps us to open it? Answer: Brother, it takes both. We have to put in the effort, and the grace of the Master is always there. My Master used to tell us that if a disciple goes 1 step forward, the Master comes 10 steps to receive him. If we go 10 steps, he comes 100 steps to receive us. If we are sincere and honest in our devotion, in our efforts, he never withholds his grace. It is always there. Question 483. Maharaji, it is said that if the disciple takes 1 step towards the Master, he takes 9 steps toward the disciple. Can you say something about the nature of that 1 step? Answer: Actually, it is the Lord who pulls us from within. We are so tied down with the attachments of this creation that it becomes difficult for us to take even 1 step. We are so engrossed in this creation, so attached to this creation. Our roots have gone so deep into this creation that it is not so easy to uproot them. So even our 1 step is a great step. Without His grace, we can never get out of this creation. So even our 1 step is sufficient for Him to pull us. Question 484. Do you think contemplation can be attained by anyone, by an ordinary person? Answer: Everybody should try it, and everybody can try it, and that is what the Lord wants. But we can try only when He wants us to. That is what I said. Without His grace, nothing can be done. But we have to make the effort, and not try to justify our failure to do so by thinking that when the Lord wants us to, we will contemplate on Him. We cannot put a condition that we will only beg of the Lord if we are sure that He is going to give to us. But it is entirely at His mercy. He can give to us whenever He likes. When anybody in this world asks us for anything 4 or 5 or 6 times, we feel like giving it. So how can the Lord be unmindful if we are really begging at His door? The thing is that we must beg at His door. And we can beg only if we find the door of the Lord. And that door is here, between the eyes. We should come here, concentrate all our attention here, and beg from Him, and He will definitely give us what we want. Question 485. What I don't understand is, where does the effort come from? Does it not come from grace? Answer: They both go together. Without grace, effort will not come, and without effort, you will not get grace. Without the Lord's grace, you would never be on the path and would never meet the Master, nor would you be filled with the desire to meditate. So first came His grace, and now should come the desire for meditation. When you are giving your time to meditation, you are getting more and more grace from the Lord. Grace is to eliminate the sinchit karmas, which stand between the soul and the Father. These will be eliminated through meditation. So meditation is nothing but asking the Lord for His grace to eliminate that veil of darkness from our way. The mind then becomes receptive to that divine melody within. Question 486. How are we brought to meditation? Answer: By the grace of the Lord. There is no other way. We may say that we have become devotees of the Lord because we have found the right teachings, we have found the path, we have found the Master. It would be quite wrong to think so. Actually, when He wants to put us on the path, when He wants to give us His devotion, He creates such circumstances that we have no option but to follow that path. We are ultimately drawn to the path. It is all in His hands. When He wishes it, everything becomes clear to us. First is His grace. With His grace, we will meet a master. Through contact with the master, we will be put on the path. And with our efforts, we invoke His grace to travel on that path, until ultimately our practice will lead us to our home, and we merge back into Him. Everything is interconnected. Without the Lord's grace, nothing can happen. Question 487. Could you please explain something of the love and mercy that a master has for a disciple that produces the desire for inner darshan? Answer. Well, brother, when a beggar knocks at the door for alms, he's asking for mercy. So knocking at the door invokes the mercy of the house owner. Attending to meditation, we are trying to invoke the mercy of the Father, the grace of the Father. What is the grace of the Father? To pray to Him that whatever stands between us and the Father should be eliminated, and that we should become one with Him. That is the mercy we are trying to seek. That is the forgiveness we are trying to seek. Our own ego, our own load of karma, our mind, stands between us and the Father. So we are trying to seek His forgiveness, asking Him to forgive us for whatever stands between us and the Father. Meditation is nothing but invoking the mercy of the Father. By our own efforts, we will never be able to account for all the karmas, all the rubbish which we have collected all through, right from the beginning of the creation. It's only His mercy which can pull us back to His level. Without His grace and mercy, we would never have even thought about the Father. We would never get an opportunity even to think about Him. Our circumstances, our environment would not be conducive to our meditation at all without His grace and mercy. So He's the one who's pulling us from within. He's the one who makes us receptive to His grace. He's doing everything. Question 488. Is not God's grace the power to shape all that we are destined to become? Answer. God's grace is always there, but brother, we have to become receptive to His grace. If it is raining very heavily and your cup is upside down, not a drop of water will get into it. You have to put that cup with the right side up, and then it will be filled with rainwater. God's grace is always there, within every one of us, but we have to be receptive to that grace. And by receptive, I mean that we have to withdraw our consciousness to that point where His grace is coming day and night. Unless we attach ourselves to that, and unless we are filled with that love and devotion for the Lord, naturally these desires and attachments of the world will not go out of us. There is no limit to His grace, which is everywhere, but we have to be receptive. Question 489. Maharaji, you say that we should be receptive to the grace. What is the best way to be receptive to it? Answer. Well, the best way to be receptive is, when the Lord would like us to be receptive, we will become receptive. He knows the ways and means to make us receptive. But we have to read the literature, attend the meetings, help each other, and devote the required time every day, regularly and punctually, to the spiritual practice. We have to live in Sant Mat, in that atmosphere. All these are means to be receptive to His love. Question. But Maharaji, if it is the Master who makes us receptive, then we need not have a feeling of guilt for being bad satsangis? Answer. Sister, we should never entertain the guilty feeling of being a bad satsangi. As I told you, there are no failures in Sant Mat. You are going ahead. You have to go ahead. But we have to be satsangis. Do not forget that. We should not forget the definition of a satsangi, and do our best to live up to it. The principles on which we have to stand, the time which we have to devote, these are prerequisites of being a satsangi, what is expected of a satsangi. If we are real satsangis, we should have no feeling of guilt. Whether you are considered good or bad makes no difference, as long as you remain a satsangi in the true sense of the word. Question 490. Maharaji, on the special occasions when grace and mercy are bestowed on the disciple, is that an intervention by the master? Answer. The whole life of a disciple is a special occasion. When the marked soul takes a new birth, the saint becomes responsible to take the soul back to the Father. He becomes responsible after giving it a new birth to help the child grow to become one with the Father. So every step, every occasion is a special occasion for the disciple. The Lord's blessing and grace is always there with the disciple, but it is up to us to be receptive to that grace. If a cup is upside down, however hard it rains, not a drop can get in. If the cup is in the right direction, it can be filled. Master's grace is always there. He doesn't withhold his grace after initiation. A gardener does his best to see that a tree yields fruit. He puts the right type of nutrients in the soil and waters, cuts and prunes the tree because he's anxious for it to yield fruit once he has taken responsibility for it. The master is always anxious that the disciple should go, the sooner the better, back to the level of the Father. When he's so anxious, he doesn't withhold his grace. We have to make use of that grace by becoming receptive, and meditation makes us receptive to his grace. Whenever we attend to meditation, that's a special occasion to get the grace. Otherwise, his grace is always there. Responding to the inner pull. Question 491. So you can't say how much meditation you want to do? You don't have any willpower about how much meditation you want to do? That's not in your hands either, how much meditation you can do. Answer. Well, brother, actually it is not in your hands at all. If there is no pull from within for meditation, you will not even sit for meditation. When the pull is there to become one with the Beloved, you can't help sitting in meditation. When day and night the pull is within, that I should become one with my Beloved within, I should be with the radiant form of the Master within, that I should become one with that infinity within. The pull will be so strong in you that you can't help sitting in meditation. You will set aside the whole world, and you will give your time to meditation, because there is such a strong pull from within to become one with Him. And if that pull is not there, you may do your best to sit in meditation, but you will not be able to sit for 5 minutes. And that pull is not in your hands. That pull is in the Lord's hand. So you can say that you are sitting in meditation, but actually there's someone else who's forcing you to sit in meditation. You see, a lover is running after his beloved. He thinks that he's running after the beloved. But for that love, would he run after that beloved? This love is forcing that lover to run after that beloved and to make any sacrifices to become one with the beloved. But for that love, he would not make even the slightest sacrifice for her. So he's not doing it. The love makes him do all these things. Minus love, he would not do anything. He would not give her even a glance or a look or even talk to her. There are thousands like her, but there is something in him making him helpless to run after the beloved. And that something is not in his power. That is in the hand of the Lord. So when he makes us restless to become one with him, we all become helpless to sit in meditation. We devote our time. We read Sant Mat books, we try to dissolve our doubts, and we're not happy with ourselves unless we give our time to meditation. We don't find that bliss anywhere else. Nothing, no company of the world attracts us. We find misery in the most glamorous company, from a worldly point of view. We become miserable with them because there's something within us which is forcing us towards the Lord. So it is not in your hands to do all those things. He who is pulling you is within you. He will make you sit in meditation. You can't help that. In a Shabbat by Guru Nanak, after explaining the whole Sant Mat teaching, he says, "We're all helpless. Nothing is in our hands. Everything is in your hand. So please have your mercy, have grace on us. Everything is in your hand. We are all puppets." And what is meditation? The realization of this very fact, that we are puppets. We are helpless and He does everything. This realization can only come when you're able to eliminate the ego from you. As long as the ego is there, your individuality is there, your identity is there, you think you are doing everything. Who can make you dance? And when, with the help of meditation, that ego is eliminated, then we know our insignificance before that mighty Father. Who am I? What am I? Then you realize all that, and that realization is the real knowledge which can come only by meditation. And meditation is entirely in His court, in His hands. And if He has marked you to become one with Him, you can't help running after Him. Without His marking, you may do your best to run after Him to find the path, but you will never succeed. You will have all sorts of doubts. All sorts of intellect will come in your way. 101 circumstances will force you out of it. You can't help it. So everything is in the hands of the Father. Question 492. Master, isn't love a gift of the Lord? Or do we have to earn it by effort? Answer. Sister, to be very frank, love is a gift from the Lord. Unless the Lord wishes, we can never think about Him. Unless He pulls us towards Himself, we can never search for Him at all. We think we are loving the Lord. We think we are finding the Lord. Actually, He is the one who's pulling us from within, giving us facilities, opportunities, environments, creating all that atmosphere within us, so that we think about the Lord and try to make a search to go back to the Father. He is the one who's giving all that to us. Without Him, we can never think about the Father at all. So it is a gift given to us by Him. And the more we love, the more it grows. Of course, it starts with the Father, but then we try to search for Him, and our love grows and grows. The more He gives, the more it grows. The more effort we make, the more love we feel. The more His grace is there, the more effort we make. These will always go side by side. Question 493. Master, I have heard that it's gratitude which promotes that receptivity to meditate. How can we develop a greater sense of gratitude so that we can be more receptive? Answer. By attending to that pull from within. The more effort you make, the more receptive you will become. The more receptive you will become, the more effort you will be able to make. We have to build that atmosphere in which we can build our treasure in heaven. You see, atmosphere counts a lot for meditation. That is why there is so much literature which we read, so many meetings, satsangs, discussions. All that is just to build that atmosphere for meditation, to help us be a source of strength to each other, so that we can help each other attend to our meditation. These are all means, strong means to that end. All these things make us receptive to that meditation. Question 494. Maharaji, earlier in the session, when answering a question about grace and effort, you made the analogy of the Lord providing or giving us hunger. Answer. Hunger is there. That is why you are putting in effort. Hunger is forcing you to put in effort. Longing is there within. He is pulling you from within, so you are putting in effort to reach there. If there is no food on the plate and you are hungry, you have nothing to eat. What will you do? If there is food on the plate and you have no hunger, even then you won't eat. Your hands will only work when there is delicious food on the plate and you're hungry. Then you automatically eat. So effort comes with the hunger, and then there is also something to eat. Similarly, the Lord has kept that food within every one of us here at the eye center. And now He gives you the hunger to taste that living water, to taste that nectar. And that hunger is making you put in effort to reach to that level of consciousness where you can taste that nectar, satisfy your hunger. So the Lord has kept that food within you and has given you that hunger. And that hunger is forcing you to taste that food. If the hunger is not there, the food is still within everyone, but nobody tries to put in effort to eat it. If you are thirsty, then you will search for a well. If you are not thirsty, you will not care to search for a well. And if you are thirsty and you see the water in the well, you will try to adopt 101 means to pull the water out to drink. That hunger is in the Lord's hand, and He also gives the food. He is the giver of the food, and He is the giver of the hunger. That is why Christ said, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall get rest." Those who miss the Lord, who feel the separation from the Father, who feel that pull from within, who have that hunger to become one with the Father, they are the blessed ones. Ultimately, their hunger will take them to the destination. Hunger will force them to put in effort, and they will find the destination. Question 495. Maharaji, the question is, when someone very much wants the Master, but circumstances or other things in one's life prevent this, what can one do? Answer. Well, sister, Master is not anywhere outside. As I just told the other lady, Master is within every one of us, and that divine word is our real Master. So we should pray to Him within for guidance and for help. The pull has to come from within, and then we are automatically pulled towards Him, even outside. The pull has to come from within. We can only worship the Father by His grace. Nobody can worship Him without His grace. We can only worship Him if He wants us to worship Him. Actually, He worships Himself through us. When He wants us to worship, then He gives us that pull from within, and we become restless to become one with Him. We become restless to worship Him. Nobody can worship Him without His grace, without His pull from within. So even when we attend to meditation, it is nothing. It is not so much our effort, but just His grace that we are attending to meditation. I often give an example that if one is hungry and there is no food on the plate, then there is nothing to eat. And if there is delicious food on the plate and you are not hungry at all, your hands won't move. But if there is delicious food on the plate and you are also hungry, your hands automatically start moving from the plate to your mouth. It is not in your hands to have that food on the plate and to have that hunger. It is in the Lord's hands. When He wishes, He will give us delicious food on the plate, and He will also give us that hunger. Our hands will automatically start moving. We think that we are worshiping Him. Actually, He is worshiping Himself. When He wants us to worship Him, then He gives us that hunger. He gives us that thirst within. And He also puts us on the path to quench our thirst, to fill our stomachs. He also gives us that food, and then we start enjoying that bliss and peace within. Question 496. Maharaji, love and devotion and grace, I believe, are all that count. And you say that to get love and devotion, you just meditate more. But my mind is very active, and it's very difficult, extremely difficult to sit in meditation and concentrate. It's very difficult to even sit still. What can souls that are, to use a term, out of it, like myself, do to try to stimulate that sense of grace and love and devotion? Answer. Well, brother, if the Lord's pull were not there, we would not even think about the Father. When His pull is there from within, there is a seed of love and devotion within us, which He has created. He has sown that seed of love and devotion within us by pulling us, by marking us. Now we have to develop that seed, with His grace, by attending to meditation. And slowly we do. When we feel we have no love, it means we are not satisfied with the depth of love that we have. That doesn't mean that you have no love at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't think about it. When you feel you have no love, you have love, but you want more and more of it. You want it to grow. We're not satisfied with the depth of it. Love is there. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother about it. You would never even think about it. When we are conscious that we have no love, it means love is there. We want to grow it. We want to strengthen it. Question 497. You say that we should try not to resist the pull from within. But is there a part of us that is resisting that call? Answer. Yes, resisting in the sense that Shabad is always vibrating here at the eye center, and our mind is spread into the whole creation and running toward the senses. So we are not attending to that call within. We are resisting it. We are turning our back to that call. As Christ said, don't turn your back to the Holy Ghost. Don't sin against the Holy Ghost. The Shabad is calling every one of us. Question. So during the day, would it be good for us to try to listen to the sound, even if we're not hearing it, for a minute here or there throughout the day? Would that be not resisting that inner call, if we consciously made that effort? Answer. Please give your time to Shabad and Bhajan and Simran every day. Then that attitude of the mind will develop, that practically all our time is spent in meditation. You see, meditation is an attitude of the mind. Also, it means devoting our time to hearing the sound and doing Simran. Then, that habit of attending to meditation also creates an attitude of our mind, that our whole tendency and intention should always be towards meditation, whatever we may be doing in this creation. We have to change the attitude of our mind by meditation. Now, the attitude of our mind is outward, downward and outward. Then the attitude of the mind becomes inward, upward. We have to change our attitude of mind. Question. I think it was yesterday you said that if we really want to come inside, we must draw everything from the outside inward. For myself personally, I notice that my mind goes out. I love to read and to study and to go to seminars, and I feel myself mentally spreading out. Is it best to draw back in? Answer. Sister, whenever we are in, we are never out. Whenever we are out, we are never in. Whenever our consciousness is spread outside, we are not there where we can be in touch with that sound. Whenever we have that little concentration within, we are at once in touch with that light and sound. Whether our concentration is low or little, or just for a short time, we will be at once in touch with that light and sound. Question: should we be giving more than 2.5 hours a day to meditation? Answer: you don't have to give so much time. Give the time which is told to us at the time of initiation. 2.5 hours is sufficient to train our mind, to create a tendency towards meditation. The mind is being trained to attend to meditation. It starts getting pulled within. It starts losing interest outside. Question 498. Maharaji, you've spoken to us now about love and practice, about faith and practice. How does love come into it? Does it develop along with our faith? Answer: well, when it comes, it just comes. It comes from within. Actually, it is not in our hands. It's all with God's grace. If we say that I am building love, that's wrong. He's always pulling us from within. That is why Christ says, I have come for the marked souls. The marking was done by the Father. I have just come to collect them. So the one who is pulling from within is creating that love within us. He's creating that devotion in us. He's creating that yearning in us, that longing to go back to our home. He is the one who's pulling us from within. Without that pull from within, we would never have any love for the Lord. We would never even think about the Father. We would never even dream of going back to Him. He is the one who's pulling us from within. We think that we are seeking Him, we are loving Him, we are trying to develop faith in Him, we are trying to practice to go back to Him. But actually, He is the one who is working from within. He is creating all that pull, all that atmosphere, all that environment. He is creating all that light in which we can see and get out of this illusion. He is the one who is doing everything from within. We have to be receptive to His pull. That is the maximum we can do. And that's a great thing, to be receptive to the pull. But the pull must come from within. That is why Christ says, my teaching is not meant for everybody. I talk in parables. Those who are meant to understand, they will understand. Those who are not meant to understand, they will never understand my parables. Those who were meant to understand me, those who are meant to be pulled by the Father from within, automatically they will find themselves on the path. Automatically they will feel the pull to try to reach or try to seek the destination. That marking, that pull, has to come from within. So actually the love is nothing but the grace of the Father. It is not in our hands at all. Question 499. Maharaji, when I saw you this morning, I was not carried away as I have so often heard about. And you mentioned it's only through meditation that we develop that longing. Would you explain all that again? Answer: well, brother, one passes through so many phases in life. Sometimes you feel dry, and sometimes you feel full of emotions. One passes through so many phases in one's life. Meditation always strengthens our love. Actually, meditation creates love. Then it strengthens our love. Then, with the help of meditation, our love grows to the extent that we become one with the Father. All meditation helps. Questioner: I understand one doesn't go without the other. It's almost a question of which comes first. Answer: if He had not put that spark of love in you, you would not have thought of meeting the Lord at all. He is the one who is pulling you from within. So the spark starts. The love starts within us. Then we try to seek Him, search for Him. And that searching and seeking, with His grace, puts us on the path. And then when we try to follow the path, He gives us strength to follow the path. He strengthens our faith. He strengthens our love with the help of meditation, and by our following that path. He is the one who's pulling us from within. We sometimes think that we worship him, or that we are in love with him. Actually, he is in love with us. But for that, we would never be in love with him at all. As Christ says, I have come for the marked souls, for the allotted souls. So that marking and allotment has been done by the Father. And what is that marking and allotment? Creating that spark of love in us, which makes us restless to become one with him. That is his marking. Question 500. Can I hear something about faith and devotion, and why mystics expect faith from their disciples while they are the creators of that faith? Answer. Unless we have love for somebody, we don't have any faith in him at all. Love creates faith in the person, and faith leads us to the practice of obeying the instruction of the person. So they're all essential. If we have love for the Master, we will naturally have faith in him. And if we have faith in him, then we like to please him by following his instructions. Then we will attend to our practice, what he teaches. The whole remedy lies in practice. But for that, faith and love are required. Question. Why do they ask their disciples to have faith while they are the creators of that faith? Answer. The Lord creates his own love within us. We are just an instrument. We feel that we love him, but actually he is the one who is pulling us from inside. He's the one who is creating that love within us. We become restless to become one with him. The pull starts with him, but we should at least be receptive to the pull. We shouldn't resist the pull. We should be receptive to the pull. The Lord worships himself through us, in other words. Because he's the one who pulls, he's the one who makes us receptive to the pull, he's the one who pulls us to his own level within. But we have a certain part to play, so the part is being played through us. Without his grace, nobody can worship him, nobody can love him, because we are all blind. We are lost in this illusion. And we could never think about the Lord unless he creates those facilities, that opportunity, that atmosphere in which we can build our meditation. If that atmosphere is not there, that opportunity is not there, that environment is not there, what can we do? So he has everything in his hands. Question 501. Master, we're constantly encouraged to develop love, faith, and devotion for the Master on the path. Many times for me, it seems that's something I play in my imagination. I try, and yet it's something intangible. When we come to see you in your physical presence, then it becomes very tangible and feels much more real inside. Can you speak to us a little bit about the role of love, faith, and devotion? Answer. Well, brother, even if we live in imagination, live in love even in imagination, it is worth it. If we don't have the real love, the real devotion, but perhaps we imagine we have, even that imagination is worth living, because that will create real love someday. Love is the Lord's gift. You don't create it. You get it by his grace. Because unless he pulls from within, we don't feel the separation from him. We don't feel that pang to become one with another person, another being, unless his pull is there. So we have to be receptive to that pull. And then it grows and grows, the longing to become one with the Father. He is worshiping himself through us. Without his grace, nobody can worship him. So if he gives it to us, let us receive it. Let us be responsive to it. Question 502. Master, last night you said that yearning and suffering for the Lord was rare. Why is this rare? Answer. It's a rare privilege given to certain souls. It is only given to those whom the Lord wants to get back. Unless he loves the soul can never go back to the Father at all. The love starts with him. He marked the soul. He anoints the soul to come back to him. It means the love is on his side first. We also feel that love when the marking is there, and then we go back to him. Actually, love starts with the Father, not with the soul at all. If the Father didn't want the soul to love him, we would never think about the Lord at all. The pulling is always from him. He's within us and pulling us towards him. We think we love him, but actually he's loving us. We think we are suffering in separation and all that. He has given us this feeling of separation, of longing, of love. He has given us this gift. We think we love him, but actually he's pulling us. Question 503. Maharaji, after we are given the 5 names, we have to meditate and follow the Master's instructions to get back to the Father. That is the only way, isn't that correct? Answer. Absolutely, 100%. You see, we are all part of this creation and all lost in this illusion. It is not within our hands at all to go back to the Father unless he pulls us up to his level, and he has his own ways and means of pulling us to his level. It's not for the soul to go back to the Father. It's for the Father to pull the soul to his level, and he has his ways and means to do it. Question. Now there's another thing. It's all one-sided. You are one who loves us very much, but we can't return that love. Is that right? Answer. The Father creates his own love in us because we are lost in this illusion. We are in love with this creation, and we have forgotten the Creator, even though he is within every one of us. The Creator is nowhere outside. He is right within us, but we don't know where he is, and we have absolutely forgotten him, lost him. And we also have no inclination to become one with him, because we are so lost in this illusion. So unless he pulls us up, we cannot go back to him at all. He makes his presence known to us. He sows that seed of love within every one of us, and it develops. And then we become restless to become one with him. Question 504. Maharaji, on Saturday you said something to the effect that the Lord expresses his love for himself through his disciples. I was wondering if you might explain that a little further. Answer. Well, brother, I think I was trying to be very clear that if not for his grace, nobody would even think about the Father. We are so mixed up with this mesh of Maya, so involved in worldly and sensual pleasures, that we would never even think about the Father, but for the pull which he creates within every one of us. First, we start with his grace, that he starts pulling us. Then he makes us worthy of his pull. He makes us receptive to his pull. And then we attend to that pull. We try to achieve our destination. With his grace, we go back to him. So who is doing it? Isn't he worshiping himself through us? We were ignorant of him. We were slaves of worldly love, worldly sensual pleasures. He created that fire within us. He created that pull within us. He gave us the opportunity. He gave us that good company. He put us on the path, gave us the company of the mystics and saints, and made us more restless to become one with him. So restless that day and night we're thinking about him, trying to worship him and meditating on him. So when we achieve our destination, who's worshiping whom? through our body, he's worshiping himself. Because without his pull, without his grace, without his making us receptive, without his giving us the opportunities and facilities to meditate, nobody would do anything at all. Question 505. Do we have a choice here by saying that I choose not to go back to the Father? Answer. You have no choice. The Father forces you to meditate. He creates that desire in you to meditate, to go back to him, and that is forcing you to meditate. You think you are meditating in order to go back to the Father, but you forget the one who's pulling from the back. He is creating that desire in you, making you think that without meditation, I will never be able to go back to the Father, so I must attend to meditation. He has given you the intellect to know that without meditation, you will never be able to go back to the Father. He has given you that understanding. If he denies you that understanding, you will never meditate. So that is also not in your hands. Then he gives you the opportunities, the facilities, the atmosphere in which you can build your meditation, in which you can build your treasure. That is also not in your hands. So where is the free will? Question 506. Master, can you make too much effort? Answer. You see, a man who's not used to sitting 5 minutes in a day for meditation, perhaps he thinks 10 minutes is too much for him. And one who is giving 2 hours and 30 minutes every day may think 6 or 7 hours is too much for him. So it's comparative. What the mind thinks is too much. Nothing is too much on the path. There is nothing too much in love and devotion. Meditation is nothing but building love and devotion for the Father. A lover never thinks that he has been able to give too much love. And if he calculates in that way, he's not a real lover at all. A lover never calculates. He's always absorbed in his love, happy in his love. He would like to utilize every minute in love and devotion. So it is never too much for him. He can't say, I have too much love, now I want to go. He's never satisfied, and he never calculates. So in love, there is never too much. The more he gives, the more it grows. People become rich by getting something from somebody. In Sant Mat, you become rich by giving. The more you give, the more it grows. The richer you are in love and devotion. Chapter 11. Path of Action. Living in the atmosphere of meditation. Question 507. What do you mean by atmosphere of meditation? Answer. The atmosphere of love and devotion which you build within you by meditation. And then you always remain in that atmosphere. You always remember the atmosphere of Sant Mat, and you keep that around you in your daily dealing with people, daily mixing with people. It's not only for that 2 or 3 hours in a room we attend to meditation. And then when we come outside, we are worse than even animals. That is not the point. That atmosphere, the qualities which we build by meditation, the peace which we share with meditation, we have to also share that with others in our daily dealings, in our mixing with people, in attending to situations throughout our whole day. That atmosphere of meditation should always be guiding us and should always be there. Question 508. Maharaji, does only that meditation count which is done while concentrated at the eye center? What about meditation when you're scattered? Does that count? Answer. Sister, meditation. It is not the simran, not the dhyan, not only the hearing of the sound. Meditation is living the life of Sant Mat. The whole of life is a meditation. making the mind pure. That is meditation. Because karmas only have association with the mind, when the mind becomes pure and the soul gets released from the mind, then all these karmas become ineffective. They cannot pull the mind down. They may remain in the mind, but the soul is the one who is getting punished due to this karma. When the soul gets released from the mind, all these karmas become ineffective and they cannot pull the soul back. So you can say then that your karmas have been burned, your karmas have been destroyed. So whatever makes your mind pure, that is meditation. Because when the mind becomes pure, only then can the soul get released from the mind. So whatever makes your mind pure is your meditation. Good living, right type of living, living by the teachings, having good relations with everybody, having a sympathetic nature, and also giving your time to meditation. That is all meditation, you see. Meditation is not closing yourself in a room for a couple of hours and then forgetting where God is and where you are. That is not meditation at all. We have to live in meditation day and night. That is real meditation. Question 509. What actually does the Master mean when he says we should take our meditation with us into the world, so that it is for 24 hours rather than just 2.5 hours? Answer. You see, we must not forget meditation when we start our worldly activities during the day. Its effect should remain with us. It fills us with certain noble ideas, noble thoughts, noble principles, and we shouldn't start compromising with them during our daily activities. Our meditation must reflect in all our activities in life. It automatically makes you kind, makes you humble, makes you loving, makes you helpful. You don't try to cheat anybody, you don't try to deceive anybody, and you don't want to hurt anybody. It must reflect in our daily activities. This is our way of life. Question 510. What is the most practical way of leading a life? Answer. We should try to face our day-to-day problems, remembering our destination, remembering the path. Our problems are of our own making. We may not be creating them now, but we have created them in the past. We have sown the seeds, and we are here now to face the result of those seeds. Since we created them, we should try to go through them cheerfully and lovingly. If you meditate, you build an atmosphere around you, an atmosphere of bliss, happiness, and contentment. And then you can pass through all these ups and downs of the world without losing your balance. But if that atmosphere of meditation is not with you, then naturally you get confused. That is why saints advise us to try to give morning time to meditation. Morning is not the only time for meditation. Any time can be given to meditation. But the morning time has certain advantages. The main advantage is the atmosphere you build in meditation that helps you to go through the ups and downs of the whole day. Then, generally, you don't lose your balance because you have with you that atmosphere of bliss and happiness, which you yourself have built in the morning hours. So if that atmosphere is around you, it won't be difficult for you to face these problems. Question 511. I have felt that when I attempt to meditate in the center between the eyes, it becomes rather mechanical, and I get the feeling that I am sort of twisting God's arm mentally, or, without actually saying so, depending on some inner experience. But if I try 5 minutes of simple prayer, I feel as if I am closer and please God much more. Answer. Well, brother, that is why I always say that mechanical meditation will not help us so much. We have to live in meditation. We have to build up that atmosphere of meditation, of that bliss and peace. Live in that meditation. Live in that bliss and peace. the mechanical meditation we do need in order to concentrate our mind. If you do a thing every day, you get used to it and develop it into a habit. Similarly, mechanical meditation, as you may call it, if we do it every day, we get so much into the habit of concentration that we forget whether we are doing it mechanically or we are doing it with love and devotion. Until the real love and devotion comes to us, we hardly feel that we are doing anything. We hardly feel we are in love, doing that mechanical meditation. But in order to create that habit within us, we have to start some way or another. Mere mechanical meditation will not help unless you live in that meditation, become part of that meditation, merge into that meditation. Your whole life should be that of love and meditation, and not just 1 or 2 hours of trying to concentrate. Question 512. The initiate may divide the 2½ hour meditation period into several periods until he can sit for the full 2½ hours at one stretch. Does initiation help one to sit in meditation for 2 or 3 hours at one time? Answer. I have discussed this question many times. Normally, we should devote 1/10 of our time to meditation. We in India have a practice we call seva. This initiation into giving of our time to meditation is also giving our seva to the Lord. In seva, we always like to give 1/10 of what we have. So 1/10 of our time is to be devoted to meditation of the Lord. And if we are not lucky enough to give 2 hours and 30 minutes daily, which comes to 1/10 of our day, at one time, we can easily do it in 2 or 3 sittings. But we should try, slowly, to do it all in the morning at one stretch. Till we can do it all at one stretch, there is absolutely no harm in doing it in 2 or 3 sittings. Every moment that we spend in His memory, in His love, in devotion and meditation is accounted for and credited to us, and we get its benefits. So whatever time we can give, we should try to give it. And this is not only the mechanical meditation of giving 2 hours and 30 minutes and then forgetting it the rest of the time. Our whole day, every day, should be lived in Sant Mat. We have to live in meditation in our whole life, in our dealings with everybody. It is not only that particular time spent in sitting in meditation that matters. It is our whole living that matters. We have to live the teachings. We have to live in Sant Mat, for Sant Mat, in that atmosphere day and night. That helps in the long run, not only the daily 2 hours and 30 minutes. It must be a part of our life. We have to live it. Question 513. Is it correct to say, then, that ultimately our meditation, or remembrance of the Master, really becomes a 24-hour job? I mean, that's really the only way, isn't it, to avoid running to the senses? Answer. Well, for the lover, love is a 24-hour sickness. He doesn't have a specific time to love or to think about the beloved. He is in love 24 hours, no matter what he's doing, where he is. He is mentally with his beloved 24 hours. He doesn't specifically fix the time. This is my time for love. His mind is always there, no matter what he's doing, where he may be. So similarly, the Lord should always be there in our mind, no matter where we are, no matter what we are doing. That remembrance should reflect in our actions, our dealings. We should never forget Him at any cost. That is why I say Sant Mat is a way of life. It is not closing yourself in a room for a couple of hours for meditation and then forgetting about it. The Lord should become part and parcel of your life. Question 514. Ultimately, aren't we saved by God's grace? In meditation, there seems to be sort of a technique. It seems almost as if one is pushing buttons. Answer: No, I follow your question. Excuse me for interrupting. Meditation is not mechanical. We have to work upon it hard. We have to build the atmosphere of meditation around us. It is not a matter of snatching 1 or 2 hours every day and forgetting all about it the rest of the day. We practice because we want to live with it. We live in that atmosphere which we build around ourselves through meditation. That is our fort, which saves us from all the temptations and vices. Meditation is not a push-button affair. It is not physical. You see, it is trying to stop our thoughts from running out. This is just a means. The real meditation is to be in touch with the sound inside. By this method and means, we try to withdraw to this point, the eye center. The actual meditation is to be attached to that sound inside. That is real meditation. But this is a very strong means and most important to that end. Question 515. Maharaji, my meditation is so poor that I feel that it doesn't even count as meditation. Answer: Well, you can count all 24 hours in your meditation. If you build around you an atmosphere of meditation, every breath you breathe is meditation for you. If you build that atmosphere of meditation, and you live in that atmosphere of meditation, then meditation is always around you in one way or another. If the Lord is always in your heart in one way or another, then every breath is meditation. Meditation is not closing yourself in a room for a couple of hours. Meditation is a way of life. Question 516. Master, when we do our daily work with an attitude of love for the Master, will he accept it as a kind of seva? Answer: If your Master is within you, if you're always surrounded with love and devotion for the Father, then whatever you do in this world, it's all meditation. It is all seva. You should not forget him at all, even for a moment. He should reflect in your every activity, your every word. Then every breath is meditation. What is meditation? It's knocking at the door for grace so that we may be able to live in his love and devotion, and our mind doesn't go to anything in the creation, only towards him. Meditation tilts you towards him, pulls you towards him. And if he's always with you, and if he is reflected in all your actions, that is all meditation. That's why I say it is a way of life. Question 517. In the Bible, Jesus says something about remembering the Lord day and night. Is that simran and dhyan together? Is that the same as remembering? Answer: You see, remembering the Father day and night means that we are not to attend to our meditation just for an hour or two by closing ourselves in a room. It should be part of our life for the whole day. Devotion for the Lord should be part of our life, in all our activities in this world, whether we are eating, whether we are sleeping, whether we are dealing with people, whether we are doing our official work. It should be part of our life, our way of life. Meditation should become a way of life for us. That is remembering the Lord day and night, not sitting for a couple of hours in a room and then coming out and hurting people, abusing and cheating people, deceiving people. That is no meditation at all. Its effect should be there with you in all the activities of the day. That is remembering the Father day and night. We always think about people we love day and night. We have to build that type of love and devotion within us, lest we annoy the Father who is in them. And we should do those things which please the Father, and avoid those things which annoy him. That is remembering the Father day and night. Question 518. Maharaji, does one first have to attain the 2.5 hours a day meditation before he becomes an initiate? Answer: No, sister. There is a little misunderstanding about it. We should try to devote 2 hours and 30 minutes in our meditation. But if you think that from the very day you start, you can sit for 2 hours and 30 minutes, it is not possible. It is not possible at all. You are not used to giving so much time to meditation. So you can start with 1 hour and slowly increase your time and gradually add to your daily time. Your target should be at least 2 hours and 30 minutes. It is not that if we cannot sit for 2 hours and 30 minutes the very first day, we should not come to the path. We have to fight with our mind to give more and more time to meditation. It is a constant fight with the mind. And if some days we cannot give it, we should not feel guilty about it because it is not the mechanical meditation that helps us so much as the atmosphere of meditation which we build around us by meditation. We have to live in that atmosphere of meditation. The whole day is to be spent in that atmosphere. It is not the 2 hours and 30 minutes sitting in meditation and then forgetting all about Sant Mat and letting the mind run loose here or there. That is not the right attitude. By devoting our time, we have to live the whole day in that Sant Mat atmosphere. So we should try to increase our time gradually every day. Question 519. Master, is constant simran all day when you're not doing anything difficult that you have to concentrate on? That really is a form of meditation also, isn't it? Answer: Sister, anything we do towards achieving our end is a part of meditation. You see, when a child takes birth, it has to go through so many phases of life, phases of development, before he can start running. He can't just take a birth and start running. Every little step a child takes after birth is progress for him. So after initiation, whatever efforts we are making, doing simran, reading Sant Mat books, attending meetings, having good discussions, becoming a source of strength to each other, filling each other with love and devotion for the Father, these are all strong efforts toward our spiritual development. We should just continue and then leave it to the Father. We should just continue. Everything is meditation as long as we are progressing towards our goal. That is why I say that meditation is a way of life. Meditation is not closing yourself in a room for a couple of hours and then forgetting about it. It is a way of life. Your whole pattern of life is changed. Your attitude of life is changed. That is meditation. Question 520. Maharaji, apart from simran, can you give some advice about how, in our daily routine, we can keep the mind poised for meditation when we sit? In our daily life, how can we keep the mind primed? Answer: You see, sometimes simran becomes too mechanical during the day, and your thoughts are not with your simran. That will not purify your mind. But sometimes you build up your meditation in the morning time, and, along with it, automatically you build up that bliss and peace and happiness within yourself. And the whole day you are just happy in that atmosphere, which you have built in the morning. You keep yourself in that atmosphere, and you don't let your mind go astray at all. By meditation, we have to build our own atmosphere in which we have to spend the whole day. Then, the next morning, we have to recharge the battery again. And then we get into the habit of living in that atmosphere of meditation. Then our meditation reflects in all our daily activities automatically, because our consciousness becomes very pure and nobler, higher, and we hesitate to do anything wrong. So naturally, the effect of meditation starts reflecting in our daily routine. So if you can retain that atmosphere of meditation during your daily activities, you may or may not do simran at all the whole day. You see, sometimes simran during the whole day becomes just mechanical. But if your mind is in that atmosphere, in that bliss, then you don't let it go astray at all, and automatically all your activities will reflect your meditation. Actually, it's very difficult to analyze these things. This has to be experienced more or less by one's own self. It's very difficult to explain what I'm trying to tell you. Very difficult to explain. Doing simran all day. Question 521. Master, what is the practical use of doing simran all day? Answer. The practical use is that when we sit in meditation after having done simran during the day, we are able to concentrate much better sooner. Otherwise, if we let our thoughts spread into the whole creation for the other 22 hours, it becomes difficult to concentrate in just 1.5 or 2 hours. So when we don't let our thoughts go out in the world and keep our mind in simran, at the time of sitting, it becomes easier to concentrate, and we concentrate sooner. We get concentration very soon then. That is the only advantage. Unnecessarily, we are thinking the whole day and making ourselves miserable about things we can't control, which we can't help, which have passed. We are always thinking about either our future or about the past. By thinking those things, we're always worrying. You can save yourself from all that worry by keeping your mind in simran. Question 522. Maharaji, is doing simran during the day, other than during meditation, does that have any effect on the burning of karma, or does that get cleared only in meditation? Answer. You see, all these are strong means to an end. When you are doing simran the whole day, your mind will at once be in touch with the sound when you sit down to meditate. Actually, the sound is always coming. The sound and the light are always coming. But when you devote time to simran and dhyan, you are going towards the sound. You are purifying your mind to be one with the sound. Unless you purify your mind, how can you become one with the sound? These are all stepping stones. Actually, what is burning karma? When the soul gets released from the mind, then all those karmas become ineffective. Then the karmas cannot pull back the soul. That is burning karmas. The soul can only get released from the mind when it is in touch with the sound. Without being in touch with the sound, the soul cannot get released from the mind. So the real burning of karmas is just by the sound, in bhajan. Question 523. Master, we're told that there's no shortcut to meditation. And yet, we're also told at the same time that there is a kind of a legitimate shortcut by doing simran during the day. I've been on the path now for 16 months, and I'm only just beginning to realize the importance of that constant repetition during the day. And it's awfully dry. Is there any kind of set time before it starts to become automatic? Or is it just, like everything else, a matter of attitude? Answer. You see, this constant simran helps our attitude towards meditation, helps to draw our mind towards meditation. That helps when we sit in meditation because we are developing a certain attitude towards Sant Mat, towards the teachings, towards the path. It helps a lot. It may be dry, but if you leave your mind alone, it will have other worldly thoughts. It won't be still. It will always think something or other. So why not give it something better? Why let it go so astray? Why not pull it back? We are helping it not to run very astray and wild. The more it runs astray and wild, the more difficult it becomes to pull it back. That is why whenever we get time or we are mentally free, we do Simran. Question 524. Is there any value in doing Simran throughout the day, even if we don't put our full attention and love into it? Answer. For one thing, we won't feel tortured by thinking about our past, about our weaknesses, about our guilt. Our mind is busy in Simran. Another thing is that when you do sit in proper meditation, you will at once be able to withdraw back to the eye center and be in touch with the sound. Otherwise, if you let your consciousness scatter into the world for 21 or 22 hours during the day, in just an hour or so, you will not be able to withdraw back to the eye center. So you are not letting your thoughts run out if you keep your mind in Simran at odd times. So that advantage is always there. Question 525. 2 days ago, you said that doing Simran while we are outside in the world keeps our mind from thinking. Is this all the Simran does outside in the world? Answer. Simran helps us to keep our thoughts from running wild. Simran during our meditation is for concentrating at the eye center. That we do with concentration. But when we are doing Simran while moving about, traveling, going from here to there, we may not be able to concentrate at all sometimes. But this helps us to keep our mind from running wild, thinking worldly things. You see, the more we let our mind run wild, the more effort we will have to make to bring it back. So indirectly, you are helping the mind not to run out and to concentrate. The more you let it scatter, the more effort and time you will need to concentrate. Question 526. Would you please explain the benefits of what I call the individual repetition of the names, Simran, while we are eating or working at a desk, which does not require too much concentration? Answer. Our mind is never still and is always thinking about something. It is always thinking about worldly faces, worldly objects, and it is never still. So if we want to forget those things, we have to direct the mind into a different channel. In order to do that, we should repeat the name of the Lord while moving about or doing our work. There are two things that we are usually thinking about. Mostly, we are unhappy thinking about what has been our past. We generally think about that and have a sense of guilt about it. And then we are sorry for what we have done and are always worrying and repenting, or feeling sorry for ourselves and trying to justify our actions. Secondly, we are always bothered about our future, and that is always making us frustrated and unhappy. If you keep your mind constantly in Simran, you will not have this sense of guilt or frustration or unhappiness. And when you sit for your meditation period, because you have not allowed your thoughts to be scattered out into the world, you will easily be able to withdraw your attention back up to the eye center and will be in touch with the sound. If you are always thinking about the world, then by spending only 1 or 2 hours a day in Simran, you cannot possibly concentrate or withdraw your thoughts to the eye center, because it needs a similar amount of time to withdraw it as the time it has taken to scatter out. So saints always advise that when we are mentally free, when we are walking about, when we have nothing to do, we can keep our attention in Simran. We should get into the habit of Simran to such an extent that even if we are talking to someone, it should automatically go on within us. The advantage is that we will be able to detach ourselves easily from the worldly things, or the 9 apertures of the body, and come back to the eye center, and can then easily attach ourselves to Shabad. Simran is a dry and insipid process, but a very, very essential process. We can hear the sound without first doing simran, and we will be happy to hear that sound. But at that stage, the sound will not pull us. Unless we are able to withdraw our attention up to this point, the eye center, the sound will not take us up. We will hear it, we will enjoy it, but we will remain where we are. So, especially in the beginning, we should give more time to simran and less time to hearing the sound. When we are sufficiently withdrawn with the help of simran, then we should try to give more time to hearing the sound and less time to simran. Simran is the means to contact Shabad, and to go up with its help is the end. So simran is a very important means of withdrawing to this point, the eye center, and to be in touch with the sound. Therefore, we should try to give more time to simran in the beginning and less time to the sound. But when the sound is clearly audible and strong, and it is pulling us up, we are enjoying it, then we should switch from simran to hearing the sound and just submit ourselves to the sound. Ultimately, the sound, and not the simran, is to pull us up. Simran ceases to exist when we cross the first stage. Question 527. Master, am I correct in understanding that even though an initiate has followed the metaphysical path most of the time, and leaned heavily upon mental affirmation and declaration of the truth as he understood it, in times of stress and to solve problems and just to keep the mind clear, he should and will benefit by leaving all that and relying on simran of the 5 holy names, even during the day, from time to time, when work does not require his concentration? Answer. I have not exactly followed your question, sister, but whenever we are free mentally, we should try to devote time to simran. We will feel the definite advantage of it when we are giving proper time to our meditation, for we will have much better concentration, quicker concentration, and we will be in touch with the sound sooner. If during the whole day we are absorbed in doing simran, 2 definite advantages are there. First, we are not letting our thoughts be scattered too much, so we will be able to concentrate in a shorter time when we sit for meditation. Second, mostly we are unhappy in thinking about what has passed, and our future is always bothering or worrying us. So when we are absorbed in simran, we will be at least safe from all this unnecessary worry. We should, therefore, try to make use of our time in doing simran whenever we are free mentally. That has definite advantages. Living the Principles. Question 528. Would you explain the twofold purpose that Great Master said each American Satsangi has? To do our meditation and lay the foundation for Sant Mat in America? Answer. You are at the other end of the world from India, so it is really a special grace of the Supreme Father that certain marked souls here could have their contact or blessing through the Great Master, who happened to be born in India. Without that grace, it was impossible, as you know, to search for a master, or to know anything about him, or to find such a great living master in the world at that time, living in India. It is really the special grace of the Lord that the marked souls in this country, USA, came in contact with the Great Master and were put on the path. Every soul, as Maharaji, the Great Master, said, has 2 great purposes. The first is to prepare your own way, to work on your own spiritual development, to get rid of illusion of the mind and make your soul purer, just to know ourselves and merge back into the Lord. That is the function of every marked soul. These souls are selected just for this purpose, so that they may get the opportunity or get those facilities to make themselves pure, make themselves worthy to go and merge back into the Lord. And then, when we are on the path and meditating, Our influence naturally affects others in our surroundings, our relations, and our friends. By being a living example of a good satsangi, we naturally influence our surroundings and people who come in contact with us. By being a good example, we will influence them much more than by discussing or explaining the teachings to them. They find that radiance. They find that peace. They find that bliss, that contentment in us. They find us absolutely changed human beings as far as they can see, and naturally they are anxious to know what has come into us, what has brought about that wonderful change in us. Also, when they have found out that we are better human beings, they are naturally influenced by the way we live. So we can put others on the path in a much better and finer way by ourselves becoming an example of Sant Mat, an example of being a true initiate. Every soul has a twofold purpose. First, to help ourselves, to get redemption from the mind, to get release from the mind, to make ourselves purer. And second, to help others to come on the path. Naturally, when anyone gets something very precious, he is always anxious to share it with those whom he loves. He is anxious to share that treasure with his friends and with the people in whom he is interested. All satsangis, I know from my own experience, are always anxious to share the path, that enlightenment, that wisdom of the path, with all their associates, with all their friends. In this way, every soul has a twofold purpose, to work for himself and to work for others by being a living example, which is befitting a disciple of a great master. Question 529. During the course of the day, we probably spend thousands and thousands of seconds and have thousands of actions that we do. Some of them are reactions. These actions are seemingly very quick. How can we do them in the name of the Master? Is this automatic to a satsangi, or does it have to be an automatic projection of some kind to perform everything in the name of the Master? Answer. To do everything in the name of the Master is to remain within the principles which he has laid down for us, to live our lives according to the principles of Sant Mat, and devote our time every day, regularly and punctually, to meditation. If we do everything with that Sant Mat atmosphere around us, then we are doing it in the name of the Master. We do it in the name of the Master when we take our selves out of ourselves. As long as the self is in us, we try to justify our actions in the name of the Master. Actually, what we are doing is following the instinct of the mind. When you withdraw yourself from the mind, then you will subdue your mind with the help of meditation and submit yourself unconditionally to the Master inside. And then whatever you do will be in the name of the Master. As long as we are slaves of the mind, and the mind is a slave of the senses, and we are running about outside, how can we say we are doing it in the name of the Master? Question. It is automatic then, after one has accomplished release from the mind? Answer. Yes. Question 530. Maharaji, in Die to Live, it says that everything that we do during the day should consciously prepare us for the next meditation. It seems to me that if one were able to live one's life with that degree of concentration and attention, then there would be very little difference between our daily life and our meditation. Is that correct? Answer. The idea is that whatever we do in our daily activities should be arranged in such a way which helps us at the time of meditation, and we shouldn't spend our day in such a way which becomes a hindrance to us at the time of meditation. Question. What does it mean that our daily life should consciously prepare us? Answer. That is, consciously prepare yourself for meditation. consciously we are not letting our thoughts go so astray or letting ourselves get so lost in the senses and worldly pursuits that it becomes difficult for us to attend to meditation and to concentrate at the time of meditation. So we are consciously preparing for meditation the whole day. We avoid situations where we are pulled apart, and we prefer situations which help us to meditate. Question 531. Master, you spoke yesterday about trying to see the light in meditation, spending our whole life in meditation. In leading a life as a woman, does one burn off sinchit karmas as much as someone would if she just sat down and attempted to do simran and bhajan? And will the progress come through? Answer. You see, you forget one thing, that it is the meditation which invokes the Lord's forgiveness. And if we build on a strong foundation, naturally we will build a very strong building. If we keep to the principles and attend to the meditation, only then will we achieve results in meditation, and only that will burn our sinchit karmas. Only leading the Sant Mat way of life will not help you to burn those karmas or to get the forgiveness of the Father. But the way of life will lead you to meditation also. If you lead a Sant Mat way of life, naturally you will attend to meditation. Without attending to meditation, you can never lead a Sant Mat way of life. And meditation will help you to invoke His forgiveness. Question 532. Maharaji, I'm afraid I've asked this question in a way several times. But what is the relationship between obedience of the disciple to the master? By that I mean living the principles of Sant Mat and progress towards concentration and meditation. Answer. You see, that obedience will lead to concentration. The Sant Mat way of life will lead you to concentration and your progress. That is the foundation on which you have to build. The way of life is the foundation on which you have to build your meditation. Without a foundation, how will you build your treasure? We have to build on a rock. We have to lay the foundation on a rock, and that foundation is the Sant Mat way of life. That's why Christ said, if you believe in me. Believing in the Master means if you lead my way of life, follow my instruction, live my instruction, live in the way that I will tell you to live. That is believing in Christ, and that automatically will lead you to progress. Question 533. What can the disciple do to clean the vessel? Just meditate? Answer. Simran, Dhyan, and Shabad. That makes us receptive also. And being steadfast on the principles of Sant Mat. That is the foundation on which we have to build our meditation, build our treasure in heaven. A foundation is very essential. You can't build on a weak foundation. A constant struggle with the mind. Question 534. Master, you mention in your teachings that if we attend to our meditation, our willpower becomes so strong that we'll be able to face the ups and downs of life. But I'm still being thrown off balance by things, the hardships of life. And at the same time, I felt that I was doing the best I could in meditation. So where did I go wrong? Answer. You see, we don't go wrong anywhere, but it is a constant struggle with life. We have to continue that struggle our whole life. You can't say that my struggle is over now and everything is a piece of cake for me. You have to watch yourself your whole life. It's a constant struggle with the mind. Nothing is wrong with us. Question 535. In order to reach the radiant form, what kind of sacrifice is really necessary in this worldly life? Answer. Well, sister, the question is withdrawing your consciousness to the eye center and attaching yourself to the Shabbat within. That is the only sacrifice we have to make. For withdrawing to the eye center, you can imagine what sacrifices are required. The main thing is that we should attend to our meditation and not compromise with the principles of Sant Mat. As Christ said, if you build on sand, when a rainstorm comes, the house will fall. If you build on rock, a rainstorm won't move it. So the foundation has to be strong. The way of life in Sant Mat is very, very essential. We must stand firmly on our principles, then build our treasure on that foundation. In order to hold up this ceiling and roof, you can imagine how strong the foundation is. If the foundation were weak, you and I couldn't sit under this roof at all. So similarly, we have to build a strong foundation for building our treasure in heaven. Question 536. Sometimes we have a particular way of thinking about something, certain worldly things that we shouldn't do. And sometimes you give us two different answers about a whole category of things. Is it okay for a representative to give us an opinion? Answer. Sister, fundamentally we are told only 4 things in Sant Mat. As long as you base your meditation on that foundation, you can do what you feel like. If you base your meditation on the 3 fundamental principles, you will never do anything bad at all. Your mind will not let you do anything bad at all. Our problem is that we don't try to base our treasure on that foundation. We attend to meditation, but we keep our foundation very weak. We build, but we build on sand, not on a rock. That is the problem. As I said, meditation fills us with love and devotion for the Father. And when love and devotion come in us, all the positive qualities of human beings come like cream on the milk. Question. Are you saying that we automatically know what we should do? Answer. Yes, we have to make our own judgment. When our mind is more clear, more pure, then it gets a detached view of a situation, and we can make our judgment. Question. But what if we don't have a detached view of the situation? Answer. Meditation will give you that. If you are attending to meditation, then it will make you like that. You always know whether what you are doing is right or wrong, if you just listen to yourself. If you don't want to listen, that is a very different thing. The mind itself warns us, and mind itself also forces us to do that. That is also the mind which warns us that what we're going to do is wrong, and it is also the mind that forces us to do that wrong thing. There's a struggle and a conflict in the mind always, but we always know what is good and what is bad. Question 537. Does failure have any value? Answer. Naturally, failure has value, provided we make another determination not to fail again. Then, naturally, so many failures ultimately lead you to success. Question 538. I think it might be of some consolation to our brother over there, Master, if we tell him that it's been repeated again and again that there are no failures in Sant Mat. Isn't that so? Answer. When he's bold enough to walk, there's a chance of him falling also. We should take all these failures as our pillars of strength, provided we get up and walk again. If we don't get up again, that is different. We are full of weaknesses, so pitfalls are there. But we should always be steady on the path. Our destination should always be before us, and we should try to get up again and again walk. Ultimately, we succeed, so there's no failure at all. Question 539. Master, it appears that a satsangi who is able to think clearly from a Sant Mat point of view would never fall prey to negative emotions. Would you comment on that? Answer. Well, sister, intellect doesn't help here much. Intellectually, we all know that this path leads us back to the Father. But what about our karmas? When a strong wave of karma comes, it just pushes us away from the path, shakes our feet from the path. We become very shaky, and again we are pulled back to the path. Intellectually we know, even when we commit sins, intellectually we know it is wrong, that what we are doing is wrong. It's not right what we are doing. But do we resist? We always fall prey to it. We are helpless then. Intellectually, we know it's not good to do this thing and not good to do that thing. Ultimately, we find we are doing the same thing. Mind is so strong, so powerful. Your conscience may be telling you it's not right, but yet you are a victim, a slave of that weakness. So just merely knowing the path doesn't keep us straight on the path. Only meditation gives us that strength, that strong willpower to keep us steadfast on the path. And even if we fall, we again get up and keep to the path. But if we don't attend to the meditation and only intellectually try to know that this is the right path, then we never know when we will be swept away from the path. So meditation, even if we fall, pushes us back again to the path, if we keep to the meditation. Question: even if the meditation is poor? Answer: every meditation is poor. Meditation is meditation. Effort, effort, effort. Ultimately, it becomes strong. A child doesn't start running right after birth. He has to pass through so many phases before he learns to walk, and then he learns to run. We also have to pass through so many phases in meditation. Question 540. I would like to know why we have to struggle so much on the path. Answer: why do we have to struggle? Is there any work in life for which we don't have to struggle? Tomorrow you would like to know why, after birth, you have to struggle to walk, to talk, to eat. You have passed through so many phases before you could walk, before you could talk, before you could eat, and now you don't feel that struggle at all. Is there any work in the world which we learn without struggle? So then, why not struggle on the path? Question 541. Master, when we were initiated, you took some of our karmas onto your shoulders. What we are doing now after initiation, is that on your shoulders also? Answer: sister, that's a wrong concept. Master may stand as a ransom for you to go out of the realm of Kal, but you have to bear your own load on your own shoulders. You have to fight for your own karmas. You have to do your meditation to get rid of those karmas. You can't just have this idea that Master has taken the karmas and I have become absolutely free now. That's a wrong concept. You see, if a soldier is equipped to fight the enemy, he has to fight the enemy. He can't say, my general who has equipped me, he should fight the enemy. His general is there at his back to tell him how to fight. He's there to equip him. He's there to help him, to command him. But the fighting has to be done by the soldier. This is a wrong concept. Master may take anything. Master may do anything. But we are responsible for our karmas, to help ourselves get rid of them. Master only takes the responsibility that the soul is not to go back to the Kal anymore. It has to go to the Father. But unless you are able to clear all that, you cannot get out of that. Question: how can we possibly clear all our karmas? Answer: by meditation. That is the only way. The Lord's grace is not lacking. Our effort is lacking. Our sincerity is lacking. Our faith is lacking. The Lord's grace is not lacking. He's more anxious to pull us than we are anxious to go back to Him. But for that, we would not be on the path at all today. It is because of His pull that we find ourselves on the path. Questioner: you don't overcome anything. You don't overcome lust. You don't overcome anger. Years go by and you don't overcome anything. Answer: you have to do your duty. You can't escape from your responsibilities, what you are supposed to do. You see, a command is given by a general, but he has to go through the soldier. We have to fight with our mind. And we have been well equipped to fight with our mind, with the load of our karmas. The help is there, command is there, guidance is there. But you can't say that I am not going to fight. You also fight for me. That is wrong. Questioner: it's discouraging when you fight and you lose every battle. Answer: in Sant Mat you never lose. You always win. You never lose. Maharaj Charan Singh, used to say, if you can't bring me your success, bring me your failures. Questioner: we have a lot of them. Answer: well, we all are struggling souls, and I don't deny it. But at least we are putting in effort. If a child won't try to put in an effort to stand on his legs, how will he ever learn to run? The mother helps the child, but the child has to put in effort. He needs help, all sorts of guidance, but ultimately the child stands up and then runs. The mother is anxious that the child should learn to run at once, but the child has to play his part. We must put in our effort. Question 542. Does the Master really love our failures when he sees the soul struggling and failing? Answer: you see, it means that those who fail are making an honest attempt to succeed, and he couldn't, so he fails. Master loves the attempt you make to succeed. The mother wants the child to learn to walk, but the child falls. He has scratches and bruises, but he gets up again. Again he tries to learn. Again he gets up. Again he tries to learn. The child has to pass through that phase before he can learn to walk and run. So similarly, we also have our own human failings when we are on the path. But if we get up again and again are steadfast in trying to succeed, we may fall again, but again we try to succeed. Naturally, those failures are an attempt to go forward, not backward. Every failure reminds us of our success, of where we are lacking. So we should go on putting in our best effort. And then, if we fail, we shouldn't be so dejected, but we should try to follow the path again. But if we just fail and don't try to make another attempt to succeed, then, of course, the Master won't love the failures. Question 543. Master, could you talk about the type of courage required to be a good satsangi? Answer: well, brother, at every step we need courage. We are all struggling souls, and it's a big fight. It is a very strong fight with the mind. It's not so easy to fight the mind. Our enemy is within all of us. Our enemy is not anywhere outside. He is right within us. And we never know when he may deceive, when he may betray us. when he may put us off the path. So we always have to be conscious of our own enemy. Sometimes it plays the role of a friend. Sometimes it plays the role of an enemy and frightens us, makes us nervous, shakes us from the path, from our faith. So we have a constant struggle with the mind. We have to be watchful. We have to watch its activities every day, every moment. We can't just be lulled into thinking that we have conquered it. It is a struggle, a constant struggle for our whole life. So unless we are strong, well-equipped to fight the mind, how can we win the battle? We have to be strong. There are human failings, but that doesn't mean that we have not to rise again and fight again our enemy. Soldiers in a war get wounded, but they get up again, take up their arms, and fight again. We shouldn't have a defeatist attitude if we have fallen, if we have become a victim of human failings. When a child starts running, how many times does he fall? How many times does he get bruises? But he rises again, gets up again starts running. We have all passed through that same phase, and now walking or running is no problem for us. So in the same way, we are tempted and we do fall. We do become a victim of human failings. But that doesn't mean that we have to submit to the mind, that we have to lose the battle. We have to carry on. Ultimately, success is ours if we just struggle, just carry on. Question 544. Maharaji, when one reaches the point of truly living in the will of the Master, will that soul feel any kind of suffering at all in the body when he's truly living in the will of the Master? Answer. Well, sister, when you're in love with anybody, do you bother about the suffering of the love, or are you happy in that love? If you are in love with somebody, do you count how much you suffer for it, or are you happy that you are in love with the person? There's no question of calculation here. A lover never calculates the gains in love. He's in love because he loves. Whatever sacrifice he has to make, whatever he has to sacrifice, whatever he has to go through, he's very happy. A woman never thinks about the pains when she delivers a child. She's the happiest person to deliver a child. If she were always thinking, I'm going to feel pain and this will be terrible, she would never have a child. But she's anxious to have a child. She never bothers about the pain. She never even calculates. The lover never calculates what suffering he has to go through. He's happy in his love. That's all that he needs. That's all that he wants. Question 545. Maharaji, there's a poem by Saint Paltu that says, when becoming a lover, first dig a grave for thyself, then only think of becoming a lover. Can you explain that? Answer. He says you have to dig your own grave. You have to face a living death in this creation, in this world. You have to abstain from all the sensual pleasures, all those attractions which are pulling your mind toward the creation. You have to withdraw from everything. It is not so easy if you want to become the lover of the Lord. You have to turn your back on the creation. Only then can you face Him. Question 546. There is a part in the Sarbachan that I would like you to discuss, if you would, please. It's part 2, number 163. Disciples of saints feel no pain at the time of death. Rather, they face it bravely because they have already kept death in mind and have taken part in the affairs of the world only as much as was absolutely necessary. They have already struck at the roots of the world in them. The worldly life of the satsangis of a saint is like the short-lived greenness of a tree which has been cut down. What particularly interests me is what Swamiji means by the roots of worldly activities have already been cut off. Answer. By our meditation, we cut our roots. That's what Christ meant when he said, "I have come with a sword." The work of the sword is to cut the roots, the chains. Question. So the cut isn't done with one slice at initiation then? It is done continually after initiation? Answer. If you are to uproot a tree from the dirt, can you do it just in one slice? The roots sometimes go deep down into the ground. It depends which tree is to be uprooted. Some trees are just like grass. It takes no time to uproot those. Just with a little weight, they fly out. Others, how much time does it take to uproot them? It varies with individuals. So we are all attached to this creation. These attachments are our roots in this creation. Unless they are cut, nobody can go back to the Father. Meditation is for nothing but to cut those roots which pull us back to this creation again and again. Question. So cutting them then is happening during meditation rather than their being cut once you connect to the Shabbat? Answer. Yes. Connecting with Shabbat is giving you an axe. Now cut the roots of the tree. If you won't use the axe, then what is the use? A farmer takes an axe to pull out a tree, to cut its roots. But if he doesn't want to use the axe, doesn't want to labor, doesn't want to work hard, how can he cut the tree and cut the roots of the tree? He has to work. He has to use the axe. He is well equipped to do it. So mystics equip us to fight with our mind, fight with our attachments to the creation, and we have to play our part. The general equips his soldiers to fight the enemy, and he wants each soldier to fight. He is at the back to guide him, to equip him, to give him his ammunition, to look after all his needs. But the soldier has to fight. The soldier can't tell his general to come and fight in the front lines for him. We have to do our part. We have to play our part. And we are equipped to play our part. We have to fight with our enemy, our mind, which is attached to this creation. So naturally, meditation will help you to uproot yourselves from this creation. We always try to find out ways by which we may not have to do anything. We always try to interpret our books and mystic sayings so that we may not have to do anything. Question 547. Master, in the book Die to Live, you say, you have to sacrifice a lot in life. Now, with one corner of my heart, I still love the world, and with another corner of my heart, I love the Lord. And my question is, what can I do to heal that split? Answer. Meditation, sister. It is the same with every one of us. Our heart is not wholly and solely in the meditation. Our heart is not wholly and solely with the Father. It is also with the family. It is also with the world. It is also with the pleasures of the world. And it also has something in it which yearns to go back to the Father, because there is a natural instinct in everyone for the Father. The soul's inclination is always towards the Father, but the direction of the mind is outside into the world. So both things are there. Mind is pulling outward, soul is pulling upward. Question. Yes, but my question is, how can I get more of the tendency to sacrifice and more inclination towards love for the Lord? Answer. Well, sister, the time we give to meditation is a sacrifice. And we have to abstain from society so that we can give our time, adjust our time for meditation. We shun certain company which we don't relish anymore, which we don't like anymore, which distracts us from the Father, which pulls us, which is slippery. This is the type of sacrifice we have to make. Questioner. Sometimes the result is loneliness, and my experience is that loneliness is not always conducive to meditation. Answer. Sometimes it's not. And sometimes it's very conducive to meditation. Sometimes we yearn for loneliness. We run to the mountains. We run to the solitary places. We are tired of the world. We try to find some silent corner to sit alone and be with ourselves. Sometimes we don't like anybody's company. We just want our own company. But sometimes, definitely, we want company. We want to be with people. Question 548. I often get very depressed about my weaknesses and faults. Should we really accept these as Master's grace too? Answer: no, just do your best. You put in effort. You do your best. You be receptive to His grace. You put in effort, but you will get what He wants to give you. You see, He creates that atmosphere, the environment in which we know about the Father, in which we become restless to become one with the Father. And we start worshiping Him, start seeking Him. He creates that environment, that atmosphere, that family background. Many things combined together condition our mind to worship Him. And that is all entirely in His hands. Nothing is in our hands. Actually, we are puppets. But this ego doesn't let us think we are puppets. We think, I am doing it. I have done it. And this ego is binding us to this whole creation. The only difference between a realized soul and the unrealized soul is that the realized soul realizes that he's absolutely a puppet. Nothing is in his hands. It's all the Father's grace. The unrealized soul thinks, who can make me do anything? It is me who is doing everything. Who else can make me do these things? He's a victim of ego, while another man has been able to eliminate ego. They may look alike, but one realizes he is a puppet and the other does not. Question 549. Maharaji, I think it's in Sarbachan. What is meant by the phrase, in Sant Mat we must live the life of a warrior? Answer: a warrior is never frightened of death, and he sacrifices so many things. He doesn't look back at all. He never worries. What will happen to my wife? What will happen to my son? And if I'm killed, how will they live? His only aim is to fight and conquer and be victorious. Similarly, our aim in meditation should be like a warrior. We shouldn't worry, if I leave this creation, what will happen to my children? What will happen to my wife? I've collected so much wealth. What will happen to it? We must absolutely pull our mind from all these things and be prepared to sacrifice anything to achieve our end. A warrior is always ready to fight, so we should always be ready to fight with our mind, to conquer our mind and be prepared to sacrifice anything in order to achieve our end, like a warrior. Question 550. Could you explain if there's any difference between being a warrior on the path and being a satsangi? Answer: being a warrior on the path is just a way of expressing the idea that you have to fight with the mind, with your senses, just as a warrior fights with the enemy, and he's not frightened even of his death. No matter how much hardship he has to go through, he wants to fight. He looks ahead. Similarly, our attitude should be to fight with the mind, fight with our senses, fight with our weaknesses like a warrior. That's only a way of expression. Question: there's no distinction then between a warrior and a satsangi? Answer: every satsangi is a warrior. Question 551. Maharaji, in all the books, and even in Professor's talk this evening, is the idea that we have no love, that this is a gift of the Master. Answer: I think we have to start right from the beginning to answer this question. Why should we be separated from the Father at all? We have to start from there. Now we are in the middle of the battle. Now we can't think about the beginning. We have to start right from here, that we are in the middle of the battle and we have to win it. Why have we entered this battle? We have no answer to that at all now, at this stage. It's too late to think about it. Once you are in the battle, you have to fight. Before entering the battle, we could think, why enter the battle? Probably that was not our choice, and there is no sense in thinking about that now. Now, the only solution is that we have to fight the battle. Question 552. Master, it seems impossible to win the battle with the mind. Answer. Guidance is always there within. The soldier is always armed to fight. The general is always there to command him, to help him, to guide him to fight. But the soldier has to fight. He can't tell the general, now you have equipped me with all the armaments, and now you also have to fight for me. He has to fight. We have to fight with our enemy, which is right within every one of us. We are fully equipped to fight the enemy, so why should we feel frightened about it? Our enemy should feel frightened, because even if we run away from the situation, our enemy is going around with us. We can't escape from the enemy. It's right within us. We never know when it may deceive us. We have to confront whatever situation it creates. So by running away, we don't solve any problem at all. Remaining in his discipline. Question 553. Maharaji, how is discipline connected with love? And what is the difference between discipline and love? Answer. Well, sister, to remain in the Father's love actually is to remain in his discipline. To submit ourselves to him, that is to remain in the discipline, or to remain in his love. Anything which takes us away from his love makes us undisciplined. So whatever keeps us within his love, within his devotion, that is a discipline for us that we have to follow. Question 554. Maharaji, I don't have this together. With your help, I can get this together. I know my own level. I remember reading something in one of the books about some form of detachment, that our thoughts should be at such a stage that we have no desire for this world or the next. Does that mean that at this stage we do meditation for the sake of loving God and for no other reason? Answer. You see, religion is not based on fear, but it should be based on love, devotion. We're not to worship the Father out of fear of punishment, out of fear of coming back to this creation again and again. That is one approach. The positive approach is to become one with the Father. We have so much love and devotion for the Father that we worship him. We cannot live without him. That's the positive approach. So the basis of religion is love, not fear. But the human mind is such that unless we are frightened of something, we never do anything. Even in our daily course of life, you go to any city. If you think that nobody's going to challenge you, you won't stop your car at a red light. You'll just go right through it. But if you have a fear that if you don't stop at the red light, you'll be punished, you'll be fined, out of that fear, you'll stop the car. But if you are told that everybody should stop, look around, and then go, but there would be no punishment for not doing so, nobody would stop. So if we are not disciplined out of love, then we have to be disciplined out of fear. Mystics sometimes tell both sides, that the best way to approach the Father is out of love. But if this approach doesn't appeal to you, then don't forget what you have to go through if you have to come back to this creation. So they also depict this side, the misery of this world, of this creation, and they also fill us with love and devotion for the Father. Whatever approach appeals to you is good. The main thing is that we must worship the Father. Question 555. I've heard that there's so much pain involved in the Sant Mat path as far as denial of worldly things. Can this be a path of joy also? Answer. Well, you mean to say that those people who do not follow the path are happy? Go to all the mental asylums and find whether they're happy or not. People are just miserably living in comfort, nothing else. Those who deny themselves the pleasures of the world, they may be the happiest ones. They are much happier than those who have become slaves of the pleasures of the world. Pleasure lies in pulling away from the senses, not becoming a slave of the senses. That's a wrong concept, that there's pain in following the Sant Mat path, and there's pleasure in going away from it. If there had been pleasure, nobody would come to the path. People only run to the path because they have become miserable without it. They try to seek pleasure in the senses, and they find themselves more miserable. We can only get peace and pleasure by denying ourselves these pleasures, rather than by becoming a victim of them. Question 556. There is a statement, I believe in Spiritual Gems, that's a little bit puzzling. It says that a saint considers it fortunate if he can find one true disciple in his ministry. Can you explain that? Answer. You see, a true disciple is one who really worships the Father for the sake of the Father, who is full of love and devotion for him and not concerned with anything else in the world. We become that real disciple of a master when we cross the stage of Brahm, the second stage, when the soul gets released from the mind. Then we are really true disciples of the master. Before that, we are more or less disciples of the mind. We become the real disciple of the master, the real slave of the master, Guru Nanak said, when nobody else exists between me and the Father, me and the master. If anything else exists, then I am not wholly a disciple of the Master yet. When nothing exists between me and the Father, or me and the Master, then I am a true disciple of the Master. If my children exist, or property exists, or ego exists, or worldly pleasures exist, then I am not a true disciple of the Master. That is what Maharaj Charan Singh, is trying to say. What he actually means is that it is very difficult, very rare, to find a true disciple. Everybody is anxious to go back to the Father, but we have our own weaknesses. We have our own attachments, which we have to overcome. We are all struggling souls. But those who have struggled enough and have reached beyond the realm of struggle, they're the real disciples. Question 557. What if you don't get very far at it? Then when you die, does that mean you'll only be in darkness? Answer. Well, if you are in darkness now, then what else can you expect after death? But then, as we discussed, there is grace. We can always depend upon that. You see, if the student is very obedient in class and very disciplined, the master, the professor, is always anxious to pull him through with one excuse or another. So if we are not intelligent enough to secure that high standard, let us at least be disciplined and good and obedient, so that we can invoke his grace to get through. The one who has pulled us to the path, who is pushing us on the path, he doesn't forget us after death. Question 558. Maharaji, from a master's point of view, what are some of the characteristics of a good disciple? Answer. Well, I don't know who is worthy to go back to the Father, or who is worthy to be his best disciple. But one who stands firm on the principles of Sant Mat and is attending to his meditation and living in the will of the Lord, Naturally, he's the right type of disciple. Overcoming weaknesses. Question 559. It is depressing to see how full of weaknesses we are and how unsuccessful our efforts are to overcome them. Answer. To go back to what you said about many people being very nice, though not being satsangis probably try to analyze themselves too much, thinking that they have too many bad qualities in them. If this room is filled with darkness, you do not know how much that darkness covers up. But if a little ray of light comes in, you know instantly that this whole room is filled with small particles. Similarly, when we do not know about or are not on the path, we are not aware of our bad points. Rather, we take pride in our habits. But when we are on the path, that ray of light comes within us. Then we analyze ourselves and find that we have many very bad habits. In fact, the bad habits were there before, but now we are in a position to analyze them, to realize them. So we feel a little guilty about them. Actually, it is a sign that we are improving, because this consciousness has come in us to help us discriminate between what is good and what is bad. That light of discrimination has come to show us that we are really bad, and we should get rid of these bad habits. Before that, we never knew it, and we even took pride in these things. So one should not feel guilty about it. Rather, we should try to know our weaknesses and then do our best to overcome them. I always say that when we are conscious of our faults, half the battle is won, because then we begin to do something about them. But when we are unaware of our faults, we delude ourselves into thinking that what we are doing is right, which causes us to travel still farther in the opposite direction. We should therefore be grateful that the Lord's grace is enabling us to avoid these pitfalls and travel straight on the path leading back to Him. Question 560. I have believed sincerely, backslid, believed again, believed sincerely, backslid again, believed sincerely, backslid. How many times does this go on? Answer. Well, brother, the temptation is always there. As long as you believe you have sinned, you realize your weakness and try to rise above it. The very realization that we are committing a sin and are the victim of this weakness, that very realization is a great step toward getting rid of that weakness. If we don't realize we are committing sins, we will never be able to get rid of those sins at all. But when you know you're committing a sin and try to help yourself, the Lord's grace will also be there to help you. It is good to know that you are committing a sin, because then, naturally, you will try to get rid of it. Question 561. Master, sometimes I come to situations where I know right from wrong. I know what the appropriate behavior is, but I don't seem to be able to get into the place where I can do what I know is the right thing. It's confusing sometimes. Answer. You see, the purpose of the Sant Mat teachings is to clean our mind, to help us understand what is right, what is wrong, and then to fight the situation accordingly. That is the purpose of all this: Satsang, the meetings, the literature, the Sant Mat way of life. We are conditioning our mind to discriminate between what is good and what is bad, and to know how to eliminate the bad and how to hold on to the good. This is the purpose of satsang, of these meetings, of reading all this literature. Questioner. Well, it's frustrating when you know right from wrong and you can discriminate, but yet when you go do the action, the negative action occurs. Answer. The mind is very powerful. As long as you understand it is wrong, then naturally when you realize it's wrong, you'll fight with the mind not to repeat that behavior. If you don't understand that it is wrong, then how can you rise above that weakness? If you start justifying that, then you will always remain a slave of that weakness. But once you start realizing it is wrong, once that consciousness has come into you that what you are doing is wrong, then naturally the time will also come when you'll fight with yourself to do what is right. But if you start justifying your wrong behavior and taking pleasure and pride in that, then you will always remain a victim of that weakness. That is the first step to fight the weakness, to realize that I am absolutely wrong. Question 562. Maharaji, sometimes we see our own imperfections and our own shortcomings, and we know that these are keeping us from being one with the Father. Yet, is there a danger of us being too hard on ourselves for having weaknesses? Answer. There is no danger of being hard on ourselves at all. We have been too soft with ourselves all through. That is why we are part of the creation. If we had been a little hard or strong with ourselves, we would not be here today. We have been too soft. We always try to justify our weaknesses, and then we become a slave of them. And then we find we are part of this creation. So we should try to be hard with ourselves. Question 563. Maharaji, I never understand the difference between discrimination and tolerance. For instance, I don't know where tolerance starts and discrimination begins. Answer. There's a lot of difference, sister. If you will consult the Oxford Dictionary, tolerance is something different. Questioner. No, but let's say I don't like a person because I find that this person is very negative. But then I remember that Sant Mat says you have to be tolerant. And then I remember also that I have to be discriminating. So I am really confused. Answer. Sister, the question is rather that we are negative to others. We are negative to certain people, so we think they're being negative to us. We have to improve ourselves. We have to become positive. Why should there be any thought in our mind about anybody being negative? Why should it affect us at all? There is some weakness hidden in us that causes it to affect us. If we are strong, then nothing affects us. So nobody is negative to us. You see, evil is there. I don't say that evil is not there. But if we are strong, there's no evil. Now, crime is there, but if you don't commit a crime, for you there's no punishment. The jails are full of criminals, and there are so many police and guards, but if you are a good citizen, that doesn't affect you at all. There may be many policemen and many jails, but you're not frightened because you're a good citizen. We should not be affected by anybody's negative thoughts or positive thoughts. Now, the words negative and positive are very comparative, but we should not be affected by anybody. We should be strong within ourselves. Then this negative tendency won't exist for me at all. If I am weak, then I am easily lured by other people's company. So the weakness lies in me, not in the other person. You see, weakness lies in us, that we are tempted by evil. Weakness doesn't lie in the evil. Weakness lies in us, that we are influenced by evil company, the evil tendencies of another person. It is our weakness that we are a victim of. We have to get rid of that weakness, and then evil intentions won't affect us at all. Question 564. Maharaji, I heard on a tape you telling a disciple that not only was everything in this life already chalked out, but even the way we think is not in our hands, that we are made to think in a certain way to go through our destiny. After hearing that, I wondered if it's totally meaningless and a waste of time for us to judge and condemn ourselves for our human weaknesses, and maybe even our failures as disciples? Answer. With meditation, our willpower becomes so strong that even if our mind has been wrongly conditioned and wrongly influenced in childhood, we can become a saint. That influence of childhood is there on the mind, no doubt, but still sometimes we get better company, or by the Lord's grace, we realize that our mind has been wrongly conditioned, and we are able to rise above it and not act according to the conditioning of our mind. We act independently of the conditioning of the mind. Question 565. We all realize, of course, that one day this life must come to an end. One who is initiated by a master, will the master definitely meet him at death? Answer. If we remain within the commandments and we practice and we do not want to come back to this world, definitely the master will meet us at the end and will take us up. But if we compromise with the principles and we do not want to meet the master, then it is for him to come or not to come. We cannot demand it. We have to deserve it. But somebody has to come to take you at the time of death. Naturally, an initiate who does his spiritual practice cannot go with the negative power, which is call. Who else is there to come and take you back? We want assurances, perhaps from the point of view that we may do whatever we feel like and that the master will still come and take us back. We perhaps want to justify our weaknesses, justify our not doing the spiritual practice. I think from that point of view, this approach is not right. It is for the master to come or not to come, but we should work hard. We must do our duty, and then naturally he must come and take us. If a child commits any mischief, does not behave properly, even breaks the law, the father never hands him over to the police. A father never likes his son to go to jail. But all the same, the father wants to put him on the right path, so he punishes him, though he may not hand him over to the police or to the jail. That does not mean that if we do not practice, even then we will be accepted and taken back. We have to get punishment. Sometimes perhaps the father's punishment is more severe than that of the police. But all the same, there is love coupled with the idea of discipline behind this punishment. There is no revenge in the father's heart. His object is to improve the son, to make him a better human being. But he will not hand him over to the police or the district jail. Similarly, for those who come on the path, the question of their going back to the negative power does not arise. But if they do bad karmas, if they do not practice the right thing, they are punished. Punishment is there. Maharaj Charan Singh, often used to explain to us that a potter always keeps his hand under the clay which he is trying to mold. He spanks from above, probably to expand it, but his guiding hand, his helping hand, is always at the bottom, just to give it shape. Similarly, we get punishment, but the guiding hand is always there. There are no failures on the path. When we want to run, want to achieve some destination, we try to run, we fall, we get up, we run, we fall again. But as long as we know the destination is there and we sincerely try, we have got to achieve it. On the other hand, if you do not make a start at all, of course there may not be any falls, there may not be any pitfalls, but you definitely are not going towards the destination. You are not going any distance. When we try, there are sometimes pitfalls here and there, but his guiding hand, loving hand, is always there to set us right, to put us right, and to help us overcome our weaknesses, to rise above them, follow the path, and merge back into him. The seed once sown is never destroyed. If the field is fertile and the seed is there, it is only a question of time till it comes up. It may take 1 rain, or 2 rains, or 3 rains. It may need watering, but it is a seed that must sprout. So we, who are only a part of the Master, must see to it that we merge back into him. He does not just initiate us and then forget about it. He is responsible to take our soul back to the Lord. But we have to do our part. Without doing our part, we are not entitled to go back. But with his grace, he also makes us do our part, and we achieve what we want to achieve. Falling and getting up. Question 566. Do you think a person, an initiate who follows this path, will be released in 4 lifetimes? If he is not scheduled to be released in this lifetime, will he still taste the bliss of Nam? Answer. Well, brother, I will discuss tomorrow the parable of sowing of the seeds. Christ himself has given a beautiful parable. When a farmer goes to a field, some seeds fall on barren ground. Some seeds fall on rocky ground. Some seeds fall among thorns. Some seeds go to fertile ground. The seed which goes to fertile ground yields 100% results, or 70, 60, or 50% results. But the seeds are scattered everywhere by the farmer. In this way, saints come to this world. They initiate so many people. So many people are drawn by them. But sometimes a seed goes on barren ground. Sometimes a seed goes on rocky ground. Sometimes a seed goes on marshy ground. Sometimes a seed goes to fertile ground. That seed which goes to fertile ground will, in this very lifetime, get 100% results or 70% results. This means they will not come back again. They will get the full result of their meditation. Other people will have to take another birth to improve their spiritual level, to improve their spiritual progress, to have that experience. So every lifetime you improve more, and ultimately you are able to go back. Not every initiate in this very lifetime will be able to go back to the Father. Everybody has their individual karma which they have to clear. Some have a very light load. They are more receptive. They will be able to succeed in this very lifetime. Others may have to take another birth. Question 567. What is meant by the saying in the Bible, "Many are called, but few are chosen"? Answer. When Christ says that many are called, but few are chosen, he means that few are chosen in this very lifetime to go back to the Father. Whoever has been called ultimately will be chosen to go back to the Father, but not necessarily in this very lifetime. He may have to take another birth, and another birth to get an opportunity to improve. And then ultimately his soul may shine and go back to the Father. Saints come and call many seekers, initiate many seekers, but few are chosen in this very lifetime to go back to the Father. Christ gives a very beautiful parable to explain this point. He says that when a farmer takes seeds to a field to plant, some seeds just fall on barren ground, and people come and crush them under their feet, and that's the end of that seed. And other seeds fall on rocky ground, where there's not much soil or moisture. Plants come up, but with the heat of the sun they wither and die. A third type of seed, while being taken to the field, falls on some marshy ground and sprouts along with the tares, the weeds. And some seed falls on fertile ground. Those seeds give 100% results, 70% results, 80% results. Then he says, many are called, few are chosen. Wherever the seed has gone, it must sprout. But only the seed which has gone to the fertile ground will be able to get 100% results, which means that, in that very lifetime, that soul will be able to go back to the Father. Whether the soul goes to the 3rd, 4th, or 5th stage is 70, 80, or 100% results, but the soul goes on its way towards the Father. Christ explains the other seeds. There are many types of seekers. Some people just by circumstance happen to come into the company of mystics, and as long as they are in their company, they're influenced by them and want to follow the path. They feel love and devotion for the Father. But the moment they leave the mystic, they absolutely forget and again become like worldly people. That is the seed which has fallen on barren ground. Another type of person, as long as they remain in the company of the mystic, they meditate, and they're good and honest. But the moment they leave the mystic's company, they too are taken away by sensual pleasures and worldly ambitions, and they just forget about the path. Their seed has fallen on rocky ground. The third type of person is very sincere, devoting their time daily to meditation. They're full of love and devotion for the Father, but they're also ambitious from the worldly point of view. They want to attain worldly achievements, and they have also certain weaknesses which they can't shed. They are building their treasure in heaven, but, on the other hand, weeds are also growing. They're also doing bad deeds. Both are progressing, good deeds and bad deeds, meditation and the sensual pleasures. They're victims of these. These are the seeds which have fallen on marshy ground. Ultimately, what happens to these people? They have done good deeds. The time they have devoted to meditation will take care of the evil deeds which they have been tempted to do. Whatever meditation is left in their balance, they will get credit for that. The fourth type is where the ground is absolutely fertile. These people attend to their meditation. They are full of love and devotion for the Father, and they absolutely make progress during their lifetime. They will go back at once to the Father after death. Everybody will go back, but everybody is not equal in their progress because the ground is not the same. One ground is barren, one ground is rocky, another is marshy, and another is fertile. The seed is the same, soul is the same, but progress also depends upon the fertility of the ground. When Christ says that many are called but few are chosen, he means that few are chosen in this very lifetime to make progress and go back to the Father. But he says whoever has been called will ultimately go back to the Father. But the first may be last and the last may be first. There's no seniority on the path. Question 568. Maharaji, could an initiate do anything so bad, even if it is against the Master or Lord personally? Or could anything be done to an initiate? Or is there any force or evil in the world that could damage or destroy the bond of initiation between the Lord and the disciple, between the Master and the disciple? Answer. Well, brother, this relationship is such that it can never be destroyed. Once the seed has been sown, it has to sprout and bear fruit. Once we come on the path, we have to follow it and find the destination. No matter how much we go right or left, ultimately we will again find ourselves on the path. In Christ's example of the sowing of the seed, once the seed has fallen on the ground, no matter how little earth there may be under it, it has to sprout. Once the seed has been sown, it cannot be destroyed. The marking has been done by the Father. The pull has been created by the Father. And by His grace, once that pull has been created, it is bound to pull us to His level sooner or later. That relationship cannot be destroyed at all. We have human failings. We are all struggling souls. But we again get up and again we start walking. That doesn't mean that if we have left the path, we can never come back on the path again. When you fly a kite, you have seen people flying kites. The string is always in the hand of the kite flyer. When he sees the kite going right and left with the wind, he pulls that kite back. Similarly with the wind of karmas, we go astray right and left. But our string is in the hand of the Master, and he again pulls us back to the path. Question 569. Maharaji, in the last 4 years, you've showered immense grace on me, and I had no understanding of what it meant. At some point, I turned my back on you in a very ugly way, and I don't know if there'll be another possibility in this lifetime that you'll forgive me. Answer. Sister, the Lord is always showering His grace on us. He's always pulling us from within. We have to be receptive to that pull. We have to be receptive to His grace and be grateful to Him for that pull, for that grace. No doubt, sometimes we do go astray here and there because our destiny is such. We have a strange load of karma which just puts us off the path. But I give the example of a kite, which, when we fly it, goes right and left. As long as the string is there in the hand of the flyer, it will be pulled back to the level of the flyer. The kite has nothing to worry about. We do go astray here and there, but that pull of the Shabbat and Nam is always there. That seed is there within us. It has to sprout sooner or later. And that puts us on the path again. We are all beggars at the Father's door. Our duty is to beg, to knock at the door. It is for the giver to see if we are worthy to receive what he has to give. But we must do our duty. We must knock. We must beg. He is a very good giver, but we are very poor beggars. Question 570. Master, perhaps I just don't understand anything, but I think we've all seen our brother and sister satsangis who, after many years on the path, sometimes have gone completely off of the vows. It frightens me a little because I know that they're helpless to be or do anything other than what they are. And my question is, if it is in one's karma to go through such an intense karma that you can't even meditate or do anything like that, if that satsangi is truly devoted, really wants to be devoted to Master, and really desires to do your will, can he pay off that same karma without having to go off the path, so to speak? Answer. It is not in his hands whether to pay off the karmas without going off the path or by remaining on the path. It's not in his hands at all. He has no control over his karmas at all. He is a slave of those karmas. When we become the master of our karmas, then it's different. Then we rise above them. But now we're all slaves of our karmas. As I said a couple of days ago, sometimes clouds do come and we don't see the sunlight at all. But that does not mean that the sun is not there. Ultimately, the clouds fade out and the sun comes again. We are definitely all struggling souls on the path. We're definitely swayed away from the path due to our weaknesses, our karmas, our sins, give them any name. But ultimately, we again are pulled back on the path. When you fly a kite with a strong wind, it goes right and left. It looks absolutely out of control. But the person who is flying the kite has its string in his hand. When he thinks it is going too much out of control, he pulls it back to his own level. So our string is in the Lord's hand, the Master's hand, and we are never allowed to go so far away that we cannot be pulled back. Definitely this wind of strong karmas does flow and take us away from the path. Question. Why isn't it handled in such a way that the Master would make us meditate more, rather than our being carried off by our karmas, which we then have to burn off in meditation? Answer. Sister, if you had certain karmas to go through by going off the path, then who will account for that? It's very difficult to analyze these things. We should just do our best and not worry at all. There's no why here. Question 571. Master, sometimes disciples seem to go off the path and they stop their meditation and they break other vows. Is this necessary for their spiritual progress? Do they have to go through these karmas in order to proceed on the path? Answer: I can't say it's necessary, but sometimes the wind of karmas is so strong that we are swayed off our feet, and we find that we are away from the path. But then we are pulled back to the path again. The sun shines every day, but sometimes thick clouds come and we don't see that sunlight. We don't feel the warmth of that sun, even though the sun is always there. Question: would that mean that a person comes straight again on the path in this life, or would it mean... Answer: there's no question of time and space with the disciple or with the master. There's no question of this life or that life. He knows best. Question 572. Master, I think we are arriving at the stage where our main concern is trying to receive your grace and your mercy concerning all these things. We understand that one of the principles of Sant Mat is that the Master sometimes administers what would be fatal sword stabs as pinpricks. I wonder if this also coincides with the words of Jesus in the Lord's Prayer. Lead us not into these awful temptations of our karma, but, Master, deliver us from them. We know you can because you're the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Answer: well, brother, when by his grace, by the grace of the Father, the Master puts us on the path, he doesn't withhold his grace. His grace is always there. The more we are becoming receptive to his grace, the more grace we are receiving within. As I said yesterday, the gardener is more anxious that the tree should yield fruit. Master is anxious to finish his responsibility, anxious that all the souls allotted to him should go back to the home of the Father. He doesn't withhold his grace at all. Our concept of grace is about material things in life, but that is not the concept of grace that we have in Sant Mat. That concept of grace is about spiritual progress, about how many pitfalls we are saved from, how much we are saved at every step. That grace is there when the Master puts us on the path. He's there within us always to guide us. He never lets us go so far astray that we cannot come back to the path, that he cannot lead us back to the Father. People flying a kite have the kite string in their hand. The kite is running this way and that with the wind, but the kite flyer always holds the string in his hand, and when he thinks it's getting out of his control, he pulls it back. So that is the duty of the Master. It is his responsibility after initiation to take the soul back to the Father. We have to play our part, and he has to play his part. Question 573. So we feel the Master's grace even in the midst of our failures? Answer: we feel his grace at every step. A child feels the guiding hand, the helping hand of his mother at every step in his upbringing, his development. Without the mother's helping hand, a child can never develop. Master's helping hand is always there for our spiritual development. We could never spiritually develop at all without his guidance, whether outside or inside. His helping hand is always there with the disciple for his spiritual development. We're never allowed to go so astray that we can't come back to the path and ultimately find our destination. The marking has been done, and those who have been marked must ultimately go back to the Father. Christ gives a very beautiful example. He says, "The shepherd has been entrusted with 100 sheep. One sheep goes astray out of the fold. The shepherd leaves 99 sheep and runs after that one particular sheep, and even physically lifts that sheep on his shoulder to bring it back to the fold, because he is responsible for all 100 sheep, not 99 sheep. He cannot think or say that 99 are certain, so why should I bother if one has gone astray? He's responsible for all 100 of the sheep." Similarly, the Master is responsible for all the allotted souls, the ones marked for the Master, not only the good ones, but everyone. As Christ said, ultimately there'll be one shepherd and one fold. Everybody has to be in that fold, all those who are marked. So naturally his guiding hand is always there, whether we are conscious of it or not conscious of it. For our spiritual development, he is always there to help us in every way. Question: are you saying then that it's impossible to resign from the path? Answer: unfortunately, you are right. The marking is so deep that in spite of your best efforts, you will not be able to erase it. Question 574. I'd also like to ask, when you come to a crossroads in your life and you can make a decision that is either going to take you away from the Master or towards the Master, as satsangis, do we have that freedom of choice? Or will we still have to go through, let's say, making a bad decision in order to go through that karma? Answer: actually, sister, we have no choice at all in this creation, and we never go away from the Master. We may feel that we have gone away from the Master, but because Master never goes away from us, how can we go away from him? Question: what about when we do something against the Sant Mat principles? Answer: well, children are not always obedient to their parents. They rebel, they become mischievous, but the parents love them just the same. Question 575. In Quest for Light, there is mention of the gates of hell being wide open for certain very bad sins, and it is also said that the Lord and the saints come for the fallen ones. Sometimes when I feel very sinful, I feel like, oh well, I might go to hell. And other times when I feel like I have a chance, I feel like, maybe I'll go with my Master. How should I think about this? Answer: you see, we are all supposed to be good citizens, so if we misbehave, we have to go to jail. But for a person who is behaving, neither the police exist for him, nor the jails exist for him. But in order to remain a good citizen, you have to be told what the consequences are if you don't behave properly. So Master gives us love, nothing but love. The father always loves the child, but also frightens him by telling him that if he misbehaves, he will have to face such and such punishment. Sometimes the father may even exaggerate just to keep the child straight. He may not mean it at all, but he wants that child to be disciplined, and that fear helps the child to become a good citizen and a loving son. Some letters are written with a very particular purpose. You see, if a satsangi is going absolutely wild and is trying to justify his follies, you have to shake him from the roots to bring him back to the path. You can't be very lenient in your letters. He has to be shaken to make him realize the consequences of his behavior. So these letters are always in reference to particular situations. Question 576. Master, when initiates break the vows that they take before the Lord at the time of initiation, could you explain how that makes the Master's work harder? Answer: when a child doesn't remain disciplined, doesn't obey his parents, of course the parents never hand him over to the police, but they do give him a good thrashing. And a mother will never pick up a dirty child. She may give him a good wash and clean the child before she picks him up. It's not that she doesn't love the child, but she wants the child to be clean, to be pure. So if we break the vows, if we go astray from the path, we are punished. It's not that we are not punished. Sometimes we are punished even more severely. But there is a love behind that punishment. The Master wants us to be absolutely clean, because unless we are clean, unless our souls shine, we cannot merge back into the Father. So that is the purpose of our punishment, to keep us straight on the path. Question 577. Master, based on the reality that we must reap what we've sown, if the Satsangi is successful in stilling the mind and at the same time performs his social duty in the world, living morally in his professional and personal life, how can he extricate himself from the world if he incurs this good karma and bad karma as well? Answer. You see, when you learn to walk, learn to run, you fall many times, but you get up again, and again you start running. It doesn't mean that if you have fallen once, you will not get up and try again. Slips are there, and the mind is very powerful. It sways us off our feet to the right and left. But if we continue in meditation, we become firm again on the path. A child doesn't mind how many times he has fallen. He falls, he cries, he gets up again, and he starts doing the same thing over again. We have so many pitfalls in life which we have to face, very unpleasant things. But if we keep our destination before us, the path before us, and the determination to follow it and reach the destination, then you are able to do it. Question 578. Maharaji, if a person is very interested in spiritual growth and his environment is such that he is constantly attacking a hurdle and is constantly, from what he recognizes, pushing, in that he is trying to get around in every honorable possible way, and he himself has digressions, if this environment is constantly holding one back, what must one do to overcome this? Answer. Brother, we are all struggling souls in this world. When we have our destination in view, we know the path leading to the destination, and we travel on that. There are falls. We fall. We get up, and again we run. There are no failures on the path. One who does not make a start at all has no chance of falling, but then he is not getting anywhere. One who runs has a chance of falling, but he only falls to get up and run again. Pitfalls here and there do pull us back, but as long as we try to overcome those weaknesses, we again get up and again go ahead. We have to do our best under the circumstances. When we are sincere, the Lord comes to our aid, and nature also helps us in our environment, in our atmosphere, in our circumstances. The Lord's guiding hand is always there, whether we are conscious of it or not. We should never lose heart when we have pitfalls, or when we have fallen, or think that we are being driven from the path. He never leaves us. Momentarily we may feel that we have left the path, and at another time we may feel that we are again on the path. We explain to ourselves that we have left it. Actually, we do not leave it. We cannot leave it. We are so strongly bound, so strongly got hold of, that we cannot leave it. We cannot go astray. But naturally, it takes time to learn to walk and then to run. So we should try not to analyze too much. We should do our duties while living in this world. Try to give our time to meditation. Try to live to the best of our ability, and then slowly but surely, with the Lord's grace, we will become successful in our endeavor. Question. Would that mean that is part of our karma too, when we have these pitfalls as we travel on the path? Answer. Well, sister, sometimes definitely it is due to our karma, and at other times there are so many things in the way. These are called devices to keep us away from the path, to make us frustrated, to frighten us from going ahead, to tempt us in so many ways. Sometimes we become their victims. But as long as we are conscious that we are victims, conscious of our destination, that we are on the path and want to travel on the path, then we do succeed. The Master's guiding hand is always there to steer us through all those pitfalls, to steer us through all those weaknesses. We pierce through and we do come to the light. There are many factors to that. Question 579. Sir, a disciple back home has been suffering from rather severe depression, and I was wondering if you might be able to say some words that I might send along to him. Answer. You see, why curse the darkness? Why not light the candle? We often curse the darkness rather than lighting the candle. We are worrying about our past, what we have done. When we can't take credit for all that we have done, if we have done anything bad, we should try to improve ourselves for the future. That is the main thing, instead of worrying about the past. That doesn't solve any problem at all. One must look ahead and make best use of the present so that we don't repeat such mistakes again. Otherwise, carrying guilt on your conscience doesn't solve any problem. Sometimes we can't help it. We feel so guilty. But it is okay if we don't repeat the same mistake again. Question 580. How can we know when we're doing the right thing? How can we become better disciples when you say that we have no free will? Yet we have to make that one step, and then the Master takes 100 to us. Answer. Well, you must take that one step. We are more anxiously waiting for his 100 steps rather than our one step. We should not hesitate to take one step, and he never hesitates to take 100 steps to pull us. But even our one step is in his hands, not in our hands, because he's the one who sows the seed of his love and devotion within us. He's the one who pulls us from within, and then we take that one step. We have limited free will, conditioned free will, not absolute free will. Being a friend. Question 581. Master, when one has been initiated and has broken all the vows, to the extent of giving up the diet and so forth, to what extent should the association of satsangis with that person be changed? Or should it be changed? Should they eat with him? Answer. I have already covered that point in another answer, that still he is better than a non-initiate. When we meet with all other types of people in all sorts of atmospheres who know nothing about Sant Mat and spirituality or even about God, we never hesitate to mix with them. Then why should we hesitate to mix with one who has strayed from the path, but still feels that the path is right? He is a victim of his own weaknesses and cannot help that. He is to be pitied and helped. Rather, we should give him more love and consideration to bring him back to the path, instead of boycotting him. It is not the right attitude not to mix with or help such people. We should have no hatred toward anybody. Our hearts should be receptive, open to everyone who wants to come into the fold. Question. Master, I did not mean it like that. I mean, should we ever say anything to him about it? Or should we take the position that we are ignoring him? Answer. It may depend upon your relationship with him. If you think he will take advice from you, wants help, and a certain moral strength, you should not hesitate to give it to him. If you think he would resent it, that he would like to avoid it, then why fuss over it? We should definitely try to help each other. What is the object of these meetings? What is the object of satsangis meeting together? It is to get help to keep straight, to remain on the path. In satsang, which really means true meeting, true association, we get so much moral strength, moral support from each other to remain in the realm of Sant Mat. So the true teachings expressed in love and harmony are paramount qualities and should always be given and open to everybody. But if anybody resents that, do not bother about it or be hurt about it, but go on doing your duty lovingly and devotedly, leaving him to his own fate. We should never try to force any advice on anyone, even with the best of intentions. Example is better than precept. and such a person will eventually reform when those bad karmas are finished, or when he lives up to the teachings and is helped over them, the karmas, by the grace of the Master. Question 582. Master, how should a Satsangi brother or sister help another Satsangi brother or sister who has strayed off the path? Answer. Well, the first thing that helps anybody is to be a living example to another person. Then, lovingly, we should try to talk to them, without showing off or making them too conscious of their weaknesses, because we don't want to drive them farther away. We want to pull them back. Because we don't want to drive them away, we first have to make them receptive to what we want to say. It depends upon our individual approach. We shouldn't try to show off that we are superior. We are all struggling souls. We do fall here and there. We should be a source of strength and help to one another, no doubt, but in a way that we are able to pull a person back rather than drive him away by making him more conscious of his weaknesses or by showing our own superiority over him. Question 583. Just as a baby lion gets a slap from its mother when it walks into a dangerous pen, is it not right for us, as grown-up children, to sometimes slap our brother with the truth? I think it is not love to accept everything that is given to us. Buddha has said, "I do not accept the gift that evil gives. I will not accept it." Is it always love to accept? Or is it good to incur the hatred of someone whom we correct and to stand away from it and not to hate them? Answer. Brother, nobody will mind if it is a slap of love. Nobody will mind being corrected if there is love behind it, and if you approach him with affection, with love, with devotion, and with understanding. If you try to boss over him and think that you are superior to him and he is inferior to you, that is not the right approach. He will not understand. He will never be on the path again. But by your example, by your own love, by your own devotion, you can always set him right without hurting him or driving him away from the path. Rather, he needs more love. Everybody needs love, and some people need more love. So we should give him more love, more understanding to put him on the path, and then the question of slapping does not arise at all. Question. I mean, should they be told the truth? Answer. The truth must be explained with love. If the other person knows everything is for his own good, and it is explained with love, he will understand it. But when there is bossing, when there is hatred, or when we try to inflate our own ego and try to appear superior, then we are not helping him. Instead, we are driving him off the path. We should be helpful to each other, but always with love and with respect. We should be an example of love and devotion and be generous-hearted, open-hearted. Then even the worst criminal could benefit. We should have no hatred against anybody. For example, a mother does not hate a child when she spanks him, and the child thinks that she is displeased. Actually, she is happy when the child is set right again, for there is an inner love in her heart, and she wants to see the child become good and prosperous in the world. Sometimes, though, she has to scold and spank him, but she does not give vent to her anger or ego. That should not be there. It is only with the purpose of correcting the child, and the child knows that his mother loves him very much, and he should do what she wants him to do. When that feeling is there, the child will receive what she wants to give. On the other hand, when the child feels that his mother hates him, whatsoever she may do, he will never accept it. So if we give anything with love and devotion, it will always be accepted in earnest straight away. That is why Christ said that we must first forgive others before we ask the Lord for forgiveness. It means that our heart must be pure. We must be receptive to His grace. If we have any ill feeling against anybody, it means that our heart is not ready for His grace and His love. We have first to give love to people before we can receive His love. Question 584. Maharaji, if we know somebody who has actually gone off the path for a while, what is the best thing we can do to help them? Answer. You should yourself become an example to the person so that he can take advantage of your example. And then you can lovingly explain to him and bring him back to the path. You shouldn't taunt him or try to expose his weaknesses and show your superiority to him, or make him feel that he's inferior because he couldn't keep to the path. Christ has given a very beautiful parable about this. He says that servants asked their master if the seed was good, the field was good, where did the tares, weeds, come from? The master said the enemy had sown them. Then a servant asked, "Should I go and pull up those tares?" The master said no, because pulling up the tares may shake the roots of the crop and destroy it. The servant asked, "Then what should we do?" The master said, "At the time of the harvest, first we will cut all the tares and destroy them, and then we will collect the crop, whatever remains." So saints initiate us. We are quite sincere about that. The seed is good and the soil is good, but we are tempted by kal, so to say, by the negative power, by sensual pleasures, and we go off the path and become a victim of the senses. Naturally, other disciples feel for that disciple, that initiate. But if we taunt him or try to expose his weaknesses, he will shun you and run away from you forever. You know that his weakness is there, but still he's trying to meditate. He's trying to come to the meetings. He's trying to do his best. So we should encourage him, not try to expose his weaknesses. We should lovingly try to strengthen his faith and pull him out of what he's involved in so that he can follow the path again. If you make him conscious of his weaknesses, he will leave your company. He will leave the meetings. He will never even see you because he is self-conscious about his weaknesses. So why should we make him conscious of his weaknesses? In a practical way, we should help him to come out of those weaknesses, rather than try to show him our superiority and his inferiority. That is the meaning of Christ's parable. Making devotion our priority. Question 585. How can we strengthen our attachment to the Lord to the point that we can overcome all the worldly pulls? Answer. We always try to give that time to the Father which is of no use to us at all. When we are rejected by society, by our children, by our friends, then we want to devote our time to the Father. But we have to give the best time of our life to the Father. Mostly our time is spent in growing up. Then we start getting education and training, and then we give ourselves to family life and the senses and pleasures of the world. And then we become old and everybody rejects us. Our senses don't go along with us. Even our eyes refuse to cooperate. Our ears refuse to cooperate. Our limbs refuse to cooperate with us. Then we want to worship the Father. We lose the best opportunity, and the time which is of no use to anybody is what we want to devote to the Father. Then we want to be a lover of the Father. The main purpose of this human birth is to go back to the Father. So that should always be kept in view. Keeping that view, other things should fall in line. Question 586. Maharaji, we can find the answers to many of the questions we ask in the literature. What can we satsangis in America do to propel us on our spiritual path? What do we need here in America to help us on our spiritual path? Answer. You are right, brother. There is hardly any question which I have answered since I came here to which an answer cannot be found in the books. Rather, they are answered in the books in a much more elaborate way. They have been written, and here I am speaking. That is the only difference. But I have nothing particular for Americans to do. The meditation is the same, but some people have different circumstances, different environments where they have been placed. Meditation is not different for Americans than for others. Some people have a greater instinct of possession. They are more possessive. They have to realize that and rise above such things. As I said this morning, like a spider, we weave our own web, and soon we find that the web is complete and we are caught in it. We are imprisoned in a net of our own making and cannot get out of it. We create desires and cravings and work hard for material achievements and possessions. And when we get them, ultimately we find that we are being possessed by them. We have become prisoners of them. That is the way I find Americans today. These things of the world are meant for our use. We are not meant for their use. We should possess them. They should not possess us. What I feel, from what I have been able to see, is that the very objects we possess are possessing us now. We have become so much their slave that we have forgotten the object of our birth, the object of our coming into human form. We have lost the end or goal and have become involved in the means. We have to rise above these things. We have to realize that these things are meant for us. We are not meant for them. All these scientific inventions are for our convenience, to give us more leisure, to allow us to enjoy ourselves and be happy. If we cannot find leisure and happiness as a result of all these scientific achievements, which today are to our credit, I think our purpose in achieving them is no good, is of no use at all. We have to see whether these things have made us happy, or have they, on the other hand, just made us more frustrated and more unhappy, in which case we should realize how to overcome this, how to possess them and not be possessed by them. For example, what people used to do with their hands in 10 hours, now our modern machinery does in perhaps 2 or 3 minutes. All this was done to save those 9 hours and 57 minutes. But after inventing that machinery, where are those extra 9 hours and 57 minutes? It is nowhere. We have invented all these devices to save time, to have more leisure for ourselves, so that we can think about ourselves and think about the Lord. That is good. I am not against it, but we must have that leisure for which we have worked so hard to achieve these inventions, these so-called time savers. We have forgotten that purpose for which we have worked so hard. That has been absolutely forgotten. We have become just like a prisoner in a spider's web. We have beautifully woven it, and ultimately we find we are a prisoner of it and cannot get out of it. So we have to work harder to get rid of this net now. The means by which we can get rid of it is nothing but meditation. So whatever you do, keep your destination and purpose in view. Keep your home in view and try to achieve it. Do not forget your destination. Do not forget the purpose of human birth. We should always keep that in view. Work in this world, live in this world, and enjoy yourself in this world. But never forget that destination, nor leave the path we have to tread in order to get there. Where we want to go, that goal should always be there in front of us. Keeping that goal in view, going towards that goal, do not become a slave of worldly achievements and forget your real home. That is the only thing I can say. Question 587. We are living in a country here where the vast majority of the people are suffering in agony, and we are privileged parties. We have a certain amount of economic and intellectual power, which perhaps we should use for the benefit of those less fortunate than ourselves. But it seems to me that the Satsangi path emphasizes one's own enlightenment, not the serving of one's fellow man. Isn't it selfish to focus just on gaining peace for oneself? Answer. The Master's only concern is with the souls and to lead them back to the level of the Father. Everybody is miserable in separation, though some may be comfortable in their misery, so they want to find peace within themselves. When we are able to achieve that peace within ourselves, wherever we go, we will radiate peace. If you go to a happy person, he will make you happy in no time. If you go to a miserable person, he will make you miserable in no time. So first, we must obtain that peace within ourselves. We must live with ourselves. When we are able to obtain that peace within ourselves, naturally we will radiate peace wherever we go. We will also create it in other people's minds and hearts. But unless we have achieved it ourselves, we cannot radiate peace at all. So Sant Mat disciples are not selfish. Actually, unless they have achieved it, how can they radiate peace to others? Question 588. Master, someone told me the other day that last summer he met someone who said of someone visiting the Dara, "Look at him, how lazy he is, sitting down there enjoying this holiday. He should be working to rescue the starving millions of India." How should one respond to that? Answer. You see, in that way, people definitely accuse us of being selfish. They say this meditation and God realization are nothing but selfishness with no concern for humanity. But they don't understand that actually we are helping our fellow man. The closer we are to the Lord, the more unselfish we are becoming, because the Lord belongs to everybody, so we also start belonging to everybody. Now we are selfish. We belong to a particular person, particular family, particular country, particular nation, particular tribe. And then we get out of this selfishness because the Lord belongs to everybody, and we are getting nearer to Him. So we are getting nearer to His creation. We can help them much better that way. So God realization or meditation is not selfish at all, because we can actually only help others when we have helped ourselves. Now, when we try to help the starving millions, we just share their misery, share their miserable plight and condition. Instead of there being 10 miserable people, now an 11th has joined them. But if you help yourself, then you may be able to radiate your happiness to them, your peace and bliss to them, because you can share only what you have. So if you have developed that peace and happiness within yourself, you can help them much better. You won't lose your own balance, and yet you will help them. But when we have not helped ourselves and try to help others, instead of one, there are more miserable people. So meditation or following a path is not a selfish attitude at all. Question 589. I have found that in being a Satsangi, one gets a feeling of selfishness. Answer. By meditation or by our devotion to the Lord, we become self-centered or concentrated on that side and try to ignore the other side. Is that what you mean? Question. Yes, don't we forget a lot of important things? Answer. No, brother, I do not agree with you. I feel that the more time we give to meditation, the nearer we are to the Lord, and the closer we are to our destination. So we go higher and higher. The higher we go, the more space we are covering to look upon. Rather, we are expanding ourselves. From a part, we are becoming the whole. When we merge into the Lord, we become the Lord. And when we become the Lord, we become everybody. I would say that now, as long as we are slaves of the senses, we are self-centered. And we are self-centered as long as we try to fulfill our desires for anything except to merge back into the Lord. As we go nearer to Him, our vision becomes broader and broader, and we belong to more and more people. We come to love more of humanity as we go nearer to the Lord. When we love Him, we automatically love His creation, and then we belong to everybody. When we belong to Him who belongs to everybody, we then also belong to everybody. It is a very wrong conception to think that our meditation will lead us to selfishness. What is selfishness? To think about yourself? Everybody thinks about himself or herself. Do we think we are selfish when we have clothes, while many other people do not have clothes to wear? Are we not then thinking about ourselves? We have houses to live in, and many people do not have a roof over their head. We have cars to ride in, while other people are walking. Are we not selfish from that point of view? From that point of view, everybody in this world is selfish. But when we start our devotion to the Lord, when we are going nearer to our home, we are rather getting out of this selfishness. We are then coming into the whole. Our vision becomes much broader, and we know that we belong to everybody. We then realize that we were attaching ourselves unnecessarily to a few, and that when we belong to the Lord, who belongs to everybody, we also belong to everybody. I think we are getting rid of selfishness by our devotion to the Lord. Question 590. Are we able to live in this world without being selfish? Answer. Nobody can live in this world without being selfish. Everybody is selfish. So we should also be selfish to find our goal in life. Why are we not selfish in that regard? We have so many considerations: family ties, relations, friends, fellow citizens. If we say otherwise, we are marked as selfish. But we should also have that instinct of being selfish to find our goal. Yet we ignore that aspect. Being selfish means looking to your own personal interest. When this human birth is given to us to go back to the Father, and it is a rare opportunity which we don't get so easily, we should also have that selfish instinct to realize that goal during this span of life. It's correct that nobody can be without any selfishness in this world. All relationships are nothing but selfishness. Question 591. Master, please, will you speak about the quality of discrimination and how best to develop it and use it for protection? Answer. Sister, we can only develop our power of discrimination by meditation. The purer the mind becomes, the better able we are to discriminate between what is good and bad for us. The more we are a slave of the senses, the more our mind is conditioned by the senses, by the sensual pleasures, the less discretion we have to select what is good and bad for us. Sometimes we say that someone has been brainwashed. No matter what you tell him, it has no effect on him. He has become so much a victim of the senses that no matter how much you shake him, he won't understand. He has no sense of discrimination. You see, this electric bulb gives a lot of light, and we see it and make use of it. But if we put a lot of wrappings around it, we don't see the light. It doesn't penetrate through those wrappings, so we can't make use of that light. The light is there, it is shining, but due to the wrappings, we can't make use of it. We can't see. But if you remove the wrapping, the light will start to penetrate. You can only see the full light when there is no wrapping around the bulb at all. Similarly, when our mind becomes purer and purer, the light of the soul starts penetrating. More light, more sense of discrimination comes in us. The mind is becoming purer. It is going to its own origin, so we have a better sense of discrimination then. Question 592. Maharaji, would you please explain the difference between clear thinking, discrimination, and analyzing? Answer. Well, if you had referred to the Oxford Dictionary, it would have been better, because everybody has his own concept of clear thinking. Even a thief thinks that he's absolutely clear in what he's going to do. Everybody is always just analyzing themselves. No matter what we do or don't do, we are always analyzing within ourselves. As for discrimination, we have to develop a sense of what's right for us and what's wrong for us. What can I explain? There are no do's and don'ts. We have to develop discrimination so that we can make the right decisions and reject the wrong ones. Question. It's like another sense, then, that happens? Answer. No, discrimination is a development of the mind. They're all mind. Thinking is mind, discrimination is mind, and analyzing is with the mind. The mind projects in many ways, but we have to utilize this faculty of mind in a better direction, not downward to the senses, but upwards in the love and devotion of the Father. Question. Could you explain discrimination, what that means? Answer. You see, humans have a sense of discrimination. This is good, that is bad. I should do this, I should not do that. I am hurting somebody. I am giving love to somebody. We always know. We can know what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong. That is a sense of discrimination. Question. If we don't know, then should we just kind of push on and hope for the best? Answer. If we don't know, we should try to know by meditation. Our sense of discrimination will become very sharp, accurate, and to the point, with the help of meditation. But even otherwise, we always know. The Lord has given us that sense to know what is good and what is bad in a broader sense. Loving, not calculating. Question 593. Master, when we sit in meditation and put in the effort, but our mind does not concentrate, are Sinchit karmas still being paid off? Answer. Sister, never calculate in meditation how much you have been able to clear today, and how much you have to sit in meditation to clear so much of your karmas. Never calculate. Calculation will lead you nowhere. You do your duty. Leave it to the Lord how the karma is cleared, when it is cleared, and where it is cleared. That is His job. Calculated meditation won't take you anywhere. It is not wages you are demanding. You are meditating because you are in love with Him. You want to become one with Him. A lover never loves because he wants the wages of his love. If a lover wants the wages of his love, he is not a good lover at all. Question 594. Master, if someone isn't doing simran and they are singing Shabats to the Master with a feeling of devotion, is that as good as simran? Answer. You see, we should not do our meditation on a calculated basis. We are so fond of getting wages for anything we do. We say, I have done simran for so long. What advantage will I get? Love never demands any wages. Love itself is an effect of wages. The Lord has given you that love to love Him. What more wages could one demand from the Lord? A lover doesn't demand any wages at all. He just wants to love. But we hardly sit in meditation, and our sole aim is, how much have I been able to gain? How many karmas have I been able to wash today? You wash nothing. If that is the calculation, you wash nothing. When that love comes, you don't want any reward for your wages. You are filled with love, and you are happy in your love, and you just love, and you want nothing but love. All karmas automatically are washed. Question 595. Master, is there any point at which a disciple becomes aware that he has love for the Master? Or, if he has realized it, then it would be true? Answer. That reminds me of the funny story of a girl who asked her mother, "Please wake me up when I'm delivering a child." You think you will not be aware when you are in love with the Master? And you want to know how you are in love with the Master? Is love such a dead thing? Question. But then, Master, why do so many of us come here? I'll speak for myself. Why do I come here and struggle with meditation day after day, and yet I feel so empty of love and devotion? Answer. Because we analyze ourselves too much, or our ideal seems to be very high, or we want to know that we are in love. We want to be sure that we are in love, so we are always trying to analyze, are we in love? Without that pull, how could anybody come to the path? But then it depends upon the seed, whether it has been sown in the ground, whether it has just sprouted, or it has taken root and become a tree. The seed is the same. Some seeds have become trees, while other seeds are still just in the ground, fighting to come up out of the earth. But that seed has to sprout. Question 596. How should we try to love the Master without expectancy? Answer. How do you know reward is not there? And moreover, you see, you never bargain in love. I've never found that bargain in love. You never love somebody because you expect something from the other person. You love because you're helpless to love, irrespective if the other person loves you or not. If you want love in return, then that is no love at all. That may be your desire, but that is not a bargain. But how do you know that you love the Master? The Master may be pulling you from within to love him. You may just be responding to his pull. You see, love always starts with the Father. Unless he pulls us from within, we can never worship or love the Father at all. Love always starts with the Master. It never starts with the disciple. The pull is always from within. You may not be conscious of it. Then we become restless. So the question of reward doesn't arise at all. We have only to be receptive to the pull. And it is also he who makes us receptive. Question 597. The other night, Professor was reading about love for the Master and how we must love the Master for his sake. We shouldn't ask him for anything, not even Sachkhand. We should want just the Master. But I'm sure many of us love the Master for our own sake. We're tired of the creation, and the Master is the means by which we can get out of it. Answer. You see, these are just ways of expression. Actually, in love we never demand anything. In love we always give. If we demand anything, that is no love at all. Love is giving, losing your identity, becoming another being. That is love. Love is not making another person merge in you. Love is not making another person lose his identity in you. You have to lose your identity. You have to merge in another person. You have to become another being. That is love. So love is always giving. It is never taking. You don't love for the sake of any gain. If you love to get some calculated gain, that is no love at all. Questioner. Well, then I guess it would be accurate to say that a lot of us have no love at all for the Master. Answer. Well, you are judging on that scale. It is said that God is love and love is God because the characteristic of God is love. We become one with him. We lose our own identity. We merge in him. We become another being. We don't exist anymore. Only he exists. That is the characteristic of love. Then we always want to do what pleases another person. We never want to do anything which displeases another person because we don't exist. For us, only He exists. We have no ego of our own at all. We want to do what pleases Him and avoid what displeases Him. That is love. Then where are we? Where is the sense of any gain from that love? There is no bargain in it. It is just giving and giving. And when by giving we can become God, what else is left? If by giving yourself, as a drop you become an ocean, have you gained or lost? If in losing your own identity you become the Father, have you gained or have you lost? That is love. You see, this intellectual love doesn't take us very far. These intellectual emotions don't take us far. They are good to push us on the path, but that doesn't take us very far. Only meditation can generate love. Love can grow only by meditation. The more we lose ourselves, the nearer and nearer we become to the Father. And the nearer we are to the Father, the nearer we are to each other. The farther away we are from the Father, the farther away we are from each other. Then brotherhood can never come. Brotherhood will come in humanity only when everybody's focus is the same. Those who are in love with the Father are nearer to each other. Christ said, "Love thy Lord with all thy body, with all thy mind, with all thy heart." When you absolutely lose your own identity and just become the Lord, yourself is now nothing but the Father. He then says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." Now what is yourself? Not this body. You have lost everything. You have become one with the Father. That is yourself now. Then you see the Father everywhere in this whole creation. And then the whole creation is your neighbor. Then we see Him everywhere. Then that sense of brotherhood comes, that sense of affinity with each other. Then we find, as Christ said, that ultimately there will be one shepherd and one fold. Then He is the shepherd and we are the fold. That is real brotherhood. That is real relationship. A worldly relationship is just a karmic relationship. We need each other, but we don't belong to one another. We belong only to Him. Question 598. Master, I was visiting a church where the people believe in the forgiveness of sins. How can I explain to them how it really works? Answer. You see, you don't have to ask the Father at all. You have only to love Him, and you are automatically forgiven. You don't need to ask for forgiveness. A child loves his father. His father looks after him, educates him, marries him, puts him on his feet, ultimately gives him all his wealth, because the son loves the father. A loving child never has to ask his father for what he needs. His father is anxious to look after his needs, because the son loves his father. That is why Christ said, "O ye of little faith." You're always asking from the Father bread, butter, all the worldly ambitions and desires. He says you have no faith in the Father at all. If you love your Father, He knows your needs, and He will automatically give you what you need. When the Lord looks after the insects and the stones, won't He look after you, you being the top of creation? So we don't have to ask Him. We have to love Him. But we are always asking Him for favors. We don't love Him at all. We want a reward for our asking. I have said so many prayers. I have asked Him 1,000 times, 4,000 times. Now it's His duty to give to me. We think we have labored to pray to Him, and that now it is for Him to fulfill our desires. But that is the wrong attitude. Christ says that He knows. Without your saying, He knows what you need. If you become a loving son, He'll give you more than you need. So we don't want to love Him. We only want all the boons of life from him. But there's no bargaining with him at all. You have just to give yourself to him, and then he gives you everything. He makes you himself. He makes you God. He makes you the Lord. Do it now. Question 599. Sir, is there an assurance of meeting the Lord and going home in one life or 4 lives? Answer. Why limit ourselves? Why think about 4 lives? Why not try to do it in 1 life? We should do our best to achieve our destination in 1 lifetime. If we do not succeed in this life, the Lord will give us another life, and 2 or 3 more if necessary. But the assurance is there that when we are trying sincerely to meet him, we will definitely meet him, and every life will be better and more conducive to our spiritual progress than the previous one. Question 600. Master, is there any exception to the rule that once you're initiated, you will then come back for 4 lives? Does it ever happen that a satsangi will have to come back for more lives? Answer. We should never think about the 4 lives at all. We should only think that this is our last life, and we must go back to the Father. We should never console ourselves that we have sufficient opportunity in the future. That is the wrong concept. This is the time when we have to become one with him. Question 601. A gentleman asked about reincarnation and the intellect. If the intellect could prove scientifically that reincarnation is true, could this work to the detriment of the soul? Could it be that if the intellect could prove to itself scientifically that reincarnation is true, it might try to work on improvements for the next birth here and not try to go back home? Answer. No, but how can we be sure that we will be able to practice, have more spiritual practice, if we get an extra human birth? Rather, we should make use of this birth. Why not make use now of what we are trying to postpone to another birth? This is just an excuse to escape the duties in this life. Question 602. Does it ever happen that a soul that has been initiated by a perfect master and is reborn as a human being can't come in contact with a perfect master in the next life? Answer. Why think of coming back at all? Make best use of this life. Whatever you want to achieve next time, try to achieve now. You are taking a chance in assuming you'll be a human next time. But now you are sure you are human, so make use of your human birth now. Appendix. Divine Light, Letter 439. You have asked me a very pertinent question about the eating of non-fertile eggs, and have tried to rationalize that unfertilized eggs are vegetarian food. God made eggs for conveying life. So every egg, whether fertilized or unfertilized, has a potential life factor. Besides, as you must have read in The Inner Voice, an egg, whether fertile or infertile, is a food which excites animal instincts, interferes with concentration, and thus works against our spiritual progress. In this connection, I might at the outset tell you that we recognize that on this earth, life subsists on life. The big fish eat small fish, the wild animals eat smaller game, and the smaller animals eat insects and plants. None of these living beings appear to survive on stones or sand. Therefore, in the scheme of things, we recognize that life must subsist on life by extinguishing other life, which is used as food. However, the extinguishing of life for nourishing our life affects the structure of our mind. Although operating from a focal point between and behind the eyes, our mind is scattered all through the body as well as the entire world outside, of which the mind gets awareness through sense perception. Saints and sages who have achieved practical realization have all given indication that the path to God or to self-realization lies within ourselves, and that we must collect our attention within, at the eye center, rather than scattering it without. Our attention being the only available part of our consciousness which we can manipulate, our spiritual practice requires the concentration of attention at its natural focal point, which is between and slightly above the eyes. Food, like actions, affects the mind, and therefore its capacity to concentrate at its natural focal point. Killing a man causes a severer mental reaction than killing a goat. Similarly, killing a goat causes a severer mental reaction than plucking an apple from a tree. Concentration of mind would therefore be, as a rule, proportionately more difficult in the case of a man who has committed murder than in the case of a man who has killed a goat or one who has plucked an apple from a tree. The reason is that the manifest form of life in a man, in a goat, and in an apple tree has different degrees of consciousness or awareness. Accordingly, the extinguishing of life in each of them causes varying degrees of mental reaction, and therefore obstruction to spiritual concentration of the mind. The food we eat also implies the extinguishing of life of the category to which the food belongs. Thus, the eating of animal food, flesh, makes spiritual concentration more difficult than the eating of fish and fowl, while the eating of fish and fowl, including eggs, makes spiritual concentration more difficult than the eating of plants, vegetables, and fruits. It is for this reason that we recommend all practitioners on the spiritual path to extinguish life of the lowest degree for their nourishment. In other words, we recommend a strictly vegetarian diet. You have drawn a distinction between the fertile and non-fertile eggs. In fact, nature has made an egg for the hatching of the chick. The mere fact that life is prevented in the egg by artificial means does not make the egg a different category of food. You have said that a non-fertile egg has no life. That way, you could also say that a goat that is already killed has no life, and similarly, the rooster dressed up for sale in the grocery store has no life. The question is not whether the food has life at the time when you eat it, but whether it was intended to be a vehicle of life, and the category of life to which it belongs. The laws of nature are fairly obvious, and those which are not so obvious are being made obvious by the work of man, and it will not be difficult to see how nature has made the egg as much a vehicle of life as a hen or a rooster. I would therefore recommend that eggs, whether fertile or infertile, being an exciting food and of the category intended for conveyance of life, should be avoided in order to successfully practice the spiritual methods of concentration and realization. End of Spiritual Perspectives, Volume 2, by Maharaj Charan Singh. Print copyright 2010, and audio recording copyright 2026. Radha Soami Satsang Beas, all rights reserved. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. To continue, go to Spiritual Perspectives, Volume 3, Chapters 12 to 14.